Yo. Have you muted, bro? I can't hear what you're saying. I don't even know if he's talking to me right now. Bro, do you know that you're muted?
Huh? I'm just here producing. I ain't on the show. I'm just producer. I'm just producer guy. I'm just a producer.
Why is he red? I guess I could. Well, I mean, it's not going to work anyway. Trevor is undefeated, 7-0 on this show. 11-2 overall on your pick, so let's get right to it. Ball State is laying 14 points at home. Northern Illinois, what's the play? I'm going to kick Ball State, win points. Northern Illinois' offense doesn't do anything very well. They can do one thing at a time, though. If you have the football, or try to move the ball. But not quickly. Ball State has the kind of balanced explosive attack that can jump out to a lead and push Northern Illinois to try to open up. This league is all about offense. That game on ESPN. How about
Hey Ronnie, turn down your thingy a little.
Do you want me to just mute it or?
No, you don't gotta mute it. Just turn it down a little.
I'm trying to see something.
How about that?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. This is my TV. I was gonna mute it during the show anyway, but
I got you. Hold on, I just need to.
Who we miss, son? Justin.
Jorie and Justin.
Look at this man, Jorie.
Huh?
Look at this man, Jorie.
I heard myself, and I was wondering why I heard myself. Like, what the hell?
I just need to do a couple of edits over here.
Houston is trading Trevor Ariza in the number 16 pick tonight to Detroit for a future first-round pick.
Bro, he getting moved around so bad.
Spotlight my video and speaking. Oh, it's off. So why is that showing up there?
Nigga said, not to upset you. What are the Knicks doing? You know you got a love-hate relationship.
Oh, you talking about whoa? No. Wait, what are you talking about?
Oh, in the chat. He asked me, he was like, Key, what do you see the Knicks doing?
Jorie, if you don't turn on your goddamn thing. Where's the link for this? Where is the link? I need the link. The link. Oh, share. Should I quote tweet the draft picture that we did? Should I quote tweet the draft picture?
The graphic?
Yeah. I quote tweet that tweet and be like, oh, yeah, our draft coverage is live. Here's the link. Or should I just do it in a separate tweet?
Same tweet. So they see the graphic there.
All right, so cool tweet that one. Cool.
It's Jorie.
All right. Draft.
Draft
Coverage is.
I hate all of
Why is Justin not in here yet?
He's one I'm appearing on the side. Did he hear me making jokes about him?
Sometimes I just forget.
I can't do emojis on this stupid point down
Yeah.
emoji.
With the smiley face on it.
This man is about to buy
Bro, you don't have an emoji keyboard, bro?
Oh, there it is.
Tire Rack is the leading online retailer.
I ain't see this. This is exquisite.
An expert reviews. And it's done. All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation. One of our
And then there's a link.
to get that too.
Let me tell Justin why he not in this shit.
But progress still starts with small steps. From the conversation to the connection we make. It won't happen all at once, but together.
Crazy.
Bro, are we adding all these new moves to the rundown?
Yeah, I was thinking we'll just like
There's no telling what our next.
I mean, it's up to you guys. Like, do you want to talk about oh shit, there goes my phone.
Oh shit.
Bro. Laptop is it? What, oh, it's this laptop?
Yeah. Damn.
Are you gonna mute that?
What?
Are you gonna mute it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I heard my. Did you mute it now?
Nah.
There's Justin.
Here I am.
Would you rather talk about the like the trades first, or do you want to like wait until that team is up and then talk? I feel like it makes more sense to just talk about them.
What'd you say, Jorie?
Yeah, I feel like we could talk about it right now, and everything will be PG.
Yeah.
This guy. Just why don't you go in? Why not put him in like news studio or academic?
TV.
False alarm.
Wait, who's this fifth person?
It's Will in his producer role, but once he turns on hide non-video participants, then it'll disappear.
You have to do that on your own laptop.
On my end?
Yeah. It's not going to show on the stream, but you would have to do that every time.
How do I?
Click my thing. Click like the three dots, and
Oh.
then
I see it. Okay, I did it.
I did it. Bro, we getting ready to talk some drafts and stuff. This fun, man. Y'all not excited? I'm excited. Come on, bro.
This guy.
I'm hyped as hell. I've been waiting for this day for so long, bro.
I wonder who's trading for Malcolm Brogdon.
So Jordan, Jordan's not even there.
Start the stream.
Also, I have a question. When we get all right. Well, I got a question. When we get like breaking news, like of a trade, how is that gonna work? Like, who's gonna bring it up? And
Jory's the host.
Yeah, Jorie.
So as soon as Woj sends a bomb, then Jory finna be like, "This Justin." Lakers traded LeBron for LaMelo, and then
yeah,
It's a solid move.
imagine. No, I would only trade LeBron for like Cade Cunningham.
Oh yeah, and what's his Klay Thompson got injured.
yeah. Klay
Yeah.
Thompson he's being evaluated for
They're saying he tore his right ACL.
right leg.
Who
Oh.
said that?
The people that reported the injury initially,
What?
Nah, no
like
way.
they said ACL, and obviously they're not like a accredited source. So Shams and
If
Woj,
he's injured for the whole season again.
they're saying apparent
I
lower
see.
leg injury, and then other people are saying he couldn't put any weight on it and he had to get helped out. So
It's not okay.
90
taking
90 minutes
Edwards.
before they have
Take
the,
Edwards.
Chill.
Take Anthony Edwards, please.
He'll be a beast.
That's if he's
That was
there,
gonna be
bro.
who's drafting Miles Powell.
If he wants to be.
Yeah, take Mouse Powell number 2.
Proven
Please. Let's add that to the rundown. This
I'm
Clay's
gonna
injury.
shoot out the link
Open
now.
up Powell for
You say you're tweeting it out now,
Yeah.
like right now.
I'm gonna put it out just so like it go on the timeline.
I wanted to put Danny's graphic as my virtual background, but it's not working. I don't know why. I can't find it.
Bro, I'm about to do that right now.
I don't know. I can't. It never lets me do virtual backgrounds, bro.
Hold on.
Oh shit!
Put
What
Danny's
we
background as your
play right
virtual.
now?
That's a great idea.
So I was trying to do that, but I can't. That work.
I'm finna do it right now.
I haven't made the thing live yet, so y'all still get the
Choose virtual background. Do I got?
Like, share it with my Gmail, and then these
Joe
headphones
Matthews
keep
is
falling
down
out,
here
and
already.
it's pissing me off.
Oh, never mind. He popped out.
My headphones fall out one more time. Send the link to Chili Bob, our good friend from the Columbia High School football days. Bro, I said that in the sports meeting. Did you get it then? Bro, you thought I was just... He was the guy I was saying OD during our game. And Jorie was in the chat going back and forth with him. I made that joke and you didn't even understand. Okay, that's tough.
We're gonna have, I guess.
Probably put the stream bubble now.
No, not yet. I don't have my background yet. Hold on. This is nightmare.
Yo, Stephen A is the funniest dude.
What is he saying, bro?
Nightmarish. He's saying that his clips for the Warriors this season because Clay is possibly hurt.
Oh, he's talking about Clay,
Oh, where is
TV
it?
loud
There it
like
is.
that.
bro. Because it's Steve. He's always loud like that, yo.
Woo! Look at Danny Graphic listening on me. Yes, sir.
Anthony Edwards trying to bite your ear off, bro.
Why you gotta turn this to a thing? Why you gotta turn it into one? This guy. Bro, look, I did it.
That's your mind.
I wish this guy wasn't there, but
You finna land Stevenson your ass.
Wiseman.
some. You ask him about him, I'm gonna say he.
Yo, this man don't like James Wiseman. That's crazy.
He's not good. I swear to God, he's not good. Like literally,
How do you know though? He's not. He hasn't played a single game.
he has small, weak hands. His only game against like good comp, he got bullied. Like he still put up decent numbers, but he got bullied. Freaking in AAU and EYBL, like against all the other bigs in his class, freaking Okongwu, Isaiah Stewart, all of them, he was getting torched. And he was dribbling or he was shooting at Memphis as if he's like some 3-level scorer. But like he's not. He can't shoot. And he takes forever to
Why
load up.
is it backwards? You know
Like,
what?
he's not as athletic as he thinks he is. I don't like him. I really don't.
You know what? We're gonna rock with this backwards font.
Did you tweet the link out?
Oh, I told you I did.
Oh, well then.
Jorie, do you mind sending me the updated rundown, please, sir?
Bro, it's just the trades, bro. It's the same rundown, just tack on some trades. Just go to Warriors.
I didn't really update it much. I just.
Oh, okay.
He added
No,
the
'cause-
Bucks thing. At like
Yeah,
11.
no, I know that. I just want to know if you added anything more to.
Oh, yeah.
But it's all good. I got this. We good, bro. We good.
All right, so should we get it started?
I'm gonna say 3, 2, 1.
Yeah,
Boom,
hey, let's do it.
Let's get it, bro.
Do it. Let's do it.
Make sure y'all go on Twitter and retweet the links and whatnot.
Gonna retweet you.
Rockets send a reason 16th pick to the Pistons.
What?
Rockets send a reason the 16th pick to the Pistons.
Oh shit.
Are we live now?
You've been live. I just have to make it public.
I thought you were making it. I thought you made it public already. Are you gonna tell us? Are you gonna tell us when you do?
Yeah.
The Rockets just bought a pick for $4.6 million.
I'm finna buy it.
Y'all ready to rock?
Absolutely.
I was born ready.
And you guys are.
All right.
Boom.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome into our 2020 NBA draft coverage presented by WSOU Sports. My name is Jorie Mickens, and I got 3 esteemed guests for tonight's show. It's going to be a lot of fun. I got Heaven Hill, I got Ronny Castaneda, and Justin Morris. Gentlemen, how are you guys doing today?
I feel fantastic. I wasn't able to sleep. I finally got some sleep at like 7 a.m. because this is draft day, man. I was up all night just reading everything I could on some of these prospects, and this is an exciting time.
Yeah, it's draft day. It's one of the best days of the year, man. And this is going to decide a lot of futures. And the way the NBA is built right now, this might decide the now. So it's going to be a fun day, guys. Happy to spend it with y'all.
Yeah, my body actually has chills right now, which is crazy because just to think about the moment, life changing moment that it can be for so many different players. But I'm definitely excited. I got my Drake Draft Day, Johnny Manziel playing in the background right now, so we're ready to get to it.
Yeah, and we can certainly just get right into it. We're starting an hour early because we got a lot to unpack. There's been plenty of trades the last couple of days, and obviously a lot of news to do with the draft. But I think the biggest set of news that came out of this week has to be the Milwaukee Bucks trading for Drew Holiday. They're going all in. And
I can't.
for Eric Bledsoe, George Hill, three first-round picks with next year. So, was it smart for Milwaukee to mortgage their future and go all in for potentially Giannis's last season in Milwaukee?
I think it was smart. I mean, we've seen this team come up short for the past 2 seasons now. I mean, they dominate the regular season with this offense and defense built by Coach Budenholzer. And then when they get to the playoffs, I mean, we saw it against the Raptors, how once Toronto went down 2-0, they were able to switch to a zone-based scheme and limit Giannis offensively, which in turn affected the rest of the Bucks. And then this past playoff run, the Miami Heat, played the Bucks tougher than any team all season. It was apparent during the regular season, and once the bracket was set and Miami was in that 4 or 5 matchup, I could see, or I saw a ton of people predicting that the Heat would pull off the upset. And they did. Of course, Giannis going down with an injury didn't help the Bucks' chances, but it was tough even when he was out there. So you've come up short now in the last 2 seasons where your team was almost historically dominant, and now you have back-to-back reigning MVP and Defensive Player of the Year, Giannis, coming up on essentially a contract season. Obviously, I think he can sign the Supermax on December 21st. So these moves that were made by Milwaukee is, like you said, incentive to get him to sign that deal. So whether he chooses to sign the extension on or before the 21st, or he decides to play this season out and try for a championship one last time, I think it was necessary for Milwaukee to go all in. I mean, their roster last season had some limitations, namely Eric Bledsoe, and now that they've pivoted from him, they got someone who's better offensively and better defensively, or at least a lateral move on the defensive end. And then the trade for Bogdanovich, it's rumored to have fallen through because he didn't agree to a sign and trade or whatever the case may be. The point is they made these moves, to try and really, like you said, go all in on this one last run. If it pays off with a championship, great. If it doesn't, then Giannis could potentially leave. So it is high risk, high reward here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the way that the NBA has shaken up, really, there's so many teams that are going to be so good next year or this year, should I say, that to me, it kind of has to be a make or break type of move. You look at, obviously, the Lakers are probably the favorites right now to repeat. I see you got the Lakers jersey on, champion team right now. But a lot of other teams that can, possibly come back and shake some things up. You got the Los Angeles Clippers, who obviously folded big time compared to what most people's predictions were. But, pandemic P, we'll see if he can get his act together in terms of playoff basketball. Kawhi Leonard as well, who are shaped up to really do some big things next year. And then also a lot of other teams in the Western Conference who are trying to make moves to compete with those two. You see Golden State, who I'm sure Jorie, you'll bring this up pretty soon, but Klay Thompson's injury hopefully isn't too serious, so we can see what those Splash Brothers do again. You have teams like Phoenix who are trying to ramp up their backline as well to get some playoff standings and playoff contention in with those teams. And on the Eastern side, You have the Brooklyn Nets. You have the Miami Heat, who just went to the finals. The Nets are obviously trying to get James Harden right now, so we'll see how that works out. But to me, it's make or break right now. And honestly, this might be a hot take, but I think Giannis is going to leave next season. But to me, yeah, you definitely have to go all in. Eric Bledsoe was not what the Bucks needed at all. So getting rid of him, I think, was the number one thing to do. There was a lot of question marks also surrounding what Chris Middleton could do in terms of a second kind of backup to Giannis. And even though he was decent at times, he was still shaky and inconsistent. So getting Drew Holiday, a guy who can defend and who can also go get at least 20 points a game, and then also Bogdan Bogdanovic, I feel like was the right move for the Bucks. And I don't think they're finished at all. To be honest, I think they're going to keep going in and try to get Giannis that championship to get him to stay this year. I really think, or next year, I think that's still up in the air whether or not this guy decides to stay or go venture to other waters.
Yeah, I think we're all in the same boat here and understanding that the acquisition of Drew Holiday, while it does come at a price, I mean, when you look at 3 first-rounders, yeah, that's an ugly sight. But for the most part, with how good Milwaukee has been, those first-rounders aren't really going to build up into like a number one overall kind of player. They're most likely going to be in the 20s of the first round. So I think that's worth it when it comes to acquiring Drew Holiday, who is a versatile basketball player on the offensive and defensive end. He's an amazing point guard, and I think he's a perfect match for Giannis too. And I just think this move to mortgage their future and go all in right now, it's the right move. I think it's the perfect move. Yeah, not to mention the Bucks are definitely going to have to keep it up because the East is only getting stronger. You have a Miami Heat team with a chip on their shoulder, a Brooklyn Nets team who is one James Harden away from being the most feared team in the league, and so many other East teams are on the come up. Don't forget that the Celtics, who a lot of people thought in the beginning of last season were going to go to the finals representing the East. So the Bucks definitely had to get it done, and I don't think they're done just yet. Maybe Drew Holiday is the answer. Maybe he isn't. Maybe there's another piece they'd want to add, but who knows? We'll have to wait until we see him on the court together. But for the most part, I think this is a great first move because if this does persuade Giannis to stay for however long the Supermax will allow him, that's just a perfect. It's just a perfect scenario because it goes back to those 3 first-round picks. Any team that has Giannis isn't going to be, you're not going to need a first-round pick because you have a back-to-back MVP on your team. So I think that was a perfect move. Then, yeah, it'll be fun to see what else the Bucks do in free agency. But for the most part, they started off with a splash with the acquisition of Drew Holiday.
Yeah, I don't think that Milwaukee necessarily had a choice in terms of this trade. Giannis, he's a once in a lifetime type of talent, and you could make the case that he's the best Milwaukee Buck in franchise history outside of maybe Kareem. But I thought it was ironic that Drew Holiday, he was rumored to get traded as well as Chris Paul, and that's another trade that we'll get into a little bit later. And nobody saw the Bucks as a destination for Holiday necessarily, even though I think it's a really solid fit. Obviously, Holiday is known for his defense, and that certainly softens the blow of losing Eric Bledsoe. And he's also a very dynamic offensive player who can set the table for Giannis as well as Chris Middleton, who at the same time can both create their own shot. And I just think it's just a really solid move. And if it ends up keeping Giannis in Milwaukee, then you got to look at that as a win for Milwaukee. So even though they gave up a lot of assets for a player who only a one-time All-Star, I believe, I think if it keeps Giannis in Milwaukee, you have to look at that as a win. But another major trade that happened, throughout this period of time before this draft was the Phoenix Suns, and they landed veteran point guard Chris Paul. Justin, I know you were pretty excited about this move. So, I guess what are your thoughts on this trade and what do you think this means for the future of that team?
Yeah, I actually had a couple of people try to come at my neck after the trade went through and basically tell me that despite the trade, it didn't matter because Phoenix wasn't going to do anything. And I have to wholeheartedly agree with that fact that Phoenix won't be that much better than they already were. I feel like, well, let me not say than they already were. So compared to last season, I feel like they're actually going to get a whole lot better. CP3 is one of the best point guards in the league. He's a Hall of Famer. He's still, to me, top 5-ish point guard. Facilitation, scoring, leadership is all there. So compared to the last Phoenix team, oh yeah, they're going to get tremendously better. But they're still the 4th best team in their own division. When you think about Los Angeles Lakers and Los Angeles Clippers, you think about the Golden State Warriors. I think, Klay Thompson's injury definitely has bearing on that. But right now, they're still 4th in that division. So I think it helped them get a whole lot better. I feel like CP3 and Devin Booker's chemistry is going to be there from the jump. They're 2 great basketball minds on top of great basketball talents. And I feel like CP3 can definitely up Devin Booker's game, which is already, to me, he's already one of the best, pure scorers in the league. And I think what he did in the bubble just honestly proved that to a tremendous degree. When you think about some of the wins that he was able to amass over teams like the Mavs and the Clippers, that game winner was crazy. But it's honestly what Devin Booker's been doing his whole career, really. I mean, the guy dropped 70 points at 20 years old. So he's always been a proven scorer. I think CP3 is just going to make him that much better, and they finally have a true point guard who can really not only facilitate. Well, I think Ricky Rubio was a great facilitator, but score. That's what CP3 brings to the table, and take some of that pressure off Booker as the number 1 option. And then DeAndre Ayton is still there. He's still, to me, a budding center. He still has a lot to prove, but he's a guy who can easily go get you 20 and 10 if his mind is in the right place. Last year he kind of had that mishap where he had the drug test, but I think that's a big 3 that can stick around for at least 2 years. We'll see what happens with CP3 after this season, but overall, I think it was a great trade, and I do believe it's going to get them to the playoffs.
Yeah, look, going off of that, Justin, I think the Suns really, I said it before, this might be the best free agency move of the year, because you're getting a guy who in CP3 who went to a, just riddled Oklahoma City team that no one thought had a chance, and he led that team to a playoff spot and a battling playoff spot against the Rockets. I think that was a tremendous push and a tremendous move. And the fact that now he goes to the Suns, who, if you ask me, are a better team than what the Oklahoma City Thunder were last season before acquiring Paul, I think that's a great move. And I don't think it's done here for the Suns. I think where they can, really put the cherry on top would have to be in this draft, because as you mentioned, the budding star for the Suns is Devin Booker, and he's still only 24 years old. I think the main idea for this is that, or the main point that they want to take, is that they're going to build for the future. And like I said, Devin Booker is still only 24. So where I think the Suns can really improve, and I'm pretty sure we'll talk about this throughout the day, is if they were to draft the point guard in this draft, get him some mentorship years with CP3, you pair him up with Devin Booker for the future, and I think that can be one of the best backcourts in the league, depending on who they're able to draft, whether it's Tyrese Halliburton, Killian Hayes, whoever it is that you can draft and get, some mentorship years under CP3. I think that would be so beneficial. But for the most part, right now, I really see the Suns making the playoffs after this acquisition. And I think it was a tremendous move that will go down as one of the best moves in free agency history. And I firmly believe that. Of course, we'll have to wait and see until, the season starts. But for the most part, I think the Suns really got it done.
Yeah, like Ronnie and Justin said, pretty much, I'm a big fan of the move. When Chris Paul was traded to Oklahoma City, no one had them making the playoffs. I think the graphic said they had like a 0.6% chance, and he had a career resurgence. For a player whose game isn't built on his athleticism, he's still maintained that elite level of play that he's had for his entire career. His mid-range shot this past season was just superb, and he's still a great playmaker and facilitator for the rest of his teammates. And it showed in Oklahoma City, on a team where he's surrounded by a bunch of other young guards. He was able to come together and lead that team to the playoffs and to a game 7 where they almost upset, a team with 2 former MVPs, or well, Russ wasn't there at that point, but Harden, played in that series. So a phenomenal move. Not only were the Suns able to acquire him without giving up the 10th overall pick, they were able to keep both Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges, two wings who I'm very high on. Now, when they drafted Cam Johnson last year in the lottery, I wasn't a fan of it then, but his shooting ability translated from college to the pros perfectly, and now he's established himself as one of the better shooters, or one of the better young shooters, I should say, in the league. And Mikal Bridges, I've been a fan of him since he was terrorizing the Big East. Just his wingspan, his precision, his timing, his defensive ability, and on the offensive end, he's developing a decent outside shot. So they were able to keep, in my opinion, the two better wings. Yes, it came at the cost of Kelly Oubre, but on an expiring contract, it was worth it. Also, they had to give up Ty Jerome, Jalen LeCue, two young point guards, so they'll probably prioritize point guard with the 10th overall pick. But I think it was a very necessary move. Losing Rubio obviously is unfortunate, but Chris Paul is such a clear upgrade in almost everything. No one expected for him to play at an All NBA level this season, and he managed to do that despite the circumstances. So now you have an All NBA level talent in Chris Paul, Devin Booker, who's one of the best young scorers in NBA history, and you have DeAndre Ayton, who, like Justin said, is capable of averaging 20 and 10, and who last season showed flashes of becoming a dominant rim protector. I mean, if he wasn't suspended those 25 games, I wholeheartedly believe this team would have been the 8th seed. Obviously, I have to check the record or what the record was during his suspension, but it was clear, when he came back, after the suspension and in the bubble, I mean, he just adds so much to that team, in comparison to who they were rolling out at center during his suspension, Frank Kaminsky and Aaron Baines. They're not the level of player that DeAndre Ayton is. So you have a great young scorer in Devin Booker. You have an All-NBA level and Hall of Fame talent in Chris Paul, and you have one of the better young centers in the league who's learning and growing as a player. I think this is a perfect situation for the three of them, and I think this benefits DeAndre Ayton more than anyone on the team. I mean, now you have a point guard who's going to want to give him the ball as much as possible. So a phenomenal move, a necessary move, and didn't cost them their lotto pick tonight. So they get to add in another premium talent. So all in all, great transaction for Phoenix.
Yeah, I think it's a really good move as well. I mean, I love Chris Paul as much as the next person, but the one concern that I might have with this move, and it's just interesting that we kind of view Chris Paul as this player now who is going to come in and kind of revive franchises. He did it with Oklahoma City, obviously. But I think the difference between that team and this team is that Oklahoma City didn't really have an identity. They traded away Paul George. They traded away Russell Westbrook, who was really the heart of that franchise. And they didn't really have anyone, SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, was probably their best player, but he was just also coming in, in that Paul George trade. So it'll be interesting to see him going to Phoenix, which is a team that I think knows who they are. They went 8-0 during the NBA bubble. They have Devin Booker, who's an elite talent in the NBA, DeAndre Ayton, who's going to be a great center for years to come. So it's interesting to see if Chris Paul kind of takes control of that situation in Phoenix. And if that happens, there could be some issues maybe. But I do think that it's going to be a good move. And I would imagine that they make the playoffs. And like you said, Ronnie, they kept that pick. So that's also really solid. I'm interested to see what they do there. I wouldn't be surprised if they take, someone who could play alongside all those pieces that they have now. Maybe someone like Sadiq Bey from Villanova or Patrick Williams from Florida State. A power forward maybe that can play next to DeAndre Ayton. But I wouldn't be surprised if they took a point guard as well. And like you said, kind of groom the point guard for the future to play next to Devin Booker. But Justin, it's some more news that you brought up, and this was a bombshell that really just dropped a few minutes before we went live. Klay Thompson suffered a lower leg injury, star shooting guard for the Golden State Warriors. And I was just scrolling through Twitter, actually, and Mark Spears of ESPN, he tweeted, an NBA source in the known about Klay Thompson's injury. When asked about it, he simply answered, "It's not good." So this is very concerning. Obviously, he just missed the entire season with the torn ACL last year. So if this were to happen again, this could be seriously problematic for this team. But that said, they do have the second pick in this year's draft, and obviously they can use it on a shooting guard for the future. Heaven has him in Heaven's virtual background, Anthony Edwards. So I think that would be a solid pick at number 2, depending on the health of Klay Thompson. But what do you guys think Golden State does here at number 2? They have a lot of options. Obviously, they're going to have a really good team with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins. But what do you think Golden State does at number 2?
See, now the Klay Thompson injury is obviously very unfortunate for their prospects for the season. I'm seeing some people say he tore his right ACL. Obviously, we don't want to speculate, but if it's that severe, at this point, you probably would want to target someone like Anthony Edwards to replace him in the lineup. Now, before knowing of this injury, hours ago, I was under the assumption, I'm seeing a lot of these teams trying to move up, Atlanta and Boston potentially. I was, operating under the thought process like, what if the Warriors trade back with Atlanta, trade down to number 6, Atlanta trades up and gets, Anthony Edwards or LaMelo, whoever's left between the two. Now the Warriors get a premium future lotto pick from the Hawks, and they're in position to draft maybe Onyeka Okongwu, from USC. Now with Klay Thompson's injury being, however severe it is, we don't know what they'll do. And, this is obviously really tough for them because this is now like 40 minutes from their pick. So I think now that they probably stay put and they draft whoever's remaining between LaMelo and Edwards. And if Klay is out for the rest of the season, then I guess this top 2 pick will just slide into his spot in the rotation. But this is, like you said, a tough blow for them, finding this out like 90 minutes before that they picked. It was when the news first came out. It's just really unfortunate for a player who's loved universally and is a big part of their offense and defense. So obviously none of these rookies can come in and replace everything that he provides to the team, but you have to assume someone like Anthony Edwards or LaMelo Ball will at least help somewhat. So tough decision for Golden State. I'm glad I'm not in their draft room right now trying to figure this out.
Yeah, I mean the injury to Klay Thompson, first off, is just tragic, and not to mention the fact that he missed last season with an ACL injury is just so sad to look at. I mean, it's really sad to see that one of if not the greatest backcourt duo in NBA history is getting injured now in their latter years, and there's a lot of potential still there, but praying for the best for Klay Thompson. Hopefully it's not as serious as, a lot of people are making it out to be. But in terms of their second pick, I'm honestly surprised that the Warriors haven't, traded that yet. I really thought that the Warriors were going to go out and, maybe add another superstar to that. We heard rumors earlier that, maybe they'd want to package that in a trade to get another superstar to fit in. I mean, obviously the exit of Kevin Durant, didn't suit them well. And, they did get D'Angelo Russell, but they traded him away halfway through the season. And for the most part, I was really surprised that Golden State didn't look to add to the now rather than add to the future. But it looks like that's the case. And number 2 overall, I really don't see a reason why you don't take either Anthony Edwards or LaMelo Ball. I mean, don't get me wrong, James Wiseman is a tremendous talent, but for the most part, I really think that if you get a guard to play alongside 2 of the greatest shooters in NBA history, you allow him to develop alongside those two, I think that's an enormous feat. That's an enormous thing for their future. So whether it's Anthony Edwards or LaMelo Ball, whichever of the two is left, I think they'll take them and they'll train them. I also just think it's super weird that if the Warriors, the team that we've known for the past 5 years, be the dominant team they are, draft LaMelo Ball after everything we've heard from him over the past years, I just think that'd be so crazy. But for the most part, we're just gonna have to wait and see. And I mean, draft is only about 30 minutes away, so it'll be a fun to watch. It'll be a fun thing to watch, and yeah, it looks like the Warriors will be building for the future, and it'll depend on whichever one of those two guards is left.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of just the unfortunate just cycle of sports. You know, I mean, you can't really predict the injury, and it sucks that this is how this happened. You know, we were kind of talking before we even went on the live, and you mentioned that this is exactly how Shams, the guy who broke it originally, broke the DeMarcus Cousins news from last season when he had a torn ACL. But initially, it was just a leg injury, a lower leg injury, and obviously you don't want to put any type of tabbing on it for its severity. But this, just like I think Jorie, you mentioned that Mark Spears said that it wasn't good. This doesn't appear to be good. All the vibes coming from the Warriors front office right now is the same exact thing, that it doesn't look to be good at all. So, you talk about the balance of power, like Ronnie just said. I mean, Golden State dominated the entire league for years and years and years. And, just because they had so many injuries last year, and then obviously the departure of Kevin Durant, that really harmed them last year. So they didn't even get invited to the bubble. They were pretty much, dead and moot. We're playing with, unknowns like Kai Bowman and Jordan Poole and people coming off the bench for them. So, I mean, it was pretty terrible for them last year. But the thing that they continuously said all season long was, you know what, like, we understand that the injury bug has bit us pretty hard this year, but we're coming back with some force next year. Don't sleep on us. Don't think that we're this dynasty that we have is over, because at the end of the day, shooting does not really age. They've never been the most athletic backcourt to play, but they've always, most people have thought they've been the greatest shooting backcourt for years, before they started winning championships. So it sucks that this happened to Klay Thompson. It sucks that I'm looking at the draft ticket right now. It's 25 minutes and 30-something seconds left until the draft. So to try to revamp your entire draft process, hour or two before it starts is crazy. I agree with what both of you guys said. I think you're just going to go best available at this point and try to develop, pretty much a similar thing to what they did last year when they had D'Angelo Russell, was put him alongside Steph Curry, put D'Angelo at the 2 and Steph at the 1, and just say, figure it out. Basically, we got a great shooting coach in Steve Kerr. We got guys who know how to coach, a great, well-oiled machine in terms of offense. So I think, there's really anywhere they can go. They might draft LaMelo. They might draft Anthony Edwards. I don't see them going for a big man at this point. But it looks like they're going to have to try to set their sights on either next season after this season, or the future in the long term. And that's, before this, that's not what they were trying to do at all. They thought they could go win a championship at least this year. So just really unfortunate news. I know Mark Spears said that it wasn't good, but still hoping and praying that, it can be the least of whatever not good is, that Klay's okay and is able to come back for this season.
Yeah, the Golden State Warriors, obviously they've had a lot of recent success. They've won 3 championships and made the NBA Finals 5 times in the last 6 seasons. And, their 15-win season last year can be attributed to the injuries of Steph Curry and obviously Klay Thompson, and the departure of Kevin Durant as well. You have to remember that they also lost KD in free agency. But this is tough. It's very tough, and it definitely throws a wrench in their plans, I would imagine. But if I'm the Warriors, I think you really have to take a long look at Anthony Edwards. I think he has, more than any player in this draft, the most potential. I think if he gets into a winning situation, I think the reason why he wasn't as engaged as some scouts wanted him to be was because he played for Georgia. And, he had to shoulder a lot of the offensive and defensive, problems there. And I think if he plays alongside a bunch of winners and Steph Curry and Draymond Green and under Steve Kerr, I think that he has an extremely high ceiling. And when this big 3 inevitably fades out of their primes, he could become the face of this franchise. I don't know if someone like Wiseman, who the Warriors have been linked to since the beginning of this entire draft process, really has the potential of someone like Edwards or even LaMelo Ball. And obviously the center position is a need for the Warriors, but with this recent news, it just pushes the issue even more. I think they really have to take a long look at Anthony Edwards and say, this could be our guy. But it's going to be a very interesting draft. This only makes it way more interesting than it already was. Another piece of news that we didn't really mention during our Milwaukee Bucks situation, but the Milwaukee Bucks had originally traded for Sacramento Kings shooting guard Bogdan Bogdanovic in exchange for Dante DiVincenzo, Ersan Ilyasova, and DJ Wilson. But that trade actually fell through, and Bogdanovic is no longer going to be headed to Milwaukee, and he's going to be entering restricted free agency come this Friday. So I thought that would have been a really solid player for the Bucks, but unfortunately that's no longer going to be happening just because Bogdanovic, he had never agreed to that deal. But yeah, I mean, is there any thoughts on that? Because that's a pretty major, point. They were building a pretty solid team around Giannis with Holiday, but now that this trade fell through, this could be problematic for the Bucks.
I think it's an all right move. I mean, like we've said, you already added Drew Holiday, and you've still got Chris Middleton on that team, and that's the closest to a big three I think they'll get without losing any other valuable assets. So I think that's a good enough move. I'm not gonna say picking up Bogdanovich was gonna be a bad move, but I think it was unnecessary. So I still think the Bucks will still be a great team without him. I mean, are they sad that, or should they be upset that they aren't going to be able to get Bogdanovich? Yeah, but in the end, I don't think it's like a killer move that they were absolutely looking for. I think they make do without it. As for the Kings, though, it kind of looks like the Kings are really having to work with the worst situation. First off, they tried dealing away Bogdanovich and trying to get some assets for him. Didn't work out. And now we're hearing, we've been hearing rumors about Buddy Hield wanting out of Sacramento too. So they're in a sticky situation right now. And if you ask me, I think the team with the bigger problem here are the Kings. They're a team who are really close to getting over that hump and building up a team that can make the playoffs consistently. I mean, they're led by De'Aaron Fox and well, for right now it looks like Buddy Hield, but it'll depend on if he actually does leave. But they're getting really close to that, and I think all these recent moves are kind of deteriorating that. So for the Bucks, I don't think it's a make or break move. I just think it keeps them at the same level. For the Kings, though, that's kind of drastic, and it really hurts how far we've seen them get up to this point.
Yeah, I would say I agree with Ronnie, his sentiment. The Bucks made this move. It wasn't a clear upgrade at the position. A lineup of Drew, Bogdanovich, Chris Middleton, Giannis, and Brook Lopez is pretty formidable. But at the end of the day, it's not like Ronnie said, it isn't make or break. This move would have depleted their depth until they were to sign people or players, I should say, on Friday. Now that it's fallen through, I mean, you get to keep a young, promising guard in DiVincenzo. Ersan Ilyasova is really good at drawing charges and shooting, so I guess he offers something for them. DJ Wilson hasn't really gotten too many opportunities to show much since being a former first-round pick, so who knows what happens this season with him. As far as the Kings, yeah, like Ronnie said, they very clearly, come out looking a little rough here. They slid him in the starting lineup and moved Buddy to the bench, and the move worked. Because Buddy started cooking, and Bogdan, of course, with the increased opportunities, his shots or his splits increased as well. And now, rather than recouping some of the assets from Milwaukee, like Ronnie said, Bogdan is now, I believe I saw a tweet where it said he's entering restricted free agency on Friday. So he goes from potentially being on a contender in Milwaukee, the trade falling through. Now, who knows what happens in restricted free agency on Friday? Who's to say the Hawks don't offer him 1 year, $20 million deal, just a big balloon contract. And at that point, the Kings have a big decision to make. Are you willing to commit that much money to him and Buddy Hield when one of them is coming off the bench? Are you willing to match any offer that he gets? He could leave and go to any team with cap space that, is incentive to him. So it's tough for the Kings, that they have a big decision to make once free agency opens up on Friday. They could be potentially letting one of their best players walk when, just a couple of days ago, it seemed like they had Dante DiVincenzo and DJ Wilson and Ursan in return for him. So I would say that they very clearly come out of this trade falling through, with a loss, unless they can retain him for an affordable amount.
Yeah, I mean, I think this goes right back to what I said earlier when we were talking about the Suns, that the Kings are, they're pretty much at the bottom of the barrel in the Western Conference right now. But then if you look at that division, which is just completely, outmatching them in every single facet, even the Suns now are just going to completely dominate them on paper. You're looking pretty shaky. Have mentioned Buddy Hield being slotted into that starting lineup, which I think was a really, really good move. I think, honestly, Buddy Hield's a bucket, a proven bucket, and Buddy Hield knows how to make big shots and, get the ball in the basket, which is what you need to do to win basketball games. And I think they had a decent, upcoming core with De'Aaron Fox and with Marvin Bagley and also Buddy Hield starting into that starting lineup. But Bogdanovich was also a really, really key late game shot taker and maker. He's got a whole highlight montage of just strictly game-winning shots, period. So, I think it's going to be a huge, huge loss. Like both of you guys mentioned, if the Kings aren't able to retain him, I think it's a huge loss for the Bucks. Also, if they're not able to, or the fact they didn't get him in the first place was also a pretty big loss for them. And I think, him being on the Bucks, I thought that was really enough to not necessarily push them over the edge, but to at least contend really, really well with most teams in the Eastern Conference. If the Nets get James Harden, then like Ronny, you said earlier, that's going to be absolutely just over for anybody in the Eastern Conference. There's no match for that whatsoever. But everybody else, when you talk about the conference's top teams, the Sixers, the Bucks, the Nets, the Heat, I feel like, adding Bogey to that lineup, and then obviously slotting him in there with Jrue Holiday, Chris Middleton, Giannis, Brooke, and Robin Lopez, and some of those guys they still have coming off the bench who, I like DiVincenzo better than Pat Connaughton. And I thought, Wesley Matthews was also a great player. It's going to be a big loss for them to lose his defensive abilities. But, you place him with Jrue Holiday. So I thought adding Bogey to that lineup could have really, really allowed them to make some waves in the Eastern Conference. I think they'll still be pretty good, but that would have been a really, really big get. And I believe, a piece that could have pushed them over the top.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting season for sure. Lots of interesting news already. But the draft is 15 minutes away, and there was some other teams that we wanted to cover, but I feel like it's time for us to kind of make some predictions before this draft starts. And I'm really excited about this draft. It's going to alter the course of the league for years to come. But my first question for you guys is, there's been plenty of teams that have been rumored to make a move up, move down, trade multiple picks, whatever it is. But is there a team that, hasn't really been on the radar so much that you expect to make a move during this year's draft?
I'm going to start off.
Oh, I don't. Justin, you want to go?
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
I would say no. I would say I don't see any teams trying to shake the bait and move up in this year's draft. I don't know if we talked about this topic specifically before, but I don't really see a, true talent in this draft that you feel like there's going to be a whole bunch of players trying to move and shake their way around to go get, like we saw in last year's draft with obviously Zion Williamson, if he can stay healthy, and Ja Morant. Those two guys were guys that you look at like they're going to change the franchise immediately. I think, everyone has their upsides. I think Anthony Edwards is going to be a great talent. A lot of people were talking about his old comments yesterday about liking football more than basketball and all this stuff. I still think he's putting the work, he's putting the time. He's still a dominant player. I think he's going to do a lot of things, but I don't know if he's that franchise changer. Same thing with guys like LaMelo Ball. I think, he needs to add scoring to his regime before he can really become that player that actually, vault you into a playoff type team. So, no, I don't see any teams moving up and trying to get their way out of the draft. I actually see some teams trying to move back and move out of that number one pick. I feel like the Timberwolves may be one. I honestly don't see who they would, unless it's, Anthony Edwards and they slide him into that starting lineup immediately. I don't see any real fit for when you talk about big men and point guards. They have D'Angelo Russell. They have Karl Anthony Towns already. So a pick for them at number one, I would say would have to be one man and one man only. And other than that, we talked about the Warriors before who are probably going to make a pick now, but I actually saw a lot of teams moving backwards in the draft instead of moving up. So right now, I don't think there's any prospects that I can look at personally and say they're going to make some teams want to move up and trade up in the draft to go get them.
I'm going to have to disagree. I think if there's going to be one team that moves up that hasn't been on the radar, I'm going to say Detroit. They just made a move about an hour ago to acquire Trevor Ariza and the 16th pick for a heavily protected future first rounder. And when I say heavily protected, I mean like really heavily protected. It's like top 10 protected for next 4 years, and then like top 8, and then after that it becomes like second rounders. It's a lot of jargon, but now they have the 7th pick and they have the 16th pick. If the top 3 is, in whatever order, LaMelo, Anthony Edwards, and Wiseman, which I don't want Wiseman in the top 3, but that's what it seems like it's trending towards right now. I think the Pistons could try and package the 7th and 16th picks up to, say, 4 with Chicago or 5 with Cleveland and try and grab someone like Killian Hayes or a Tyrese Halliburton. That roster just looks like it needs a point guard right now after they bought out Reggie Jackson. Derrick Rose is a little bit on the older side now. They traded Bruce Brown, who, although wasn't a point guard, was at least someone in their backcourt for them. So I could see them packaging, the top 10 pick and then the pick that they just recently acquired to move up just a couple spots, to try and grab, one of the higher regarded point guard prospects, as opposed to, staying and waiting at 7 and picking, whoever is best available or using 16. It seems like this move is meant for a trade up. They acquired the pick tonight. I don't see them staying at 16.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go out and say that I could really see the Wizards moving up from number 9 overall. And, throughout the past 30 minutes, I've kind of been thinking about this. And the narrative with the Wizards has been Bradley Beal and whether or not they're going to deal him away or whatnot. Rumors say otherwise, but think about this. Let's say Golden State isn't so confident on the Klay Thompson injury. And let's say Washington offers them a deal. They send them Bradley Beal since they know they won't have Klay. And with that, they get that number 2 overall pick, and they start rebuilding their future around whoever they can pick at number 2 overall. That could be a smart move. Will it happen? I don't know, because like we said, the Klay Thompson injury is all a question mark. We're hoping that's not the case, but if it is, the NBA is a business, and that might be the way to go for them. But for the most part, I wouldn't be surprised if, Washington does do that, and it would just be interesting. That then again, like I said, that is, probably 1 in a million, because we don't know how that's going to work, but I just think that could be an interesting thing that could get pulled off. But for the most part, I think everything's going to stay sound. I figured if a team wanted to move up, they would have moved up already. I mean, we saw the Knicks package up a pair of draft picks to move their second draft pick up. So I think that was pretty much as far as we're going to get. But for the most part, I think it's going to be an interesting night, and we don't know what could be thrown our way, but nonetheless, it'll be fun to see, because like we said, teams can rebuild their future anytime they want, and tonight would be the night, despite a somewhat lackluster draft. But it'll be interesting to see. It'll be really fun.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Pistons recently traded for the number 16 pick, because what I was thinking was going to happen there had been some rumors that the Celtics wanted to move up in this year's class. And they have 3 picks in the first round at number 14, 26, and 30. And what I was thinking would happen is that Boston would package those 3 picks together and send those to Detroit at number 7 and have the Celtics select Onyeka Okongwu from USC because I feel like he fits that team really well. And then Detroit, at the same time, they would have a bunch of picks in the first round where they could, take some shots on guys who have a lot of upside, but also a lot of risk. Someone like Cole Anthony, maybe, or RJ Hampton, or even Kentucky's Tyrese Maxey, just to name a few. I think that kind of move would be, a win-win for both teams. Like I mentioned, I think Okongwu being placed in Boston in a winning situation next to Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Kemba Walker, he would have playmakers at every position, and he would be able to thrive in a role that he thrived at USC. He's a very versatile defender, and I think if that were to happen, it would be just a win-win for both teams. But another question I have for you guys, is there a sleeper in this year's draft that you've been, that you think is going to just fall way below his, where you think he should be drafted? Yeah, and any of you guys can start. Heaven, let's start with you.
Man, I don't want to. We're talking first round strictly. I'm gonna say, hey, I've been beating the drum for this guy for the last couple months now. Grant Riller, out of Charleston. I love his game, everything he does. It's like he's 6'3", he's built, he's got a nice handle. He finishes at the rim better than any other guard in this class. And I'm not talking dunking and getting flashy. Like, I'm saying his layup package is nearly Kyrie level. Like, he's that good. Pick and roll, he's phenomenal. Spot up, he's phenomenal. Every aspect of the game that you could think of, like, he got it. He literally has everything except for defense. Defensively, he is a bit of a question mark. And I'll cut him some slack in college. He's the main offensive guy. Sometimes you slack off on defense every once in a while. I mean, we saw it with Moss Powell here at Seton Hall many a time. You got so much pressure on you offensively, that they can't expect you to be, locked down on the defensive side too. So I think if you're looking for a prospect, that can control the ball, who can facilitate, who can make plays for his team, who can finish, at all 3 levels, 3-point range. He's got deep range as well, extending to, we're talking the volleyball line. And he can finish at the rim with a various array of moves. I think, I feel as if he should go in the lottery. I have him as a top 5 point guard in this draft, but, because he went to Charleston, he'll probably go past 20, which is unfortunate for someone of his caliber. I like him a lot. I have him, really high on my board, and I think he would be an asset to any team, looking for a playmaker off the bench.
In terms of, a sleeper player, I've got, 2 if I'm allowed to cheat the system a little bit, but my number 1 guy would definitely be Malachi Flynn, point guard from San Diego State. First off, he was a great leader for that team. Was a tremendous shooter. I'm pretty sure he shot close to 40% from 3. And, I've seen a lot of mock drafts where they have him in, the 20s. And I don't see a reason why he won't be, maybe around the 15 pick, because he's a great point guard. He's a great shooter, and he's all around. And he was able to lead that San Diego State team to, a single digit ranking in the national level. So he's definitely one of my guys. The other one who I really want to look at would be Precious Ochoa, who really got to shine after the departure of James Wiseman. He's athletic. He's a rim protector. He's just so great. And, his defense was also immaculate. He proved at points last year that he was able to guard, really any position from forward to center. So I think he definitely has a lot of potential in this draft. And, if he can move up for all we know, I mean, there could be teams who are perfectly set on him who are, in the top 10, or, he could fall. But yeah, those are two guys who I really think can make a splash should a team, want to move up and shock the world in a way and try and take them out.
So I'm gonna give you three since we're cheating the system a little bit. I like Tyrell Terry from Stanford. I feel like he is a really, really, really good shooter. He might be the best shooter in the draft. I think, his playmaking is there. He has really all the tools of one of the next great point guards, except for, I guess you could argue, size, which, at this point, I don't know if size is really that big of a question mark. There's plenty of smaller point guards. I know Kyle Lowry, a lot of people like to say that he's a wide guy. So, that may not fall into the size department there, but he's short. Chris Paul is short. Trae Young is short. So in terms of the point guard spot, I feel like your quickness and your ability to get the ball up, your shot release really has a lot of, significant backing in terms of you being able to be a great player. I feel like if, there's so many different moves and just opportunities for guys to create space in this type of NBA that I feel like size is really not that big of a deterrent. Maybe on the defensive side of basketball, but Tyrell Terry is definitely one. His shooting mixtape is just absolutely ridiculous. He hits Trae Young type shots. If we're sticking with the point guards, I'll give another point/shooting guard, which is actually a JUCO prospect named Jay Scrubb, who his highlights on YouTube are absolutely ridiculous.
I can't stand him. I'm sorry, Justin. I don't mean to cut you off. He was committed to Louisville, and then he decided to declare for the draft. It's fine. If he gets drafted tonight, good for him. But, I'm cool.
Oh, I thought you was going to say he's trash, but I see why you don't like him. But, yeah, this dude, Jay Scrubb, I believe he's around 6'6". And, yeah, I mean, I understand you're paying that, but that dude would have made a difference at any program he went to in college. He was only JUCO in the 2 seasons that he played in college, but, yeah, he was committed to go play Division I basketball, and he probably would have had a really, really great season had he done that. I mean, he can do pretty much everything on the floor. He plays defense. He's a great shot maker. He's super, super athletic, and he's also sizable. He gives you kind of a different feel with that lefty stroke. So I feel like Jay Scrubb is going to slide a little bit in the draft, but he might get some first-round buzz that people are, sleep on right now. But, go watch his highlights on YouTube. That's all I can say about Jay Scrubb. And then to finish off, I like Zeke Naji from Arizona. I feel like he's a springy athlete, similar to Precious that you mentioned, Ronnie. And I don't want to put him in the same breath as Onyeka because I feel like Onyeka Okongwu is just completely different in terms of big men. But Zeke Naji is he's a springy athlete. He can run, he can jump, he gets boards, he can protect the rim. He does pretty much everything you want from a rebounding / defensive big man. His scoring isn't completely there. He doesn't have his post game down pack, but I just feel like that type of raw athleticism that you see from his spot. And, what we've seen from Arizona big men in the past as well. I believe they have a great coach down there in terms of getting big men to do well at the next level. With Arizona's big men, I feel like Zeke Naji could also be a player that could make some waves after he gets drafted and going on into the beginning of his career.
Yeah, those are all really good picks. One player that I feel like hasn't been talked about enough, and it's surprising because he plays in such a phenomenal program, is Duke's Cassius Stanley. I feel like he might be the best athlete in the whole draft. He has something like a 46-inch vertical or something ridiculous like that. And I feel like a lot of scouts see him as just a raw athlete without any real skill set. But playing at Duke last season, he shot 36% from three on 3 attempts per game, and he even shot 43% on his catch and shoot threes. So I feel like a team that, a solid team in the late first round, maybe the early second round, is going to take a flyer on him, and I feel like he could really develop into something special. Unfortunately, having your Lakers traded away their first-round pick, I feel like him in Los Angeles with LeBron would have been insane. But, hey, you got Dennis Schroeder, so I guess it was a good trade. But, I mean, I think he's going to be a really solid player, regardless of where he goes. There was an interview with Gilbert Arenas, and he was saying Cassius Stanley, he might not dominate in college, but He just has the NBA body and the NBA tools, physical tools to just dominate in the NBA. So we'll see if he was right about that. I think he's going to be a really solid player. So watch out for Cassius Stanley. And if you want to, look at some more sleepers, check out Heaven's article that he posted earlier today. He posted some really nice sleepers.
I mean, hey, I don't want to brag. I'm saying Lamine Janae, he might be the next Siakam, or he could just be a bust. Sam Merrill, he is a sniper. And Saban Lee is, in my opinion, a much better athlete than Cassius Stanley. Although he's not as nearly efficient, he at least has a better handle and can jump about as high. Except he's 6'2", and Cassius is whatever. Not the point. Next question.
Yeah, I mean, there's the NBA. It's 8:02 right now, so the NBA draft will certainly be starting soon. Minnesota will be on the clock relatively soon. I think the most important question that we're gonna have throughout this entire night: does Miles Powell get drafted? We're a Seton Hall school. This is imperative. I think every NBA fan needs to know the answer to this question. Does Miles Powell get drafted tonight?
I mean, he will probably, most likely. I mean, I don't like his NBA prospects, but he just won Jerry West Shooting Guard of the Year, and he was an All-American selection. So, for some team to not take a flyer on him in the 50s range, I could see it happen. And if that's the case, then that'll be a great story. We've all covered him extensively during his time here at Seton Hall, and we know how hard he works and how he has applied himself to his craft and how he's worked on bettering himself, whether it was conditioning or shooting ability. So, and it sucks that he didn't get either tournament to boost his stock in the way that Carson Edwards did, but he's still a phenomenal player, and he showcased that during his time here. So if he gets selected, it'll be a great story, and congrats to him. Do I think he does? Probably somewhere in the 40, 50 area. And, from there, it'll be fun to watch and see if he can try and iron out a role.
Yeah, I think he gets drafted. I think, I completely agree with you, Evan, that all of us would love to see him get drafted just because we all go to Seton Hall, and we've seen the type of ascent that he's had from pretty much being a third-ish option in his sophomore year with Angel and a couple of other guys playing with Miles, but then just ascending to that crazy year he had his junior year and then senior year, and he was a preseason All-American, and he basically lived up to all that hype and did everything that he expected to and then some. You talk about the Michigan State game, you talk about his 29-point half in Big East play, you talk about the Georgetown game. He's had just crazy appearances, and like you said, I mean, the NCAA basically tabbed him as the best shooting guard in the country. So I think if they had the NCAA tournament and Seton Hall would have went far, I think it was Bleacher Report actually predicts Seton Hall to win the whole thing. So if they would have, and Miles Powell would have had a crazy tournament, I think you're probably talking about him as a potential first rounder right now. Same thing we saw with guys like Kemba Walker with his crazy tournament performance. Guys like Shabazz Napier, for example, who just had crazy tournament runs and vaulted their draft stock to, crazy, just unbeknownst slots that you would never expected before the tournament started. So, I mean, he's a proven scorer. I feel like you can't coach scoring, and that's one thing that a lot of guys in this draft can't do. So his ability to put the ball in the basket, I don't know how well he pans out. Going forward, his body is not the NBA prototype. He's pretty slow on defense. His handle isn't all the way there, but he can put the ball in the basket. And if you need guys to put the ball in the basket, then you draft Miles Powell. So I do think he's going to get drafted. And I'm going to say later, 50 to 60 slot in the second round is my prediction.
Yeah, I've been battling this idea for the longest time. I don't really know if I can see Miles Powell getting drafted tonight, and I don't think that's a harsh thing to go out and say. I mean, he is a certified bucket getter. We all know that, but I've been looking at mock drafts, and I don't like using mock drafts to justify who gets drafted when. But in some of them, I'm not even seeing Marcus Howard get drafted, and if I'm not seeing Marcus Howard get drafted, it's difficult for me to go out and say that Miles Powell will. Regardless of that, I do think he gets drafted tonight. I mean, don't get me wrong, I could definitely see if he doesn't, but I do think he will go in the 50s. And, that's definitely, fringe, because then you're just 10 picks away from not getting drafted. But I think, I said this in a sports talk before, he has to go to a team that has already a starting point guard who doesn't focus on scoring. And then you draft a guy like Miles Powell who can come off the bench and give you some buckets, in a limited amount of time. That's the kind of guy, he's a microwave scorer. He can score it, in short periods of time. So I'm thinking maybe Philly might take him with one of their 40 or 50 picks. He could go to the Raptors too with Kyle Lowry to add some, scoring depth there. And I mean, heck, what if he goes to Golden State, a team who really needs depth at the guard positions? He could go there, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see where he goes. And I mean, we might have to wait a while until we see him go, but definitely in the 50s will be the way to go. And it'll be such a fun narrative to see him grow, because we know he's a certified leader. He has tremendous work ethic, and he's such a hard player. He plays with so much passion that we know no matter where he goes, he'll make the best of it. And that's just the Miles Powell we know.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be very interesting. I don't know if he's going to get drafted tonight, and if he doesn't, it might be a blessing in disguise, because he'll be able to sign wherever he wants as an undrafted free agent. So like you mentioned, I think Philly would be a nice place. That's where he said he wanted to go. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Miles Powell. But Minnesota Timberwolves, they're on the clock. There's a minute left before they make the selection. So, guys, really quickly, who do you guys think goes number one overall?
I think they go LaMelo. I feel like this is just clear. I mean, again, he's 6'7", 6'8" in shoes, playing point guard. He's one of the best passers at this age that I've ever seen. His dribbling ability, he has range all the way out to half court. We've all seen it, and sure, while it might be a bit of a media circus, I feel like, you just don't pass on these players. Anthony Edwards is a phenomenal, or he has the potential to be a phenomenal scorer, but, there's a lot of scorers. I can't name too many 6'8" point guards besides, LeBron and Ben Simmons and Luka, who can, handle it somewhat. Those big guards, those guys don't pop up every year. You've got one this year. You got one next year in Cade Cunningham. I mean, once you get past those guys, I mean, the level of, or the number of guys with this size and playmaking ability and shooting ability is very slim. I think you have to take this guy 100%.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Ev. I feel like you got to go LaMelo. I feel like he's the difference maker in this draft. I think, everything you said is a spot on. He's a tall point guard. You don't find point guards that height anywhere, basically anywhere, unless you're looking at maybe Magic Johnson or Ben Simmons, like you said. Guess you can slot LeBron into that, but he's a super tall point guard and a super skilled, playmaking, visionary point guard who can basically see what's going to happen in the play right before it happens. Similar to Lonzo. So I think they're going to go with LaMelo. Think they're going to figure out how to slot him in with D. Russ and Karl-Anthony Towns. And I mean, even though the fit may not be the most adequate, may not be the best fitting pair of gloves or shoes or whatever you want to call it in terms of clothing items, I think you got to go with LaMelo just because he's the most different and rare prospect that you have in this draft. And when you don't have an adequate fit for anybody, because I don't see anybody else being that perfect fit for Minnesota's offense right now, I think you just got to go with the best available. I think the best available is LaMelo Ball.
Well, it looks like the commissioners are going to come out and make this choice. So I guess we'll just sit back and relax and watch this.
And the selection is Georgia shooting guard Anthony Edwards. Wow. I mean, guys, let's just immediate reactions. I guess, Ronnie, since I guess you didn't really get to make your prediction, what do you think of this selection? Anthony Edwards to Minnesota.
Wow.
I'm happy that they went out and got a two guard, because they already have a point guard in D'Lo, and D'Lo is one of the smartest players in the league. His IQ is up there, and I didn't get to say who I thought was going to go number 1 overall, but I was going to hit the three-peat. I was going to agree with LaMelo going number 1 overall just because I figured him and D'Lo would, fill it up enough. But for the most part, I think it's a tremendous move. And yeah, now you have a point guard in D'Angelo Russell. You tack on a potential superstar in Anthony Edwards, and then you have a big man down low in Cat. I think that's a great move. So regardless, I was hoping that they'd go for a guard, and they did. It didn't matter which one of the two, as long as they, package someone with D'Lo. So I think that's a great move, really.
Before anyone else gives any more analysis, I would just like to mention that we have our Golden State Warriors correspondent, Ty Soso, joining us. How you doing, Ty?
What's up, guys? Glad to be here. How's everybody doing tonight?
All right, man.
We're all doing pretty good.
Yes, sir.
Got some interesting things going on.
But so Heaven or Justin, I mean, what do you guys think of this pick for Minnesota?
I agree on the move. I kind of saw this coming. They traded, a pretty highly regarded pick for next draft in order to get D'Lo from Golden State in the first place. So just the capital that they gave up, I feel like to immediately slide him off ball, in drafting LaMelo, it just wouldn't be smart. So them picking Anthony Edwards allows D'Lo to remain at least the primary ball handler and playmaker on that team. And Anthony Edwards can, chill in that off-ball role and take his lumps as a rookie that way.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely wasn't a bad pick. I guess your two positions for Minnesota would be Jarrett Culver, Malik Beasley, those guys. So, I mean, Anthony Edwards can probably come in and start over top of both of them if he, has his head on straight and is really in tune to the game, which I believe he is. I believe he'll work hard and he'll be into the game of basketball because he's now the number 1 overall pick. So it's going to be a couple dollar signs coming in with that check that he's going to get. But, I think he'll work well with D'Angelo Russell. I think D'Angelo Russell is a great point guard for any rookie to come in and play with. And then you have basically what I believe Minnesota is trying to create here is a big three with Anthony Edwards being able to score and play defense. D'Angelo Russell would be the number 2 go-to guy, and then Karl-Anthony Towns, obviously you're clear number 1. So I like the fit, but we have about 2 minutes left on the Warriors clock. So I guess we should probably go to our Warriors correspondent, Mr. Soso. What's up?
Yeah, so the Warriors are in an interesting spot now because, by now we all hear about what's going on with Klay Thompson and his potential injury. So hopefully he gets better soon. I think we are all really excited to see how the Pacific Division will work out this year because you just had Phoenix making the big trade for Chris Paul. And obviously you got the Lakers, the Clippers, and the Warriors coming back. So that was definitely looking like it was going to be the biggest division in the entire league probably. So, I still think that they'll probably stick with James Wiseman for their second pick. They do need a center. That's the one hole that they have. But it'll be interesting because LaMelo Ball is also on the board and they know more than we do in that war room for Golden State. So they definitely know a little more about the injury with Klay Thompson than we do. So I wouldn't be surprised if they take LaMelo Ball, expecting that they might need another guard, but I do expect them to stay with James Wiseman at the end of the day.
Yes, and the pick is in for the Warriors. But, one last thing about Anthony Edwards, like I mentioned earlier, I think he has the highest ceiling of anyone in this year's draft. I feel like he has, the NBA body. He's 6'5", 225, the 6'9" wingspan. He can shoot. He's obviously a phenomenal athlete. He played football in his youth. He even said that he could play for Georgia during their SEC championship game against LSU.
I don't know.
I think they certainly could have used him then. But, I think Edwards, he's going to be a really, really great player, especially pairing him with D'Angelo Russell and Karl-Anthony Towns. That big three, that's going to be scary for the Western Conference for many years to come if those three all, hit their ceiling. But, now we're still waiting for the commissioner to announce this pick for the Warriors. A lot of tension here.
Jorie, what's your prediction for the pick?
Whew. I mean, this is tough. I think that it's gotta be. I would say they're gonna go LaMelo. Let's say LaMelo.
It's gotta be.
It-
If it's Wiseman, this is tough.
I'm going Wiseman, man.
what makes it crazy is that I mean, I can't see LaMelo, working out in Golden State. I feel like, there's already an identity there with Curry and Klay Thompson, and hopefully if he stays healthy. So adding LaMelo there, I feel like the team is gonna have to adapt to his, identity. And
You're right.
I don't think that'd work, but I mean, who knows?
I agree with you, Ronnie, because I feel like it's similar to the D'Angelo Russell situation there last year. They moved him simply for the fact that it probably wasn't going to work when Klay was healthy. So I feel like if they were to draft LaMelo and Klay Thompson was okay, then it would be the exact same thing, except probably worse. But Golden State's really deep this year because, they also got Eric Pascal, who I know we all saw being in the Big East. He was dominating Seton Hall when he was at Villanova. And he just came off a very good rookie season, making all rookie first team.
What do you guys think about Jay Billis is best available right now? You have James Wiseman and you have Melo, but then third is Tyrese Halliburton. What do you guys think about that possibility?
Tyrese Halliburton definitely doesn't get enough love. I mean, at Seton Hall, people who had to cover, Seton Hall men's basketball, we saw him play twice. We saw him play twice against us. So we should know, what he's capable of.
He was cooking.
Yeah. But yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly like Tyrese Halliburton. I thought, like you guys mentioned, we saw him against Seton Hall. He's going to be a solid player, I think. I don't know if he can be a lead guard necessarily. I think I think a team like Atlanta, if he paired up with Trae Young, I think that would be perfect for him because he doesn't have to necessarily be, the creator of all the offense, and he can kind of play off Trae Young and have Trae Young have all the defensive attention. So I think in that backcourt, that would be solid. I think in a perfect world, Anthony Edwards would have went to Atlanta, but I think a nice backup is Tyrese Halliburton. But here comes Commissioner Silver to the podium to announce Golden State's pick. And that selection is James Wiseman.
Wow.
So it makes sense. I think it makes sense. I mean,
no, because I'm sorry. I just have to vent. It's like, okay, so he only played 3 games in college against like Illinois, Chicago, and some other team. In his 1 game against actual good competition against Oregon, he got bullied the whole game by Francis Okoro. So it's like, okay, let's look at his high school tape, his AAU, his EYBL stuff. Let me just, bruh, he's 7'1" with a 7'6" wingspan. He averaged under 7 rebounds in EYBL play. All right. Check out his true shooting percentage in EYBL, 53%. All right. Isaiah Stewart, who bullied him, 60%. Onyeka Okongwu, 75%. Bol, 74%. Like, I don't get it. He has weak hands, right? It takes him a long time to load up when he's catching lobs. I guess the allure with this guy is that he can shoot and he can get blocks and he can do all these moves. There's another guy, Alexei Pokusevski, who can do all those things significantly better, and he's not as slow or oh my god, I'm just losing brain cells. Like, I think this is happening.
I think Kevin started trying to call an early bust right here.
Yeah, is that what I'm hearing?
And that's the thing. I'm not praying on his downfall at all. Like, I understand I'm sounding like a hater right now. If he pans out in the league, like, kudos. I'm just saying there's a lot of things he has to do in order to pan out, and everything that I've seen to this point just hasn't shown me that he will. And I've seen him, top 3, top 5 for months now. But it's like, if you sit down and you watch the tape, and not only the tape, but you look at the numbers of when he actually went against good competition, he wasn't good. He didn't look good at all. He was bullied around, and it showed in his play. Like I said, his hands are bad. His time to load up when he dunks, he's not as athletic as he seems. It's it's a lot of red flags and question marks. But again, if he pans out, good for Golden State. I wish him the best. I'm just saying there were better options there, and I don't like him as much as other people do.
Do you believe he's injury prone?
I don't even if he's out there. Does it matter? Him not being on the court probably helps the Warriors. Honestly, if he's injury prone, that honestly assists Golden State even more because he's out there. He's only a hindrance.
Wow. Wait, can I ask you something?
Sure, Ty.
Who's your what player do you think is closely like him that's already in the league?
Hassan Whiteside, maybe. Maybe.
That's pretty good.
It's and that's the thing. With him is
he's a better finisher than Whiteside.
Is he Ronnie? I'm telling you,
or he has the potential to do so.
He didn't show any of that though. And the thing with him was in college he would always try and make these plays off the dribble. He would always try and shoot off the dribble, like as if he was trying to portray himself as a unicorn, as a Kristaps or a KD, and he's not that good at that. There's just other players like I mentioned, Pokusevski, who play the same position as him, who are younger and who have a higher ceiling and a higher floor. I don't get this pick at all. I don't like him really at all. But he's probably a cool guy. He's probably a cool person, and I'm sure he's a hard worker. And maybe he has a future if he cleans up almost everything. But I mean, oh my God, I'm sorry.
I think with Wiseman, I feel like he kind of gets clumped in together with he's just like a rim running center that can catch lobs and play defense, and then he gets all and then whenever that happens, they inevitably get compared to someone like DeAndre Jordan or the Knicks Mitchell Robinson, but I really don't feel like he's as athletic laterally as those two. I think vertically he's obviously a threat. And he's obviously, like Heaven said, he's 7'1", so he's going to be catching plenty of lobs. But I don't know. I'm not sure what I think of Wiseman. I honestly feel like Okongwu has more potential in the league. I feel like he has a lot of untapped potential.
Yes, sir.
That's a good take. That's a good take. I like Okongwu better.
But Charlotte's pick is up now, so now we get to see where Charlotte goes.
Look, Michael Jordan.
Here we go.
And it's LaMelo Ball.
Oh
yes,
my
and,
God!
The most polarizing player probably in this year's draft.
That's interesting. That's an interesting pick considering what they already have.
Yeah.
Look at my dog.
The two best players on the Hornets right now are point guards.
Look at my dog.
And not to mention they were about to trade.
I like PJ
for
Washington.
Russell Westbrook too.
Yes, I don't really know what their long term.
Probably off the table. Think of you got Melo, you got Malik Monk, you still got Miles Bridges, PJ Washington. Man, that's a
lot of cards.
Gary Terry too.
You got Devontae.
You like it?
You still got Devontae. I love this pick. All right, at the end of the day, we're looking at a market like Charlotte where, let's be honest, no one's signing there. That's why the move was floated, for them to go out and get Westbrook. Just to sell tickets and bring some sort of buzz. LaMelo does the same thing, except he doesn't cost $40 million a year, and he's taller and probably I don't want to say he's better for a team, because that would be disrespect to Westbrook. But I like this pick, and I think he fits well with the youth and the culture that they're trying to build there. I've loved him as a player for the last 4 or 5 years, and I think he has a bright future.
I will say though, I'm still, hesitant to like LaMelo Ball, and I was talking to this.
Why?
I was talking to this with other people. I think LaMelo Ball is going to end up like his brother, listen to me, a super high ceiling that he might never reach.
Ronnie, but he's already a better passer than his brother.
But listen, look at how good of a passer we saw Lonzo. How good he was in college. He wasn't able to translate that as well into the NBA. So how do we know he'll be able to do the same thing?
He's been fine. His defense has, immediately his defense has progressed insane, since college, and now he's developing a 3-point shot. The playmaking's always been there. He's already a better passer, dribbler than his brother. He has more range than Zoe. The defense, polar ends of the spectrum, but I mean, it's not a concern. He's 18, 19 years old. Ronnie, please just buy stock, please.
Don't get me wrong. He's definitely a better scorer than Lonzo too, and he's probably he has a higher IQ than Lonzo, but I just don't know, man. I'm not seeing much from it. I feel like there's so much of a narrative around him that
I wasn't sold on LaMelo really either. Apparently, obviously Lonzo Ball being his brother, it just came up graphic that they're the first pair of brothers to go top 5 in the NBA draft. So kudos to that family. LeVar Ball, that's good for him, But I wasn't really sold on LaMelo originally. I just thought he was kind of like a prima donna. I didn't really think that he was – I just didn't really like him. But, the more film that you watch, the more I got sold on him. I think that he's going to be a tremendous talent in the NBA. I feel like he's going to be just, a force to be reckoned with. His passing ability is absurd. It really doesn't even make sense sometimes when you're watching it. It really doesn't. So I feel like that's going to immediately translate into the NBA. And then obviously he has some holes, shot creation and obviously his defensive limitations. But I think, he's got the size. I believe he's 6'7", so he's going to be certainly a solid player in the NBA. But up next, we got the Chicago Bulls, and their pick is in. So, what do you guys think? With the top 3 all season long, it was projected Anthony Edwards, James Wiseman, and LaMelo Ball. So that was chalk. So, what do you guys think that Chicago does at number 4?
I think now with their decisions that they made on Chris Dunn and Shaquille Harrison, I could see them targeting a point guard, maybe like Killian Hayes or Tyrese Halliburton. I think that would help them significantly at that position. They have Kobe White right now, but who knows?
And that is a shocker. I don't think anyone saw this coming. Wow. I really don't think anyone saw this coming, and the pick is Patrick Williams, small forward from Florida State.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
I was going to say, I do think Chicago needs to add some depth at one of their forward positions.
They do.
I didn't think it'd be
They still have Otto Porter, though.
Williams, though.
Otto Porter's not good.
And Chandler, he is good. He's just injury prone. And they have Chandler Hutchinson. Like Patrick is fun and cool. Like I like him more than Obi Toppin. But
really?
Top 5? Yes.
Whoa. Are you serious right now?
He does everything Obi Toppin does, and he's not 22. This isn't
bro, Obi Toppin like the next Blake Griffin, bro.
Okay.
I feel like what
we're gonna get to that.
What Patrick Williams is, he's kind of like a solid glue guy. I don't think he has the upside of someone like Obi Toppin, but I feel like his ceiling in the NBA could be someone like Paul Millsap, where he's just like, I feel like a lot of people see him as a small forward, but he's definitely a lot, athleticism wise, physically, he plays like a power forward. And I think that he's going to be someone like that, where I feel like Chicago knows who their stars are going to be. They have Kobe White, they have Zach LaVine, they have Lauri Markkanen, they have Wendell Carter. So I feel like he's going to just fit right in with that team. And, while they might not have got the upside of someone like an Obi Toppin, I feel like this is a solid pick, actually.
I'll say this about Patrick Williams. He's the only college freshman since 2008 to shoot 80% from the line, 50% inside the arc, and have a steal percentage of over 2.5 and a block percentage of over 5%. Now, I know Obi Toppin, he has the flash and he has the dunks and he just won National Player of the Year and he's cool and all, but he's a 22-year-old sophomore, can't exactly play defense the way Pat Williams can. And, any other time he went up against, an actual big man, he struggled to finish, around them, over them, or through them. So I'm a little bit limited on Obi Toppin. It's not to say I don't like him. He'll be perfectly fine for someone in the late lottery range, but I can understand them picking Patrick Williams over him. Now, Devin Vassell on the board, Killian Hayes on the board. I don't know if I'm taking Patrick Williams over them, but there was a lot of buzz behind Pat's name before today, and now that he's skyrocketed up the board, to a top 5 guy. Him and Lauri Markkanen basically play the same position. So it'll be interesting to see, what they do with him, Wendell Carter Jr. The front court is starting to get a little packed in Chicago.
Yeah, honestly, they might trade Wendell Carter Jr. I was seeing Wendell Carter Jr.'s name in a couple trade talks earlier, and Killian Hayes. I mean, he's a great point guard, but I feel like they got a lot of faith in Kobe White. So in terms of that, Kobe White, I feel like that's their point guard of the future. They already want to get rid of Chris Dunn. I think Wendell Carter Jr. is probably on his way out as well. So yeah, you're right about Patrick Williams playing the same exact position as Lauri Markkanen, but I think this was the safest pick they could have made. Honestly, I think Obi Toppin, his downside is that he's older. And yeah, I think this is just a solid but safe pick. I don't think they went too far on the deep end to go try to get a different type of player that has a high ceiling but also a very, very low, I guess, basement if he were to not pan out. Patrick Williams is not going to be a bust, simply put.
Yeah, I think it was a safe pick because, he doesn't have like some crazy high potential. Like people aren't expecting him to come in and save Chicago, but at the same time, he's not really like a bum. He has a lot of talent. He's athletic. So I feel like it was a safe pick, like you said, Justin. And I also do expect him to move Wendell Carter. He's kind of underperformed. I believe he got injured for a little while too. I know there's rumors before the draft started that they were looking to trade him to Golden State. So I thought that would have been interesting considering how the Warriors make kind of average centers look a lot better than they are. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in Chicago with that front court because they got a lot of front court players right now. So
I also thought it'd be interesting. Should one of the top 2 guards fall to Chicago, I figured they'd want to pick up, a 2 guard, and if Zach LaVine does leave, then they'd be able to supplement that.
That's also true.
But I mean, this is a pretty solid pick. I know a lot of people might not be happy with it. Like I said, I'm very high on Obi Toppin. I think he's like, not a carbon copy, but he's pretty close to Blake Griffin, but with a better shot.
I can see that. You see him going to Cleveland now? Because Cleveland's a weird situation. They still got Kevin Love there.
Still got Kevin Love. Tristan Thompson might be on his way out too.
And then Drummond just opted in to his player option, which he wasn't getting that money anywhere else, so it makes sense.
I think they'll take Isaac Okoro. I think they target a wing here just because they have Garland and Sexton already.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they should just address. I mean, their front court is weak, but at center it has to be either Okongwu or Vassell at this spot for me. Just because those are in my opinion, those are 2 of the better remaining players. And last year they solidified their backcourt with Garland and Sexton. You draft Vassell, you can slide either Garland or Sexton. If that's your point guard, shooting guard of the future, then Vassell can play the 3. He can slide down to the 2.
Yeah.
Okongwu is capable of playing either the 4 or the 5. Whether they deal Kevin Love or Tristan Thompson leaves in free agency, he can really fill that need easily.
So you think they're gonna draft Okongwu?
Don't sleep on
either him or
Avincha. Don't sleep on Devi Avincha.
That's what I think they're taking.
Don't sleep on
Yes,
They need a 3.
Don't make me repeat it. You know what I'm talking about.
Denny Avdia. He's cool.
They need a 3.
They need a wing. They need a
Iraqi
wing.
defense force.
Who's their current wing? It's I can't remember his name.
Kevin
Dylan
Porter
Windler.
Jr.
Dylan Windler. Kevin Porter. He's also
Kevin Porter Jr. also just got arrested. So
Yeah,
I really
I don't know what's going on with him.
I like Kevin Porter Jr. though.
There's a lot of talent.
He's tough, but like
I like Kevin Porter Jr., but
I feel like Okongwu is like a layup. He's the layup pick here. Because you got young guys at other positions, but at the front.
I think it's
Oh, they picked him. No,
Denny. I think it's Denny. That's my prediction, but I don't know.
They picked him. They're showing all the remaining process. They didn't
pick me, bro. That's why I said never mind.
I think it's Denny.
This guy.
It might be Denny. If they really want to solidify their wing, then
we need a Okongwu right here, right now.
I think it's Denny.
Otherwise,
it's not going to be Denny. I just saw who it was, unfortunately. But
don't spoil, bro.
And wow, Isaac Okoro from Auburn.
I said Okoro. I mean, that's cool.
Whoa. That's a solid.
You did say that they need a wing.
Yeah,
and he's great at defense.
Yeah, he's not as good as a shooter as Vassell, but significantly better defender. just like on the perimeter. He can guard 1 through 3, really even some force. I mean, his wingspan, his lateral quickness, his leaping ability, not leaping ability, just athleticism, precision, timing. I think this is a great pick for them, and
I
an
think
interesting one.
He's an upgrade from Chetty Osman to me. I don't think he's good at all. To be
I forgot Osman was.
Easily an upgrade from Austin.
honest. He can't.
Bro, Osman
he
was
started
working
out
out
good,
with
but-
Braun. Osman was working out. He was working out with Braun, Kawhi,
Former
KD.
teammates.
I saw Jetty on the side.
I think a narrative that should be targeted right here is that there are a lot of players who were fringe top 10 picks have gotten in the top 5. So what does that? What does
That's
that?
very true.
No,
I
I
think
would say the only one was Pat Will. I saw Okoro
I don't know.
7 for like.
I saw Okoro in the top 10.
I think
I saw
Ronnie
Okoro
might be
top
onto
7 for
something
this
because
entire
I think a lot of people expected Denny Avdia to go top 5 somewhere.
Yeah, that's what.
A lot of
Okay.
I don't think anyone really projected Patrick Williams to go number 4, especially.
No, I didn't see that coming. I
see
thought
that
he was going to go late 10.
So there's certainly a lot of really
I thought
good
it was going to
prospects
the
that come
Spurs.
through. I think right here, I think Atlanta, I think it's Halliburton. I really think it's
I think
Another
that-
point guard?
I think they take a big man. I think
they
I don't
take
know.
Denny because
I
they
think
just
Denny,
just traded for Capella and then
I
they
agree
still
with
got
you,
John
John.
Collins.
I think they'll take a big man, and I think it's gonna.
I really think it's going to be Tyrese. I feel like him and Trae Young is too good to pass up. I really do.
Jorie, what about?
I love Okongwu, but I really think they should take Halliburton.
I think it might be Okongwu. I think they're pleasant with the situation with Trae Young and leaving him as the number 1 guy for right now.
But what do you do with John Collins and Clint Capella then if you draft Okongwu?
Oh, well, there was talks that they were looking to trade John Collins because he's up for a contract extension. So
I can see that happening.
if they don't get that contract extension, definitely expect them to move him.
Yeah, that's very true. I feel like his future really rides on what happens at this pick.
Oh
for sure.
yeah.
I like John Collins though.
Yeah, John Collins is a stud. Don't get me wrong.
I think he has all-star potential.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like it makes the most sense. Like, obviously they have Trae Young, and then at the wings you just drafted Cam Reddish and DeAndre Hunter last year. So I feel like you have to give them at least another season to kind of progress. And then, like we just mentioned, they have Clint Capella, who they traded for, and John Collins. So I feel like that shooting guard spot, or not really even a shooting guard, just combo guard spot, is just the position of need. And one of the best players still on the board is a guy who can do that in Tyrese Halliburton. So
how do you feel about the guys that they have right now at that wing spot? And Kevin Huerter, in Cam Reddish, and then DeAndre Hunter, correct? Is it Hunter? Yeah, Hunter.
Yeah. I like all 3 of those guys.
Yeah.
Go
Think
ahead.
Halliburton plays over them? Any one of them?
I do. I think you can start Halliburton over Herter. I feel like Herter is not a guy that you can really start, especially in the playoffs. I don't think he's a starter. I really don't think he's.
You don't like Herter?
I don't think I like him. I just don't think he's a starting shooting guard in the NBA.
don't want to see these picks.
I disagree. I think Kevin Huerter is a starting shooting guard.
I like Herter.
I don't even think that's really a knock on him. I feel like there's plenty of guys that can be a 6-man or 7-man off the bench who has like a defined role. Someone that can just come off the bench, shoot a bunch of threes, and then on any given night drop like 20 points.
So like a Kyle Korver type of guy, you're saying?
I feel like that
Who's
role will
Kyle
suit
Korver
him.
type of guy? Who are we talking?
Kevin Huerter.
Herter is fun. He's nice. He's white. He's cool. I mean, he's got a nice future. I like him. I think that they're fine on the wing. They just took 2 guys top 10 last year. They got Trae in the backcourt. They just traded for Collins. I mean, they traded for Capella. They got Collins. Didn't he get suspended too for PEDs for like 25 games? So they'll have him. Whichever direction they go, I think they go with the. At this spot, like you have to go Okongwu or because Hayes wouldn't make sense. You have Trae Young. Like what?
Bro, you have to add like depth at the big
At
man
this point, it's
I
best
don't
player
know.
available.
I really
At this
feel
point, it's
like
best player available.
it's
I
gonna
don't know
be
if it'll.
Auburn.
I don't know if it'll be Okongwu, but they have to add a big man.
And I think if Okongwu doesn't get drafted here, I wouldn't be surprised if Boston makes a move and moves up and
Ooh.
takes him.
That's
That's
like,
what I
I
was
feel
trying
like
to
it's
say.
clear.
That's what I was saying in our pre-draft coverage. I feel like Boston is going to see that he's kind of falling, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try to move up into Detroit's spot and select him at number 7.
Yeah,
Could
Jory,
they shock the
here's what I'm
world?
gonna tell you, right? I think if they draft Okongwu, like I kind of see it happening too. But if they draft Okongwu or another big man like Obi, I think John Collins gets traded before the season starts.
Why would they do
I agree with that.
Why, though?
Just because he needs the extension, and if they can't come together on that extension, then I see them moving him for something.
I don't think it'll be before the season. I think if they move him, then it'll be probably around the All-Star break, if anything, or like close to the trade deadline. Because I mean,
when's the extension deadline?
I think the 21st. It was saying for Giannis, so we'll see who they go with.
It'll be interesting.
Well, here comes the pick.
I think
the
I'm like
selection
3
for the
seconds
Hawks.
behind you guys.
And it's Onyeka Okongwu. So it looks like Ronnie and you were right, Ronnie. It seems like they want to solidify their front court, and this
look at my dog.
This could be the end of the days for John Collins in Atlanta. What do you guys think of this pick?
It's insurance.
Or insurance. They could flip Capella.
They just, I mean, either way, like they just traded for Capella. Like you said, Collins is up for an extension in a couple weeks, and he's 20 and 10 a night while shooting almost 40% from 3 somehow. So he's gonna command a decent bit of money. But also, do you want to trade the guy who's been Trae Young's favorite lob partner the past 2 seasons?
Probably. I don't think they should.
So
I think they should pay him.
Was at least but Okongwu was at least decent insurance, in case of injury, or you want to sub out Capella, or I don't know. They could just rotate the 3. I love this pick.
Yeah, that's huge because you also think about it like this. Capella didn't even play a game for them last year because he was injured. So, depending on how his situation works out with Capella, you could just slide him in at the 5. And he's also shorter. He's 6'9", I believe. So he could match up well with like a Bam. Yeah,
I saw that comparison a lot defensively. I will say Bam is obviously better because he does it against NBA caliber athletes. But Onyeka could definitely develop to that player just from all the film I've watched, just how he guards, the pick and roll, just any defensive coverage available. And although he is 6'9", obviously if he was 6'11", like it'd be a no-brainer. I think he's 6'9", but his wingspan's like 7'3" or something ridiculous. And he's got good hops. He defends the basket well, and he just makes life difficult. And then of course, once he gets a stop, he's throwing that outlet pass. That's what they taught him at Chino Hills, and he's throwing that lead out pass to whoever's running with him. So I love this pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is very interesting. I like Okongwu a lot. Like we were saying during the Wiseman pick, I feel like I think he has more upside than Wiseman. I feel like at USC
he's downright better. He's downright better. We can start with the upside. He's better, 110%.
Maybe better. Right now, maybe, but I think down the line, he's certainly going to surpass Wiseman. I just feel like he just reminds me, like we just watched Bam Adebayo in the NBA Finals, or in the NBA playoffs, really, but specifically in the NBA Finals. This past year, and he just reminds me so much of Bam in the sense that he's kind of an undersized center, but he moves extremely well, and I feel like he's someone who could develop as a ball handler who. Sneaky wise, someone like that can, play make for you a little bit in small spurts, but it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. But Detroit is now on the clock. Their pick is in. Who do you guys think Detroit goes with? Because there's a lot of ways that they could go with.
If it gets
I feel like this is clear. I feel like this is very clear.
Yeah,
really.
They just lost Reggie, or they bought out Reggie Jackson. Derrick Rose is heading to free agency. I think I said during our pre-draft show that they would try and trade up to get Hayes. Now somehow Hayes is still on the board at 7. I feel like you sprint to the podium. Killian Hayes, 6'5", 220. He's already elite in the pick and roll. He's got that herky-jerky dribbling, stop-start ability that Luka and Harden have. He's a phenomenal talent, second best point guard in the draft. I think they like I said, sprint to the podium. He's super clear at this pick. If it's not him, color me shocked.
They have to go guard, and I'm thinking Killian Hayes. They could go Tyrese Halliburton, but I think it's got to be Hayes, and we'll find out right now.
Yes, and Adam Silver is on the podium, and the pick is Killian Hayes. So
wow. Yep.
I like Killian Hayes, but
it's a good pick for them.
What do you? Yeah, I do like Killian Hayes a lot. I think outside of LaMelo, he's
Look at
probably
that.
the best.
That draft fit is hard.
He's a clean-cut guy.
That draft
What do you
fit
guys?
is hard.
That haircut.
What do you think this means for Derrick Rose? What do you think the future of Derrick Rose in Detroit means now?
He's on the trading block.
I think he's long gone. Yeah, he's just this is very clearly a pick to replace him. Like I said, that they bought out Reggie Jackson a couple months ago around the All-Star break. I feel like this now gives them their point guard of the future. So you've got him, you've got Sekou Doumbia, Blake Griffin is still there, I guess, for now. Luke Kennard, they're building a decent team to compete for that 8 seed.
They got a couple. I don't know if they'll compete for the 8 seed, but they do have a couple of young pieces that they can start to build around.
I think you got to do something with Blake Griffin too, man. I don't know about that.
I love Blake, but his contract's huge, and that last season was really bad with injuries. So I don't know. I think the most interesting team in the draft is up next with the Knicks. I feel like
the saddest team in the draft.
I feel like they have to take Halliburton at this point.
Yeah, why not, right? Like
unless they want to draft Obi and trade Randall, but I don't see them doing that.
I don't think
who's gonna want to take that Randall contract though?
Randall's only has 1 year left, right?
Oh, that's right. Never mind.
Yeah, it's an expiring deal. He has potential. They just use him terribly. They let him do the one thing that he can't do, which is shoot, and they let him do it the entire season. I loved Julius Randle on the Lakers. He did great in New Orleans offensively, but they said, okay, you can take the ball up the court and shoot every possession. It was an absolute train wreck. So
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm feeling Halliburton here too.
I think they take Obi, and I think they keep Julius Randle as well, because why not? And Julius Randle's, like you said, his contract is only 1 more year, so I think they're going to keep the same exact thing in place and try to get him to take less shots, try to get RJ Barrett to take more shots. They still got Dennis Smith, who was pretty much just a complete bust when he got to New York. And they still have Nikita Lita as well. So I like Halliburton, but I think they're going to go with Obi Toppin. I just think they have too many guards right now.
Well, with the Knicks pick, we have another New York Knicks correspondent coming in, but I just want to thank Ty for joining us. The last few picks. It was a lot of fun, honestly, having you in here, and we're certainly welcome to come back a little bit later in the draft if
we'll
you're,
see what's up.
You're
I'm
willing.
I'm gonna be watching it all night. So thanks for having me, fellas.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on.
Hey, it's always love. Let's hope Miles Powell gets drafted at some point, y'all.
Exactly.
Y'all have a good night. All right.
Peace out, bro.
Peace out, Ty.
Whew. All right, finally he's gone. Nah, chill.
Hey,
chill.
Hey, man.
I just did a whole hour and a half podcast with him Sunday, bro. It didn't even like that.
I was there, bro. I'm already doing it.
Oh, you were out, bro. I was about to say what? Yeah, man.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Obi Top is that 3? He's 3. He's the 3rd best overall. I really don't see a reason why the Knicks don't take a point guard and take Tyrese Halliburton here. I mean, RJ Barrett is already your 2. You don't have a consistent point guard. You keep wanting to get rid. It's like a bad relationship with them and Frank Ntilikina. So, I mean, what do you do here? I mean, you might as well take point guard. Am I right? Like,
yeah. The front court is pretty crowded. I mean, they've got Barrett, Randall, Portis. I think they still have Taj Gibson.
Yeah.
Maurice Harkless is a free agent, but he could potential return. They still have Kevin Knox, so they got a lot of forwards, but in their backcourt, it's really only like it's Ntilikina, like you said, and
Dennis
not much
Smith,
else.
bro. They still got Dennis Smith contract.
How could I forget?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Saban League clone.
Can you guys hear me right now?
Yeah, I just
Joel, welcome.
I just want to
Joel.
introduce our New York Knicks correspondent, Joel Moran. How are you doing, Joel?
I'm doing good, man. I want to get a point guard, but I feel like the Knicks are going Obi right now.
They're gonna go. I'm not as high as Obi.
Will is in the studio right now saying y'all should pick Obi right now and then Miles Powell in the second round. What are your
I think
thoughts?
it's Obi.
What
I
are your
really
thoughts?
do think it's Obi. But yeah, Joel, what do you think?
I mean, I know that we're from Seton Hall, so we have a fascination with Miles Powell. But honestly, I don't know. Like, I just think the Knicks need a point guard. But they're not going to draft a point guard here. I'm pretty sure it's going to be
the pick. Well, Joel,
the pick is in.
The pick is in, and it's Obi Toppin, forward from Dane, and the 2019-2020 Player of the Year. And I mean, you see the reactions of our host, Joel.
Wow.
Joel,
I gotta
just
hear
take me through
your
thought process
Hey,
here.
bro.
What do you think?
Hey, bro.
Wow.
To give my opinion on this pick, I'm not really.
So right now,
fascinated
I'm
with
just
this
gonna
pick.
be honest. I'm trying to hold back some tears from my eyes.
Oh.
My eyes are watering right now. Obi is from New York, so this is a Cinderella story for him. But this should have not been the pick. Obi is a horrible defender. He can shoot and he can score. But now we got two guys in Julius Randle and Obi, and I'm not sure what we're gonna do. Are we gonna trade Julius Randle? Is Obi gonna start at the 3 or the 4? I just feel like this was a horrible pick. Now it's a guarantee that the Knicks are gonna overpay for a point guard, which is gonna be Fred VanVleet in free agency. And our starting lineup next year is going to be Fred VanVleet, RJ Barrett, Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson, and I don't know who's gonna be our other guy at the 2 and 3.
Wait. How about this though? How do you feel about the idea of you already got Mitchell Robinson? How old is Mitchell? 23?
Yeah, he's 23.
And Obi's 22?
Right here.
He's
How
one
do
day
you
younger
feel-
than Jason Tatum.
He's one day younger than Jason Tatum. Okay. How do you guys feel about those two just growing together and being one of the dominant big man, kind of tandem that you got? I mean, of course you don't like the defense, but I mean, you kind of have to acknowledge that whole combination that could be.
I mean, I like Obi's offensive game. He can shoot, he can slash to the basket. People compare him to Stoudemire, but I see more Tobias Harris-esque, and I think that's kind of what he's going to be in the league. Even though he can roll to the rim better than him, I think he'll be like more of a 4 and more of a big. But I don't know. I just think that he shot a good percentage from 3, but on a low clip. And the Knicks need shooting. Like, we need shooting. RJ Barrett can't shoot. We need shooting. Our point guard last year was Alfred Payton. He's been on like 3 teams. So we need somebody better. And I just think Obi, he was the player of the year. I'm not taking anything away from him. But I feel like right now we should have got Tyrese Halliburton, even though we should have got Tyrese because we needed a point guard. If we got Tyrese, we don't go out in free agency and overpay for Fred VanVleet.
Joel, we have another guest waiting for the Wizards pick, but the Knicks also have another pick late in the first, number 23. So your last thoughts before we get our next guest in here. What do you think the Knicks do at 23?
Carol Lewis Jr. to the Knicks, baby.
Ooh, if
I like
he's there
it.
at 23,
I don't know if he's going to fall, but I like it.
If he's there at 23, that immediately absolves any mistakes in the top 10.
I didn't know that Patrick Williams was getting selected 4, so anything can happen right now.
Got Denny going now.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Joel, for stopping by. We really appreciate it. Sorry that you're not in love with the pick, but hey,
this on the podcast.
You got a bright future in New York, so keep your head up, man.
All right, I'll see you guys at 23.
We'll see you. Yeah, we'll see you soon.
Wow, man. So,
oh my God.
Wow.
I couldn't hold in the laughter, man.
That's ridiculous,
That's
man.
tough. He's really just John Collins. He's really just older John Collins.
And now we got
There we
our
go.
Washington Wizards
Yes,
correspondent.
sir.
Look at him. He's got the Wizards jersey on.
The only jersey
Deal?
I got, man. The only jersey I got.
Yeah, he's got the Wizards hat on and everything.
Oh man, he's
You
on Wizards
repping. You
out, man.
repping.
So
Oh,
Christian,
man.
Christian Gardner, our Washington Wizards correspondent. What do you think Washington does here at number 9?
Well, they definitely need some wing help, and there's some players that we're not expecting to be around here. So Adeni Avdia from Israel, what he would do in Washington would be something interesting. I've always liked Devin Vassell, his shooting, even though that video came out about him kind of changing that jump shot. I don't know if he actually does, but he's a great shooter. There's been a lot of connection of Precious Achua to the Wizards. I wouldn't really like that, but the Wizards want some type of rim protection, and Achua might bring that for them. But Afdia is a player that, you know, no one thought he could possibly go top 5, even as high as number 2 with the Warriors. So that's definitely a surprise here to be at 9. So I have no clue where they're going to go with.
Now, Christian, what are your thoughts on Isak Bonga? I just have to know. I really just want to know, are you part of Bonga Hive?
Bonga Hive. Okay, here's the thing. I would love to be part of Bonga Hive, but I don't know. The jump shot, it's still not there. But 6'10", the longest arms I've ever seen. I mean, if it works out, it works out. So, you know what? I'm Bonga Hive. Let's go.
Whoa! All right, but no, all seriousness. So you think they're targeting a wing? What happened to Troy Brown? Are you abandoning ship with him?
I really like Troy Brown. I think he's been a developmental player for this team, one of the youngest players for this team, and one of the first draft picks that they had in quite some time back in 2018. But I think he's still developing as well, and he does his best work coming off the bench. So if they get another wing, it won't hurt. But what this Wizards team needs is defense, and having an extra wing stopper will definitely help that.
Well, here comes Commissioner Silver to the podium with your pick, Christian. A lot is weighing on this. This is big.
Just we'll see. Achua, man.
And he was correct. It's Deni Avdia, the wing, widely regarded as the best international prospect in this year's draft. What do you think of this pick, Christian?
Yeah, I'm just surprised that he was there at 9, but what the Wizards have been doing, they have so many different international players. They took Rui Hachimura last year at 9. They want to re-sign Davis Bertans. They have 2 German players, Isaac Bonga, as Hev was talking about, and Moritz Wagner. So international, they're not afraid to tap into that. Deni Avdija, he can run the floor pretty well. He's a fantastic passer, someone that you could play alongside Bradley Beal and trying to feed that player. So we'll see what happens with Deni Avdija. If you can create that shot, be consistent like that. People want to compare him to Luka Doncic. I don't know about all of that, but if he can be somewhat to Luka, that would be absolutely amazing for this Wizards team. And I'm honestly really excited because I did not see any chance that Deni Avdija would be here.
I will say this with Deni. Before last season, I would say like around March or April or May or so of 2019, I didn't know how to name 3 months. I was definitely a lot higher on him as a prospect. Like I had him going top 3. But, you know, obviously since then he slipped a little bit, you know, some concerns about, you know, how his play will translate to the league. Regardless, you know, like Christian said, he is a tremendous talent. I mean, they're showing his stuff now, 2-time Israeli League champion, and, you know, he's former gold medalist, you know, with FIBA. Phenomenal player. Either him or Vassell at this pick would have been solid for them. And yeah, you guys got to go on.
I'm really excited for what he'll bring for this team. And again, someone to play alongside Rui Hachimura, alongside Bradley Beal, and a recoup John Wall and see whatever that happens. You can already plug him in to play that 3 spot. But of course, there's a lot of still some good wings that are developing for this team. Troy Brown, he wants to be the guy working in to be the starter for this. So Deni Avdija, he has a lot of work cut out for him, but I think he's in a good place where he can develop and possibly become a star within this league. And it's draft day, where everyone's hoping that whoever they pick up is an all-star.
Christian, let me ask how you feel about Westbrook for John Wall.
I was honestly upset when I saw that. John Wall is one of my most favorite players of all time. He's one of the players that got me into NBA basketball. and seeing him get sent away for Russell Westbrook, albeit an MVP caliber player, it would still hurt me because John Wall is the Washington Wizards, and it's been a completely different team not seeing him in the lineup, and it wouldn't be right to not allow him to come back and try to work things out once again. But maybe we can see what happens at trade deadline if things aren't working for this Wizards team. But I'm feeling up right now. Denny off the I'm excited.
Christian, I have a question for you going off of that. Do you not feel a need to address your guard situation in this draft? I mean, we already talked about the rumors spurring around John Wall. And ever since the beginning of last season, there were talks about Bradley Beal being, dealt off somewhere. Do you feel rushed to want to address, your guard position?
I still do want to address the guard position. Oh, Ronny Jerez. Look at this man. What is this?
Crossover episode.
This is crazy. But I do think the guard position needs to be addressed. John Wall is 30 years old, even if he can return to his all-NBA caliber level. And they're still looking to fill that backup point guard spot. Ish Smith, he's a great player. But again, another old player. And of course, we don't know what can happen with Bradley Beal in the coming months. And of course, can always use more shooting. What's up, Ronnie?
All right, Christian. Thank you so much for joining our show. But we actually have another guest for the next pick, Phoenix's pick. But thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you for having me on. I'll see you
thank
in the second round. You guys are doing great.
Bye, Christian. Bye, Ronnie. Thank you. Love you guys.
Well, take care, guys. All right. We have a very passionate guest coming up right now.
Yeah, I'm excited for this
next
guest.
We might see some tears flow.
I'm very excited for this next guest.
Where's the geyser, Jose?
Yeah, look at this man.
Suns guy.
And he's got the jersey on and everything.
Is that the Suns hat too? He has the Suns hat.
Of course it is.
Oh, man.
All right, Jose.
Jose, I got. All right.
Oh, sorry. A lot has happened with your franchise. A lot. You recently just acquired Chris Paul.
Is there?
What do you think Phoenix does here at number 10?
Personally, I think we're taking Tyrese Halliburton, but I'm hoping we take Devin Vassell to kind of replace Kelly Oubre and what he was doing as a member of the Suns. Obviously, he's younger, but I think he has the same energy, same capacity, same abilities with his 3-and-D type play. But I do think I've been reading a lot. I've been seeing what people on Twitter say. Obviously, like during draft day, I live on Twitter. I've been seeing. I think we're going to take Tyrese Halliburton. I also wouldn't be surprised if we make a trade back for like a player and a draft pick of like number 18 or something like that. And yeah, like usually I look at Twitter before the pick, but since I'm joining you guys today, I decided not to get the spoiler. Not to.
Oh, how nice of you!
Yeah,
Jose, I've got a question for you. We've discussed this between ourselves before. You already got Chris Paul, but you still got Devin Booker, who's super young. Do you want to draft that point guard? Are you sure you don't want to take a point guard so that maybe he can get a couple years of mentorship under Chris Paul, and then you package that with the future? With him, with whoever that point guard is, and Devin Booker, or do you just want to, fill in the gaps right now and secure a spot in the playoffs?
Yeah, I've always I think that's a good idea to draft a young point guard, but I don't know. I really want Killian Hayes or Denny Avdija, and since both of those players are gone, I'd rather take somebody like Devin Vassell. Or maybe even Desmond Bain, even though he's supposed to go a little bit later, or Aaron Nesmith, somebody like that. I don't know. I feel like Tyrese Halliburton, with his shot form and all of that, I don't really like him as much as other players. But I don't know. We'll see. I'd probably be happy with anybody James Jones picks because he's a great general manager.
Whoa! Wow. Well, it looks like none of what you were just saying is going to come to fruition.
Oh my God!
Phoenix Suns select Jalen Smith from Maryland.
Cut his hair too.
No, we did not.
And it's interesting because the questions that we were going to cover before the draft was who is someone that I think is going to fall in this year's draft. And I thought it was going to be Jalen Smith, funnily enough. But hey, it looks like he rose. And Jose, what do you think of this pick? Because this is really interesting.
Yo.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty funny to me because, like, I obviously saw a lot about Jalen Smith before the 2019-2020 college season. But during the season, he kind of, like, just fell through draft boards everywhere, and not many people expect him to go, like, early in the first round. And I don't know. Now we picked him, and I'm really surprised because I don't know if you remember last year we drafted Cam Johnson at number 11, and nobody expected us to draft.
Yeah, I was about to say you guys drafted Cam Johnson, who is an older kind of player, and you weren't so sure, how that felt. But I mean, he's a sophomore, and he just got his one breakout year because he was under the play of Bruno Fernando before this season. I mean, that's really shocking.
I'm really shocked right now. I'm so surprised. I did not expect that at all. I don't know what to think, man. I mean, I trust James Jones. I feel like every move that he's made with every trade, every pick has been like a solid one compared to what Ryan McDonough did before him. So I trust him. I don't know. I mean, I wish we could have gotten Devin Vassell, but Jalen Smith, I mean, he looks big. He looks like a big guy. He looks like he can dominate the post and also shoot some mid-range jumpers, maybe in the three. So I don't know. We'll see.
I feel like, and you can comment on this, Jose, because I know you watched a lot of Suns games last year. So DeAndre Ayton was obviously the number one center, but then to back him up, you had Frank Kaminsky and you had Aaron Baines, who both, first of all, they're smaller than Jalen Smith, but they could both stretch the floor really well and shoot the three ball, which Jalen Smith can do as of right now. So do you feel like they're basically saying, all right, we're going to part ways with Aaron Baines and Frank Kaminsky, and that's why they're going for Jalen Smith, because they feel like he can be the better replacement for those two guys?
I mean, I agree with the Frank Kaminsky part. I know that we're planning on getting rid of Frank Kaminsky fully. I don't know. I see him more of a power forward type, but I wouldn't be surprised if they plan on just getting rid of Aaron Baines as well, because they kind of fell in love with Dario Saric too during the bubble.
True.
So I feel like maybe their backup big plan is to have Dario Saric and Jalen Smith during this season. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was kind of a replacement for somebody like Aaron Baines, and kind of to develop him behind Saric and behind Ayton for the future. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm really shocked by this move. They just never fail to surprise me.
That's such an interesting pick. I really thought they'd go for point guard here and develop something like that. But hey, man, I mean, I'm not gonna go out and say he's a bum, because he's not. He obviously has great work ethic. He has a mind for basketball. He has the body for basketball. He can develop into something great. And
yeah,
I mean, it's something to put around DeAndre Ayton. Maybe spend a couple games under him and whatnot, learning from him. But it'll be fun to see how that pans out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, keep an eye out.
This is the biggest shock of the draft so far.
Yeah, so far.
Interesting. So Tyrese Halliburton is on the screen right now, and you said that's who you, or one of the prospects that you wanted to draft, or Phoenix wanted to draft. And San Antonio's up, and obviously they have DeJounte Murray and White in that backcourt, and then after that is the Kings, and they obviously have De'Aaron Fox and Buddy Hield. And then after that, I believe, is the Pelicans, and they, have Lonzo. So what do you how far do you think that Tyrese Halliburton could fall in this draft? Because there's a lot of teams now that really don't need a guard like Tyrese Halliburton.
I have a hot take. I'm thinking the Pelicans, should he fall to New Orleans, they might take him. And with all the pressure around Lonzo Ball, that'll add some more. So, he'll have to show out and, fight for his job as a starting point guard over in New Orleans. I think that'd be a good fit for him. Not to mention, New Orleans, as we know, has probably the best young core in the league. You package that with all the first-round picks they'll have over the next couple years, I think that's tremendous. So I don't think he goes past that pick. I definitely think Tyrese Halliburton gets taken before or at that New Orleans pick.
Well, I'll just chip in here real quick. I think he might go to the Spurs because he's a real team player, and he likes to move the ball around. He's not selfish, and that's kind of what the Spurs are all about. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes here, even to play like shooting guard or point guard, wherever DeJounte Murray isn't playing. He'll play that position, maybe. We'll see what the Spurs do here.
Yes, interesting. Spurs, in a lot of turmoil recently, after dominating much of the NBA for about 20 years, it seems like, one of the best dynasties the league has ever seen, now back in the lottery. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. But
what are we saying? Wait, what's happening? I'm sorry. I'm doing so many different things. Are we saying who we think the Spurs are going to target?
yeah, who do you think San Antonio picks here, Heaven?
It's probably too early at this point for Xavier Tillman. I mean, I like him a lot. I think he should go lottery, but I don't think they will. As far as like at guard and wing, I mean, they've got DeJounte and Derek White, Keldon Johnson. I mean, they've got a few guys there, but I mean, at this point, I feel like Devin Vassell is too good to pass up.
Still got DeMar DeRozan too.
Oh,
Yeah.
and Heaven, you were spot on.
Devin
And
Vassell.
and it's Devin Vassell from Florida State.
I don't know how he fell to 11. I had this guy right there with Okoro, really, in terms of two-way wings. I figured he was going to go top 5, top 7. Instead, he's here at 11, and the Spurs got him. Of all organizations, the Spurs. They've won again. We can't beat these guys.
I think that's a
oh my gosh.
That's a great pick. You added shooting to
It's a phenomenal pick.
Spurs. I don't see the Spurs didn't need, that guy kind of pick. I feel like they just needed a guy to add on and something, maybe in later down the line they'll add
like a best player available situation just because of who they have. And I mean, obviously that they have regressed to the point where it's their first time in the lottery in decades, but I mean, Vassell is a top 5 level player, and now they got him essentially in the late lottery section. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this for San Antonio at this point. I figured they would get Patrick Williams here, and then Chicago went and took him where they should have taken Vassell, funnily enough. So we'll see how those picks pan out down the stretch and see how their situations would have differed if they were on, opposite teams.
Well, Jose, I just want to thank you for coming on. We have some more guests lined up, but thank you so much for your Phoenix Suns insight. I hope that Jalen Smith pans out.
Thanks for having me, guys. And if we make a trade or something, I'll be back for that pick as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks
we'd love to have you back.
We need to make a trade, Jose. We need to.
I mean, that pick surprised me, man. We'll see. Thanks for having me,
brother.
All right, enjoy your night, man.
Yeah. See you guys.
Wow, but Devin Vassell, interesting. I mean, like Heaven was mentioning, I thought he was a top 5 talent, really, and I'm surprised that he fell all the way to San Antonio. But you said something interesting, Ronnie, that they didn't really need, that top level talent. I don't know. I mean, who's the star in San Antonio? They want to get rid of DeMar DeRozan, it seems like.
Well, I mean,
who do you want to build around with the Spurs?
I think, for a while I thought it'd be DeJounte Murray. I thought he'd be the guy they want to build around. But I think the Spurs are doing is they're stocking up their team with guys who aren't, the best players yet, or who probably won't be the best players on that team, and they're waiting until they're in a position to get the one guy, their one star, if you know what I'm saying. So that way they can put him into the system. And you put a potential star who's already in a good system, and it's so much easier for him to develop and for him to, work on his game. So I'm thinking that's what the Spurs are doing in the long term. I don't know. We don't know how long Pop will be coaching, much longer. We also don't even know if he'll finish his career with the Spurs. I mean, we all know we heard rumors about him going to coach the Nets for a little bit. I mean, that kind of flew out the window, recently with the signing of Steve Nash, but it's tricky. The Spurs are I don't want to say they're in a tough situation, but they're in an interesting situation, and it'll be a good thing to monitor.
And this pick is intriguing to me because I think it was Ty that. Hold on, I'll take a break for the Kings pick.
Wow, the Kings. select Tyrese Halliburton,
Great pick. Okay,
point
so
guard,
Why?
I got
shooting
I got to
guard
hustle
from
now.
Iowa
Last
State.
point. Last
Yeah,
point on
go ahead.
Vassell. Last point on Vassell. He's now in San Antonio, and I think it was Ty or Justin who brought up concerns about his shooting form in that video that came out. Now he's in San Antonio with Chip England, who's one of the best shot doctors in the league. He'll be just fine. I can't believe the Spurs managed to rob us yet again. As far as Halliburton, great selection. I mean, they have Darren Fox there, so I don't know why they took him. But, I mean, again, best player available. They get point guard depth. Halliburton is really good, two-way player. He can shoot. He's 6'5", 6'6", with fantastic playmaking ability. So I like this pick.
Yeah. Well, just before we move along any further, we have another guest, Ryan Johnston, and he's here to talk about the Pelicans pick. But Ryan, we just saw Tyrese Halliburton get selected to the Kings. Do you have any opinion on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really surprised that he dropped that low. I thought he was going to be a top 10 pick for sure. I don't know why any team. I don't know if they're seeing something in him that I'm not, or for whatever reason they just decided not to pick him. But I mean, it seems a little redundant because they already have a young point guard in De'Aaron Fox that they've been trying to develop for a couple years. But I mean, at that point, someone's got to pick him because he's too valuable to just leave on the board for that long. So,
Yeah, and so I mean, obviously, you're also here to talk about the Pelicans. What do you think New Orleans does at number 13?
Wait, Ryan, you're a Pelicans fan?
no, I'm actually a Lakers fan. I was just interested in the Pelicans after their trade,
okay.
their recent trade.
All the Lakers, the young Lakers that got sent over to New Orleans.
Yeah.
Ryan, I want to ask you something about this trade or about this pick.
Sure.
In your opinion, you already have an established small forward and a guy who's a potential star. You got, your big man set up in Zion. You got to think they go point guard here, right? Since you just lost Drew Holiday, do you go maybe Cole Anthony, potentially maybe a Kira Lewis?
See, I like Kira Lewis a lot. I'm not a big fan of Cole Anthony to the Pelicans just because of the fact he's a real volume scorer. He needs a lot. He needs to shoot a lot to score a lot, and I don't really think that's exactly what the Pelicans need. I think Kira Lewis was a much better option just because he's a lot more efficient, and I also like Aaron Nesmith out of Vanderbilt because he's just a great shooter. And I mean, wherever he goes, I mean, I think he can contribute right away because of that. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of Cole Anthony because of that. Also, I don't think he's the greatest defender. I think he's going to struggle a little bit when he first gets into the league, at least on that side of the ball. So I hope they move elsewhere, but I'm not sure.
Do you think that New Orleans could take Sadiq Bey here? Someone that, a Big East guy that we had the pleasure of watching most of last season. A solid player. I mean, Villanova players really, they might not have the highest upside, but a lot of them, they just end up being solid players. Like we saw, Dante DiVincenzo on the Bucks. We saw Eric Pascal on the Warriors.
On the Mavs. Jalen Brunson.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Jalen Brunson. So, I mean, there's been plenty of Villanova guys in the NBA. Do you think New Orleans could be targeting Sadiq Bey here?
I think it's a possibility, but I also wouldn't be surprised just if they just traded the pick straight up. I mean, they've already got such a great young core that they don't really need anyone to just to fill out. I mean, they have someone for every position. They've got Lonzo. They've got Josh Hart, who is a little – I don't think his ceiling is quite as high as the others, but he's still a solid young player. I think he can be a great 3-and-D player. They've got Brandon Ingram, obviously, already an all-star. Zion Williamson, who many thought should be the Rookie of the Year. And Jackson Hayes, who I think can be, I don't know, kind of like a discount version of what James Wiseman can be. I mean, he's super athletic. He's really long. I think they don't really need this pick, but it should be interesting to see what they do with it.
Yeah, and the clock has run out on the Pelicans, so
Yeah, it
it'll
looks
just
like the
be
Pelicans are having some trouble themselves trying to figure out who to take at this pick too.
yeah.
I saw something about trade possibilities, but I think at this spot, yeah, they're pretty deep everywhere else. But I think like Ryan brought up earlier, or someone did. I mean, with the trade of Drew Holiday, yeah, they brought in Bledsoe and George Hill, but I mean, you can never have enough point guards. So I like either Kira Lewis in this position or Tyrese Maxey. I feel like him as that off-ball guard role. I mean, he's insane, and
Yeah.
he would pair well with another team that has like a big initiator, like Dallas. If he was in Dallas, Philly, LA, just because they have Braun, but no chance of that, obviously. And Zoe being 6'6" is basically a big initiator, although he isn't as good as his other names. I feel like he would fit really well. So either Lewis or Maxey, just to give them something in the backcourt. Just because, I mean, as far as front court players right now, past Okongwu, Wiseman, Jalen Smith, I don't see another guy getting taken for a long bit or for a decent bit, but I would like for them to go Xavier Tillman here as well. So Lewis, Maxey, or Tillman, any of those guys here at this position. I mean, they're saying Neesmith, Bain, they could really go multiple directions here, but we'll see.
Yeah, I like what Ryan said earlier about Aaron Naismith. I feel like he could kind of supplant what JJ Redick does, only even maybe better because he's not as limited defensively, but we'll see what happens. And the pick is Kira Lewis, point guard from Alabama. That's what Heaven was saying.
This
You
suit is
never have too
amazing.
many point guards. So what do you guys think of this pick?
I love this pick. Apparently it's Kyra Lewis, so I should have researched a pronunciation guide. Kyra Lewis he's so fast. They're showing it now. I swear I'm not looking at TV, but they're saying at least he moves like a Mach 5. I mean, in transition, like 0 to 60 in 0.5. He just flies down the court, and he has unbelievable control. Like you would think, someone with that speed, they'll have some turnover issues, or they would try reckless passes. He's got it. He's got the ball on a string at all times, and I like this pick. Alonzo is a free agent next season. He's been up and down in New Orleans for a decent bit now, or for his entire tenure there, really. And couple that with his terrible play in the bubble, taking a point guard here, I think great selection for them.
I would like to add that he reminds me a lot of Colin Sexton, because you just talked about that speed and the fact that he's under control with it. Not to mention Colin Sexton was the last great point guard to come out of Alabama, so it's kind of odd to see similar play styles there. But I mean, you just lost Drew Holiday. You still have Josh Hart, I guess, but I mean, I really like this pick for New Orleans. I think it'll pay off in the future.
Yeah, Ryan, what do you think of this pick? Kyra Lewis, point guard, super speedy, has flashes of someone like De'Aaron Fox, maybe. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great option for them moving forward. I think they could really they need the backcourt scoring after Drew Holiday left, like Kevin mentioned, and he provides that in bunches. And I think a really underrated aspect of his game that I think can really benefit the Pelicans is his free throw shooting, actually. I mean, he's not like an amazing free throw shooter, but he's good. Like, he's a good free throw shooter. And with someone like Lonzo Ball on the team, who's historically like one of the worst free throw shooters for a point guard ever, I mean, it's really important that they get that someone in the game in the backcourt who can make free throws, I think, at least. Because in the late game, if they're going to be fouling ball handlers, you need someone who can get to the line and make shots.
How do you think that he fits next to someone like Lonzo Ball? Like, do you think those two can play together at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, with how fast Kira Lewis is, I would expect a lot of transition buckets next season. I think they're just going to get out and just take off down the court. I mean, Lob City to Zion and Jackson Hayes is going to be a lot of fun for the Pelicans next season. And if they don't have a lot of transition buckets, they may need to find a new coach because that may be their biggest strength.
I like this pick a lot for them. I mean, like Ryan just said, just that really is the one aspect of Lonzo's game that hasn't changed or hasn't suffered. I mean, obviously besides his playmaking, this is speed in transition and his passing ability. Ever since high school, on the outlet passes, or we saw half court lobs to Zion last season within their first 10 games of playing with each other. Just he makes everyone better. And having Kira Lewis out there, as another point guard who can grab and go. I mean, like we've seen how fast he is. He's super shifty, and he's developing a bit of an outside shot as well. So I like the selection. Either they start them both together. I mean, we saw in LA what Lonzo can do off ball. He doesn't need the ball in his hand at all times to contribute. So, I mean, I like the pick a lot. You have Kira as a primary ball handler. You have Zoe as a primary ball handler. They can do a lot of things on the court, and they're both super fast. So it'll be fun just watching two Ferraris sprint up and down the court.
Yeah, well, Ryan, thank you for joining us. I mean, I hope that you like the pick. But yeah, I mean, we really appreciate you coming on and talking about some New Orleans Pelicans basketball. I think you guys have a really bright future.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I'm not a Pelicans fan, but I'm looking forward to watching them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's certainly going to be a lot of fun.
It's definitely going to be fun watching how the best young core in the league develops throughout these years, regardless of who you're a fan of. This team is going to be fun to watch.
No doubt.
All right, see you guys. Thanks for having
All
me.
right, Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Love you, Ryan.
Love you too, Ed.
Well,
that's the homie.
The Boston Celtics, they're up next. Their pick is in. What do you guys think Boston does here at number 14?
There's a lot of directions they could go. I mean, there's not a clear best player available on the board right now. I'm praying that it's not Xavier Tillman. I feel as if they're going to target shooting, just a simple skill.
Like
so,
RJ Hampton.
Bane, Neesmith, Isaiah Joe, maybe in this spot. Just any of those three, Bane, Neesmith, or Isaiah Joe.
I feel like Tillman would be.
Or surprise. I would say either RJ Hampton or surprise Sadiq Bey.
I think they might go Precious Achua here. I feel like that might be the pick. Because I feel like with all their they have Jaylen Brown, they have Jason Tatum, they have Kemba Walker. I don't know if they want to get another player who's gonna, need the ball. Someone like you mentioned, RJ Hampton. I feel like someone like Aaron Naismith or Precious Achua here makes a lot of sense for the Celtics. But
yeah. Jorie, you read my mind. I'm thinking Precious or some kind of big man here. But then again, the Celtics are kind of in the same position as like the other team, and I'll shut up real quick for the commissioner right now.
Yeah, the commissioner is here announcing the pick now, and it's Aaron Naismith from Vanderbilt. We just talked about him a little bit. A sharpshooter. What do you guys think?
I mean, of course, again, I'm happy for him, but do I like him as a shooter over Desmond Bane? No. Do I like him as a shooter over Isaiah Joe? Also no. But, I mean, he's not terrible. 50% from three is fun and cool, and it was on decent volume. I think it was on like 8 attempts a game, but it was over 14 games, so he probably just had a hot stretch, and he shot 33% his freshman year. I mean, I would have liked to see Bane here, a player who shot 40% and up from three each of his years at TCU. So if you're targeting veteran shooting off the bench, I mean, why not go with the established guy with a larger sample size as opposed to a guy that maybe had a hot stretch? I don't know. But if his caliber of I mean, like 50% from three, I mean, you don't get that from everyone. If he can maintain that in the league, then of course it's a great pick. But I like Bane more.
I think this is just the best player available scenario. I mean, like I was gonna say before the pick was made, The Celtics really aren't in a rush here. They're practically just adding someone, who can build up to their championship aspirations. And why not tack on a shooter? I mean, with the way the league has changed this year, shooting is everything. So they got arguably the best shooter in the draft. Add that to a team that's already going to compete for a championship at the start of next season. It doesn't hurt him. So this is a solid pick for the Celtics. And I think he'll fit in very nicely to that system.
Yeah, I feel like they weren't really looking for anyone to be a superstar. They obviously have their core that led them to the Eastern Conference Finals. So I think this is a solid pick if you're the Celtics. I thought they would trade up, try and get Okongwu, but this also, I think, fits them nicely. But up next is the Orlando Magic, and they've really just been in purgatory for the last couple of years. They're not the best team in their conference, but they're also not the worst team in their conference. So what do you guys think Orlando does? The pick is already in. I think they might go Tyrese Maxey here, but what do you guys think?
Yeah, I think either Maxey or, it has to be a point guard. Well, not has to be. Fultz is cool. Augustine could leave in free agency. But, Maxey, Cole Anthony, RJ Hampton, any of those three. Maxey, I don't really see him as a point guard. He's more of a combo guard. But Hampton or Cole Anthony, and this would be a nice pick for them. Just insurance, in case Fultz gets hurt or they don't resign Augustine.
Aaron Gordon is actually in a couple of trade talks right now, but I do agree with you. I do think they're going to go point guard. All the guys you just mentioned, I believe, are definitely going to. I would say Cole Anthony is going to be my pick. The commissioner's walking out right now, so we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, before the commissioner says before the commissioner makes the pick, I'm going to go out and say that I think it's going to be RJ Hampton. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Precious Achiuwa or, like you were saying, Heaven, if it's Cole Anthony. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Sadiq Bey. Like you said, Justin, if Aaron Gordon does get moved and they want to replace that small forward position, Sadiq Bey is not that bad of a replacement for the future. So I wouldn't be surprised at that, but I think they'd want to add at the guard position.
Jory, you talked about people sliding. Sadiq Bey he was projected to be a top 10 pick. So as of right now, he's probably the biggest slider thus far that we've seen. Surprised he hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I think it kind of makes sense because he's not really. I don't think he has the upside like some of these other players. I just think he's going to be a really solid player in the NBA regardless of where he goes. But in terms of the Magic, I just feel like they need offense more than anything. Like I think their defense is set. They obviously just lost. Wow, I'm blanking on his name. This is crazy. Who did they just lose in the bubble?
Who?
Isaac. Jonathan Isaac.
Jonathan Isaac. That's who I was trying to think of. But I just feel like they need offense, and Cole Anthony, RJ Hampton, or Tyrese Maxey just makes sense because those guys, all three of those guys can create their own shot, and I think it would just make the most sense if they went with offensive-minded pick here.
Al-Farouq Amino is coming back from, I guess, the IR as well. So they're going to get Isaac back, and they're going to get Al-Farouq Amino, who are both similar to guys like Precious Achiuwa. So, I think they'll probably go guard. I think you need to score. I think Markelle Fultz is an okay scorer as of right now. He definitely has played a lot better than what people expected him to when they made that trade. So I think he's probably, as of right now, their point guard of the future. Still got Evan Fournier. Still got Vucevic inside, who's, in my opinion, one of the best centers in the league. He's probably really slept on, but I really like Vucevic. So, I think you got to go guard here. And there's a lot of great guards still on the board. I think, as of right now, the point guard is probably the deepest spot that's left in this draft.
Yeah, I think it could potentially be Cole Anthony. That would be interesting. Once regarded as one of the best players in the draft,
at one point,
now sliding all the way down, here to 15. But we got another guest in here.
What?
One of the most handsome members of WSOU sports department, Michael Daly. Michael, how are you doing
Yeah.
tonight?
That was a great introduction, Jory, and it's great to be
Yeah.
with you guys. I've been tuning in. You guys have been doing a great job, and it's good to be with you. And Wilner's done a great job piecemealing all of this together, so I'm very happy to be on.
We're so excited to have you, man.
Excited to be here.
Your analysis is so astute. We're excited to have you on. But what do you think the Magic does here? There's their pick is already in. It's going to be announced relatively soon. What do you think happens with Orlando?
Well, I've been hearing a few things. Obviously, in this day and age, you can even target back to maybe 2014 or 15. There's always reporters who kind of leak the information. And there's a few names going around, but Cole Anthony is one of them. Now, we'll wait and see if that is the guy. But I do think he'll fit well. And honestly, I think he'll battle Markelle Fultz for minutes. Because honestly, I think Markelle Fultz still has to prove himself. Cole Anthony still has to prove himself as well, but it would not shock me if Cole Anthony goes to the Magic and makes a lot of moves as rookie.
You're so astute.
Well, you are clairvoyant because that is exactly who they just took. They just took Cole Anthony, point guard, North Carolina. I mean, how did you do it, Daly?
You know what? It's
he's hiding his crystal ball right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, I just want to point out, did you guys see Spike Lee in the room with Cole Anthony?
Yeah, bro. Okay.
What?
New York, man.
Well, yeah, the New York connection's
Greg
right
Anthony,
there.
yeah.
Wow.
It's true. But that's still kind of surprising.
Yeah, that is a surprising pick. Don't get me wrong. I don't think Orlando thought of Markelle Fultz as like the future point guard guy. So I don't blame them from drafting him, at this moment to maybe cement him as that for the future. But it'll
I
be
can see that.
how
Just
that
'cause
plays out.
What did it cost them to get Fultz? I think it was like Jonathan Simmons and a second rounder.
Yeah.
I mean, and Fultz being the number one pick, he does cost a decent bit of money. I think he's making like upwards of $10 million in his last year this season. I believe it's a team option. So, I mean, if he exceeds or if he excels, then they obviously have incentive to bring him back. If he flounders, then now they have Cole Anthony as insurance, and they can just, decide not to extend a qualifying offer to Fultz next offseason. So it's at this point, it's make or break for him.
Yeah, I like Cole Anthony. I think if he hadn't got injured at North Carolina, I think he would have been probably a top 10 pick maybe, but I really like his skill set. I think he's gonna be one of the biggest sleepers in this year's draft. I feel like him falling to 15 was a blessing for the Magic. I think he's gonna be really solid.
Let's not forget that Cole Anthony, maybe around this time last year before he got injured, a lot of people thought he was going to be the consensus number one overall pick. But once he got injured and then North Carolina took a downward slide, things started to turn for him. But there was a moment in time where a lot of people thought Cole Anthony was going to be the best player in the 2020 draft.
Yeah, I mean, all throughout high school, that was basically what was, said about him. Every time all the top prospects met in, whatever it was, all the showcase games that they have in high school, he was always the MVP. He was always the best player on the court every time. So I think this is a really great pick, and I think he has so much to prove, and I'm just really excited to see what happens with his career. I think it's going to be really great. I think Magic, they got a great player here.
I hope I didn't miss the announcement if it was already made, but we do have a trade that will affect the upcoming pick right now at number 17. If I don't know. Can I be the one to analyze?
Yeah,
it?
go ahead. Go ahead.
So the Thunder will trade Ricky Rubio, the number 25 and 28 overall pick, to the Timberwolves in a package that'll include number 17 overall. So that's an interesting trade for the Timberwolves, who just got number 1 overall.
Homecoming for Ricky Rubio.
So
going back to his roots.
So they're
What a time.
They're trading 25 and 28 and Ricky Rubio for the 17.
17. I mean,
I wonder who they're targeting.
That's a lot.
Should be fun.
There's obviously someone that they want, but right now, the Blazers, the Portland Trailblazers, who traded with the Houston Rockets to get number 16, is on the screen right now.
Oh my
They
goodness.
just took Isaiah Stewart from Washington, and it seems like heaven is
Nah,
not
man.
doesn't like the pick.
Man, he's not good, man. He's not good. Like, okay. And this harks back to what I was saying about Wiseman, but every time Wiseman and Isaiah Stewart played, he bullied him. And in similar competition, Isaiah Stewart looked more impressive. But, I mean, Isaiah Stewart, he's not good at basketball. He's just not. I'm sorry. And again, like, I swear I don't want to sound like a hater. And, like, the stats are cool. He's not good. He's just not good. I don't like anything about him. Literally any aspect of his game. I can't find a spot where I'm like, oh, okay, I like what he does with that. I mean, they're showing his positives, high motor and physicality. That's just, if you wanted that, you could have got Xavier Tillman. He's a couple years older, yeah, but he's also significantly better defensively, playmaking, offensively. He does it all, and he's slipping down the board.
Do you think, you're the Blazers, though, and they have I don't think they really needed anyone, with a crazy skill set. Obviously you have CJ and Dame, and then you have Yusuf Nurkic as well at center. So maybe this is just insurance for Zach Collins or something like that.
Yeah, but if you wanted insurance, why not draft a good player? Like, why not get a good player instead of a non-good player? That's just Ronny announced a trade, right? The Timberwolves. Now this pick is going to OKC. I don't know who they go with here because they already took. And so this is, do they need a power forward? Do they need a guy?
Okay, see.
Do they still have Juancho Hernan-Gomez? Who do they have?
I was actually thinking that. I figured with this pick right now, Timberwolves want to get a big man. I'm thinking Precious Achiuwa here, and maybe they can team him up with Cat over the next few years because
Precious he's cool. He's just a little old for me. I think they go Tillman here. You know what? Yo, nah. Okay, so Tillman, I feel like they got to go Tillman here.
Yeah,
in my opinion. He's just he can defend the wing. He's power forward depth. A big here that would make sense because besides Cat and Nas Reed, I can't think of their. I don't know who's on the roster. I think they still have Juancho Hernan-Gomez. I'm 92% sure, but man,
I just checked up the roster. I didn't find Hernan-Gomez.
Well,
oh, yep. Never mind. I found him.
This pick,
he's like 3-4.
I believe this pick is for the Thunder. So
yeah, this pick is going to OKC. So I guess so then this is about who OKC needs. Then
I think maybe someone like I feel like someone like Josh Green, maybe. Someone who has a lot of upside.
He's cool. But he plays small forward though. They just got Oubre.
Very true.
Yeah, aren't there rumors of them packaging him away at some point?
Yeah.
Well, here it is.
Yeah, here's the selection.
Okay.
Adam Silver is on the screen now, and it's Aleksej Pokashevsky. Aleksej Pokashevsky. I hope I said that correctly.
Alexei. I can't curse.
Heaven is obviously psyched about this pick.
Right.
We here. Poku Hive represent.
He's.
Y'all.
Outside of
y'all.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, sorry guys. I just got to jump in here. I'm going to be signing off just because I got to work with PTV, but I'll be right back for the Bucks pick or whatever they do.
Love you, Daily.
Thank you for being on, Daily. We really appreciate it.
Thank you guys for the time.
I tell y'all, he has the highest ceiling in his literally LaMelo, Poku. That's how bruh. And
really,
literally he's what 7'2", ridiculous arms.
Moves like a wing.
Just watch film from him. Look, he's got the shot right. He can swat shots. He can defend. He can dunk. He can pass. Some of the passes I've seen him make, literally, there's one highlight of him running a 3-on-1 fast break, and a normal basketball player bounce pass, chest pass. Poku says, no, let me go behind the back alley-oop. He's the most wonky, ridiculous player I've ever seen in my literally, bruh, if he pans out, he could be like Rashard Lewis or like Andre Kirilenko or like, but if he busts, like
Lamar
there's still a
Odom.
good chance he could be good. Like literally, bro, I was comparing his stats to like Cat or Jokic or Wiseman or like other players in his age range. I think he's the youngest player in the draft class. So like, I mean, are you kidding me? Why not take a risk at this point in the draft? Oh my God, I can't gush about this guy. Man.
Heaven sounds like he's trying to get this man like into college, man.
Man,
He's like talking to whoever.
Ronny, he's that good. He is that good, man. He's tough. He's tough. Like, and I didn't know about him until like a couple months ago, but it was like a good friend of mine introduced me to him and his game, and he sent me some film, and I was like, man, like he can do everything. Like, there's very few prospects in this draft that can do everything that he does. And this, I'm getting a call. I'm sorry.
I mean, this. Oh, go ahead, Ronnie. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Well, something I'd like to add is, moving along and everything. Dallas is up right now, and looking at the Brooklyn Nets at 19, given everything that they've had to, not deal with, but decisions that have had to have been made. Well, I'll shut up right now for the commissioner.
Yeah. Dallas is now on.
I'm back.
And Dallas takes Josh Green, and that's who I said that I thought the Thunder were going to take with that last pick. But, hey, Josh Green to Dallas, not a terrible pick. What do you guys think?
And here's the thing. This is a blessing because if this pick was Tyrese Maxey, the league would be in shambles because Maxey would have been the perfect player to pair with Luka in the backcourt, just a big off-ball guard who can distribute, who can play make, who can work off the dribble, who can cut back door, and who's solid defensively. So we dodged a bullet with this not being Maxey. That being said, Josh Green isn't bad. He's not Tyrese Maxey. Like, he's cool, he's fun, and like I'm glad this pick wasn't Maxey because then the Mavs would be even scarier. But I mean, I like how he plays. He's decent. Like they said, he's athletic. He's okay defensively. He definitely has a little bit of potential on that end. And he was a big part, in Arizona being, really solid this year with Nico Mannion and Zeke Naji. So this is a fun pick. Not Maxey, though. Thank God.
I really like this for Dallas. Like I said earlier, or like I've been saying, this is kind of a take the best player available kind of pick. I don't think they need a big man. I'm pretty sure they're pretty solid down there. And I mean, sure. I mean, this guy can be pretty established. We all know Luke is going to be, the main guard. And I don't think no matter who you draft in future drafts, he's not going to be taking the, role that Luka has as both the point and shooting guard, depending on, who's on the floor with him. So it'll be interesting. Really.
Yeah, I mean, this is a solid pick, I think. He projects to be like a good 3-and-D wing, I guess. So, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Dallas, they had one of the best offenses ever last year with Luka and Kristaps and that team. So it seems like they're trying to focus on their defense, which makes sense. I think Josh Green is going to be a solid player.
I know we're supposed to be talking about Josh Green right now, but I just man, the Thunder really got Poku for real. Like, that really happened. I mean, that's just – and, that's the perfect team because they have, 15, 16 first-round picks until 2026? Like, if he fails, whatever. You have ample opportunities to try again. They have multiple bites of the apple. But, if he prospers, if he hits his absolute ceiling, then he's a top 3 player in this class.
Well, I just before we move along any further, I would like to introduce our next guest, Joe Matthews, here to talk about some Brooklyn Nets basketball. How you doing, Joe?
Doing pretty good. How's everyone here?
Joe, before we get started, I would like to know whose number do you got on you? I recognize that jersey anyway. I just gotta know who.
I've got the Bed-Stuy jersey on. It's a Dinwiddie jersey.
All right, you can keep that. If it was a LeVert jersey, I would assure you not to come around me. I might get a little jealous.
Wow. Well, Brooklyn is on the clock right now, Joe.
Yep.
What do you think Brooklyn needs with this pick? I mean, they have Kevin Durant coming back. They have Kyrie, obviously. What do you think happens here?
Well, actually, I guess I'm kind of breaking news here, but
Go ahead. I'll
Yeah,
let you
yeah.
break the news. Funny.
Woj actually announced that they traded away the pick,
Not
but
surprised.
picked up Landry Shamet from the Clippers.
That is the perfect move. I love that move.
That's
I am absolutely enamored with it. I got
Wait,
to,
wait.
because going into this, like for this pick 19, who I personally wanted, I think we needed somebody like a Landry Shamet, someone who could come in day one and be a 3-and-D player, down some shots, especially because Joe Harris, he's going to be a free agent. We don't know if he's going to come back. And we already now, Shamet's a guy who's already established. We don't have to worry about a rookie adjusting to the league. I wanted somebody like Sadiq Bey, but I think you got to go with the proven talent in Shamet over him. And I just absolutely love it because I've always loved Shamet when he was on the Sixers and the Clippers.
May I ask you this question in the sense that, okay, you already got your your backcourt practically stable. You got Kyrie Irving. We don't know what the trade's going to happen with James Harden, but regardless if that doesn't come through, you still have Karis LeVert, who showed out in the bubble and has been showing out for the past 2 years under the radar to most people. Then you got Kevin Durant to fill out the other wing. The only place where you really might want to add some depth was big man. Would you have liked to have seen that get fulfilled at this pick should the Nets have still have had it?
I think the only person I really wanted here at this point would be Precious Achiuwa. But it's tough because that definitely is one of the biggest holes, I think. In terms of like playing the 5 and playing center, I think we're set there we have Jared Allen and DeAndre Jordan. And we've also got Nick Claxton as sort of a project who can maybe develop into someone who could play a bigger role in the upcoming seasons. But we still don't really have a true 4. For most of last season, we were running guys like Rodions Kurucs out there, who's not he's really more of like a wing shooter type and not someone who's like a big body that can really defend the guys like, PJ Tucker or Anthony down in the paint. So I would have liked to see somebody to give us some more size. Maybe we can do that with our second rounder, but I don't really feel like there was much in this draft at this stage that I think would have fit that role well.
So Joe, question for you. So you guys are basically making trades that are going to get you veteran guys that are basically putting out the vibe that, hey, we're trying to win right now. So you just got Bruce Brown from the Pistons and got rid of Musa for that, which I thought was beautiful. And then you just traded for Landry Shamet to.
Whoa.
Wait, what happened?
Well, I mean, just to say, it's funny, Joe, that you wanted Sadiq Bey, and but it looks like he'll be heading to Pistons because they picked. But I mean,
that's crazy.
Yeah. You can finish, Justin. Go
ahead. Wait. So Joe, that's a pretty deep backcourt. You got the Dinwiddie jersey on right now. You got Karis LeVert still. Joe Harris is still in the contract. And then adding Bruce Brown and Landry Shamet, where do you see the room for playing time with all that, and obviously Kyrie with that backcourt right now? Or who do you think steps up and steps out and earns the playing time? Because that's a really deep backcourt that you have right now.
I think if assuming we keep the roster the same as it is now and don't make a move for like a Harden type, I think LeVert's going to really be able to step up into that sort of third star role that like James Harden, or there's been rumors about maybe going at like a Bradley Beal would play. So I think LeVert's going to get most of the minutes outside of Kyrie and Durant. And then I think that really leaves like Dinwiddie. We can have Shamet now to really lead the second unit and come off the bench. I mean, Dinwiddie's already been thriving in that role for the past couple of years because he's been behind Kyrie last year. And he used to be behind D'Angelo Russell. And I think personally, there might be a little bias in it, but I think he's, outside of Lou Williams, the best sixth man in the entire league. And so there's really no one else I would feel more comfortable with coming off the bench and leading that second unit. So I think that's kind of how the roles will sort of play out. I think you're going to see LeVert and Joe Harris in the starting lineup along with Kyrie and Durant. And then the big man position, it's kind of a toss-up between DeAndre Jordan and Jared Allen because Jared Allen's still kind of raw and he hasn't really made the big steps that we've been expecting him to. Like at this stage, you think like this year, I think is going to be big for him because this could really be the time where he makes that big leap and sort of carves his name into maybe almost like a top 10 center in the league and really develops and gets stronger.
Well, Joe, before we bring in our next guest for Philly, I just have one last question for you. Do you think Brooklyn can bring home a championship this year?
I think we can. I think Kyrie on his own last year when we had just him playing, we were doing pretty well. I think if Kyrie was healthy all last season, we could have gotten close to a top 4 seed and maybe made a bit of a playoff run. But with Durant coming back, and I know there's going to be a lot of question marks about how well he's going to come back with the Achilles and everything. But I think even if Durant comes back 75% of what he used to be, Durant was just always so freakishly talented that a 75% Durant, I think, is still a borderline top 5 player in the league. And I think the combination of having those two alpha dog guys in Kyrie and Durant, and then the depth that we have where in the bubble this past season, our team, when we didn't have Kyrie, we didn't have Durant, obviously. We didn't even have a guy like Spencer Dinwiddie. We were still able to make the playoffs and perform pretty well with the talent that we had on that roster. So I think that combination of depth and star power, I think we're going to be a player in this upcoming season.
Well, Joe, I just want to thank you for coming on and talking about some Brooklyn Nets basketball. If they make any other moves, you're definitely welcome to come back and talk about it. But thank you. We really appreciate it.
Hopefully, maybe there'll be a big James Harden trade and I'll be able to come back.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe. Exactly. Yeah. All right, Joe. Thank you so much.
Awesome, Joe. Thank you.
All right, Joe. Way to show out, Joe. Happy to see you, Joe.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was a pretty surprising trade, but I think I really like what Joe hammered in. The Brooklyn Nets right now are competing for a championship, and for the most part, they don't really need anything else. I mean, it's more or less just adding depth around the team that they already have. Maybe there are some starting positions that have some question marks around them, but going back to that James Harden trade, if we do make that trade, we lose the depth. We lose so much depth, and I feel like us trading this pick away and adding to that depth might show that, we're not willing to trade Harden, just trade for Harden so easily. So I don't know what Brooklyn will do from here, but it'll definitely be interesting to monitor. I just don't know, but Miami's on the clock. Actually, the pick is in now, so the East representatives for the finals. There could be a lot of question marks here.
Yeah, what do you think about the future of Miami? I mean, they obviously just made it to the finals, but I mean, is that sustainable? Can they continue to win at that rate? And they've been linked to Giannis in his free agency, but what do you think the future of Miami, or what do you think holds for the future of the Miami Heat?
I honestly think that, I hate to say it, but I really think their finals run right now is just a one-year thing. I'm not going to say they won't be able to replicate it, but I think it's highly unlikely because the Bucks were very, back and forth or, good and bad all throughout the season. And, it wasn't hard for Miami to take advantage of that. Miami is a good basketball team. They know how to pressure everything. It's team ball over there, but now you have, and I'm going to shut up real quick because the commissioner's making his way out now.
And it looks like they're taking Precious Ochoa.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I wish I had.
What do you guys think of this pick? Yeah, go ahead, Ronnie.
I'm sorry. I wish I had enough time because I was actually going to say the only position I'd see them, wanting to add on to was big man. And I was going to say Precious Achua. Didn't get enough time. but I'm so happy that Precious Achiuwa is going to Miami. He can learn from Bam Adebayo. He's so athletic. He can guard any position, and he's learning from Bam Adebayo, who can practically play any position, even though he's a center. That's so. Oh, I love this pick. I love this pick for Miami. This is so good. This is such a. This. Oh my God. This
Yeah,
is
honestly,
so
Ronnie, I'm really surprised that Precious dropped that that far. But yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, we re-signed Udonis Haslam to a 1-year deal, which is pretty much to just get back on the bench and be that leader, be that old dog that's going to keep him.
It's his farewell tour. It's his
Exactly.
farewell tour.
Swap jerseys with a couple of people, just like D Wade did a couple of years ago. Even though it's not going to be as big a deal, not even close to D Wade. But yeah, I mean, Precious he's a really, really raw athletic player, and just putting him behind a guy like Bam Adebayo, which I feel like I don't think that people really projected Bam to be that type of all-star caliber level, that talent that he is now when he first got drafted. So you put him behind a guy like Bam, you still have a couple great big men, honestly, in backing up Bam and Kelly Olynyk, and then Myles Leonard, who can also spread the floor and is just a great hustle man as well. I think Precious Achiuwa probably steps in over Myles Leonard at this point. I think he has more talent than him already. But to pair those up and have a big trio of Adebayo and now Achiuwa and then Olynyk, I think that's just a great draft pick for Miami. And I think it's a perfect pick for them, really.
I'm not a fan. Just because, I mean, he played his entire freshman year at Memphis as a 20-year-old. I mean, he's really old already for a freshman.
Okay, he's 20,
and if we're
20, man,
a 20-year-old freshman, which means he has a long way to go. And if you're drafting him, for defense, Xavier Tillman was right there, and he's 21 with having more years of college experience, and he's a better player, and he's a better playmaker, and he's a better defender. So it's like, if you're gonna go front court, why not go Tillman?
Well, we can continue this discussion, but I just want to welcome in our next guest, Ryan Henry, and you can see what team he's repping.
Yeah.
Philly, Philadelphia, the Sixers, they're up next.
Yep.
How you doing, Ryan?
I'm doing all right. What's up, guys?
What's up with that hat, man?
What's up with the hat? I'm a Philly fan. I gotta have the Eagles and I gotta have the Sixers.
I gotta ask, Ryan, is that an Iverson jersey? I won't accept it unless
it's not an Iverson jersey. Sorry, I don't.
Second guess.
It's a Ben Simmons jersey.
Okay. We talk about. Let's get it. Oh, yo, Ryan. So before your prediction on the pick, I want to know what you feel about keeping or trading Ben Simmons for possibly James Harden.
Okay, so if I had to choose between, I would keep Ben Simmons. But if I know this question gets asked a lot, who would you rather keep, Joel or Ben? I'd rather keep Joel, or not Joel. I'd rather keep Ben because the ceiling of Joel's probably hit his peak. He has a couple more good years, but you have Ben Simmons. He's gonna have a peak that lasts a lot longer. He's only, I want to say 24. I don't know the exact age, but he's 24. Because of the way he plays, he kind of relies more on his intelligence, the on-court awareness. I think his game will age better than Joel's. And we already know centers, once they hit 30, 31, they don't really they start falling off a bit. So I'd want to keep Ben Simmons. And then for the pick, I said before, if he somehow fell to us, Desmond Bane would be available. He's a great shooter, he can be complimented to Ben Simmons, just passing the ball off the ball, but he can also do a bit on the ball. I think we saw, in the bubble, they wanted to get Ben Simmons more of an off-ball role. So, Desmond Bane could probably fit in, play that off-ball and off-ball role on offense.
Brian, I wanted to – I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, man.
So we're looking at the board now. Tyrese Maxey, RJ Hampton are both still there. Of course, I didn't expect Maxey to be here at 21. How would you feel if he was the newest Philadelphia 76er? Because I believe he would fit perfectly.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Tyrese Maxey because, he's got that combo guard ability. He can also do what similar to Desmond Bane, the off-ball, on-ball. But I just more Desmond Bane because, he's more consistent. I know Tyrese Maxey struggled a bit during Kentucky. So I kind of just want, someone, he's got, he has that experience as a veteran guy, just want someone who's solid, maybe he doesn't have the ceiling of Tyrese Maxey, but he just has Desmond Bane be more reliable. And I'm not a huge RJ Hampton guy.
Yeah, I mean, that was really my question. Do you think Tyrese Maxey is the pick? I think it makes sense. I mean,
I'd be fine with either. I don't want Hampton though. I'd rather have, I
You
want
don't
Banner
like
Maxey.
Hampton? Is he too risky or something? Or
Yeah, I think he's just too risky, and also like like he has the ability. Obviously, he has the great creation ability, but like his shot still isn't 100% there, and it's like I don't want to draft another guy who can't shoot.
yeah, true. You also recently traded Al Horford, surprisingly enough.
Thank God.
I mean, what do you think of that trade? I mean, I think it's solid to move his contract.
Yeah, no, like so when I originally saw the trade, I was like, we're giving up a first for Danny Green, but then I saw like what was actually the trade breakdown. I mean, I like the trade. Also, I mean, Danny Green, you get more roster flexibility. 2021, you get that cap space off your books. So if you want to go after someone, you can. And I mean, it's a low risk, high reward. Even if Danny Green doesn't pan out, it's fine. But if he does, you get Raptors Danny Green. That'd be huge for this team because God knows we need shooting and perimeter defense.
Yeah, I think he fits really well. I mean, he's going to be similar to like what JJ Redick was not too long ago, except maybe even better on the defensive side of the floor. But hey, so the Sixers just selected Tyrese Maxey. We were talking about him.
That's tough.
So what do you like the pick? I mean,
I like the pick. You got a combo guard that can fill in. I've heard rumors that obviously they want to go after Harden, and they've played Ben Simmons a bit more off at like the 4, so maybe plugging in Tyrese Maxey there. I mean, I was fine with either Bane or Maxey, so I mean I'm really liking this pick. Off bar guard. He's got the potential. He needs to get a bit more consistent, but I like the pick.
Yeah, I mean, Kentucky.
He's fun.
Yeah, Kentucky guards. They've just been showing out recently.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
your boy.
Yeah, exactly. Someone like Jamal Murray. I mean, we've seen.
This is the best pick of the draft.
We saw Tyler Hero in the playoffs.
Obviously, Devin Booker.
Yeah, exactly, Devin Booker. So I feel like he could follow that. Maybe not at that level, especially playing in Philly. Surrounded by superstars. But
yeah,
I think he's certainly going to be a one of the biggest steals of this draft.
The biggest. Besides
I wonder if they're gonna. Oh, sorry, Heaven. You can.
No. You're the fan here.
Okay.
I love this pick.
I was gonna say. I wonder if it depends how Doc Rivers approaches Ben Simmons. I wonder if day one he'll be starting, or if it's someone he'll bring off the bench and he's like, I want Ben Simmons more at the 4, and then he can bring Tyrese Maxey in to start. It's gonna be interesting how they play it, how they start him off.
This is easily the best pick of the draft. Easily.
Do you
For where they got him?
Do you think that Tyrese or do you think Ben Simmons is the future at point guard for that team, or do you think he's a place to grow?
I don't know. I like him at point guard because a lot of times, especially with Brett Brown, I mean, Doc Rivers is coming in, so he's a better coach than Brett Brown. But a lot of times when Ben Simmons didn't have the ball, he would just stand at the dunker spot and you could just help off of him. So, I think he works better as a point guard, but I mean, I think he would be better at a point guard if I had to give my analysis.
I want to propose a question to you, Ryan.
Yeah.
If a move was to be made between Ben Simmons and Embiid, I've always thought that you keep Embiid because in a league that's so heavy on shooters, the big man position doesn't get enough love, even though it can be so beneficial for a team. Do you think in a future situation they move away from Ben Simmons? Should it come down to between those two?
Like I said before, I personally, if I had to choose one, I'd rather move Joel. But knowing Daryl Morey, I think the way Daryl Morey operates, if he wants to build this team similarly to how you build Houston, which I don't think he will because the team is completely different. But I think if he had to choose one, I think he would choose Joel Embiid because he's at his peak value right now, and because he's 27 years old, he's got a few more good years left, and so I think if you want to go for a more long-term option, the Ben Simmons will give you an extra 4 to 5 years of peak performance than Joel Embiid would. So if it came down to that, I want to keep both because, I mean, both are all-star level players. Joel Embiid, when he's healthy, is a top like 7 to 10 player. And Ben Simmons obviously is just a jump shot away from being in that same caliber, I think. So I want to keep both, but if I had to choose, I want to pick Joel to trade away.
Well, Ryan, I think that's gonna pretty much do it for our Sixers coverage. But if they make any more moves, I think they have some picks in the second round. So if you're definitely welcome to come back and talk about that.
Okay.
Ryan, y'all, I just have to say before you leave, this is the best pick of the draft. Y'all won in the last slide. I mean, Philly and Dallas were the 2 spots I had for him, and it was like if he goes to either of those spots, then they won the draft, and y'all won. He's perfect to pair with a jumbo guard like Ben Simmons or Luka. Nice change of pace guy, and he can work off the dribble. Just buy the jersey as fast as you can.
Okay, thank you, Evan. I hope it works out.
Ryan, I will say,
send it in.
I wouldn't be surprised, and I would not be mad if you guys took Miles Powell to complement Ben Simmons if you were to put him on the bench. Because I said before, Ben Simmons is more of a traditional point guard than anything. You get Miles Powell who can score off the bench in limited time, and I think that's a perfect fit.
Yeah, they need shot creation. So I mean, I would love Miles Powell. Yeah,
be awesome. Yeah.
Well, ways away.
Well,
thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you anytime. Take care.
All right.
Take care.
Well, up next.
Woo!
This is personal for me, guys.
We know.
This is personal.
Guys.
So Denver Nuggets.
Jorie, who would you want in this spot?
I honestly, I really don't even know. I mean, the Colorado guy, Tyler Bay, he's still on the board. I feel like he fits kind of well there because he's defensive minded. He's, like I said, he's from the area, so I feel like they probably have watched a lot of his games, but I don't know. You keep saying that Xavier Tillman, Heaven, is a guy that every team should draft.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really am sold on him, to be honest.
No, you should be. He's like literally, and it's scary because like we know how many good bigs there were in the Big Ten. I mean, Luka Garza, Kofi Cockburn. We just saw Jalen Smith being taken 10th overall. Hold on, let me stop. Who do y'all have? Who'd y'all get? Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
They took Zeke Najee
he's cool.
Arizona.
Like he's cool. He's fine.
I mean,
his sister is a future Wildcat, so that's fun. She'll be dogging up to Walsh, but not the point. He stole Pac-12 Freshman of the Year from Okongwu. I'm still frustrated with that.
Wow.
He had some crazy measurables and combine drills come in like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, ain't no way he's this good of an athlete. But if those numbers were true, then he's one of the best athletes in the draft. He's no Xavier Tillman, but it's just I keep harping on it because Tillman is so good. And the point I was making, all those good bigs in the Big Ten, like I said, Garza, Cockburn, Jalen Smith, Tillman ate their lunch. Like I'm talking every game they played against Michigan State, they performed at a lesser level than they did against every other team. He's phenomenal defensively, guard bigs, wings, and not only that, he's a phenomenal playmaker. Draymond Green made tens of millions of dollars over the last 5 years with his ability to work in the short roll. That means when you set the pick and you get it in the short roll and you have the numbers advantage, what are the decisions you're going to make? Tillman is the best prospect in the short roll, bar none, and the best playmaking center. Like, just clearly, he can play the 4, he can play the 5. I feel like every time you pick a power forward or center that isn't him, you lost. But, I mean, Najee, cool. He's fine.
I think what's happening is they're expecting to lose Paul Millsap. They're expecting to lose Mason Plumlee. And I kind of think they're just making up for the losses of those two with this pick. Someone who's, they're saying high motor, a lot of energy, fluid athlete. I mean, I think that's what the Nuggets need. But, I guess we'll wait and see. And, if Xavier Tillman ends up being the better player, I'll probably be a little bit upset. But,
I don't know.
Nah,
I think
count on it. Count on it.
If Xavier Tillman ends up being the better player, I would be so upset because we took Jalen Smith at number 10, bro.
Oh yeah, he abused Jalen Smith like every game. Literally every game they played each other, it was embarrassing. And Luka Garza, who's a favorite for National Player of the Year and had a good shot to win last season. I mean, every game against Tillman, it was like a war. And Tillman, I mean, he just never made it easy for any of these guys. So to see all these teams passing on him is kind of crazy. And we've seen Isaiah Stewart go, Zeke Naji, just multiple bigs who just aren't as good. And it's just, I mean, it's frustrating. And Tillman obviously isn't the sexy pick. And there's not, much he can do more than this. But, like, he's already super polished. He has a high floor, and he can immediately slide into any lineup and contribute. I mean, I think we'll be looking at Xavier Tillman the same way people saw Brandon Clark last season. Brandon Clark was a clear top 5 talent, and he slid until, like, pick 23. And Memphis scooped him up, and he made all-rookie first team. So it's like everyone in – I don't want to say draft Twitter, but draft Twitter, everyone saw Brandon Clark being good, and no one took him. The same thing's going to happen with Xavier Tillman. He's going to slide to pick 31. And then when he's showing up on Rookie of the Year ballots, everyone's going to be like, oh, my gosh, how do we miss him? It was right there. He's the best playmaker and defensive big. Really, him and Okongwu are like 1A, 1B on defense for big men. And playmaking, he's in a tier of his own in terms of big men. So it's frustrating to watch him slide just because he's not as, flashy or as a big name as everyone else.
Joey, do you see you guys keeping Jeremy Grant?
I mean, I believe he declined his player option. I mean, it makes sense because he outperformed his contract, I think. It's going to be tough, I think, to resign him. He's going to get a lot of interest from other teams. Jeremy Grant, that is. So we'll see what happens. I hope not, because he was a vital part to them all throughout the season. It's going to be very, very tough. But now with the Knicks up with the 23rd pick, Joel, who was on the show earlier, our first repeat guest, I guess we could say. Joel, how are you doing? I mean, you took Obi Toppin earlier. What do you think the Knicks do at 23 now? I mean, RJ Hampton is still on the board. Do you think they go there?
You don't overthink this pick. The Knicks need to select Peyton Pritchard, 21 points per game, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, 41% from 3. They need to select Peyton Pritchard, not RJ Hampton. He's a project. I don't like Tyrell Terry. Select Peyton Pritchard and just
I returned.
That's it.
Whoa.
Pritchard's cool. I mean, I don't have him as highly rated as Terry or Hampton or
Trey Jones.
Grant Riller. Trey Jones, yeah.
Yeah.
Devon Dotson.
Cassius Winston.
I was Malachi Flynn.
Malachi Flynn. Ronnie, that was a great one you brought up.
Joel, I like
Than Peyton Pritchard?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think a lot of people do. I'm sorry to tell you.
That's
sorry Joel, Pritchard's cool. He's fine.
Yeah,
Like pick
Pritchard's
59.
alright. Bro, it's Cassius Winston. Do you see the award matchup in 2 years, bro?
If the Knicks pick Grant Riller here, y'all won. Joel, I'm gonna send you some clips.
Well, you're going to be very.
I need you to research Grant Riller or something because he's tough.
I mean, they took the other guy that you.
Honestly, I like Jorie's pick of Cassius Stanley. No, I'm not gonna say he's better than Peyton Pritchard, but I like Cassius Stanley too. It's a lot of guards.
Cassius
Probably
Peyton
take
Pritchard is going to be a 3-point guard.
6'3".
I think
it's RJ Hampton.
I think you guys are sleeping on Peyton Pritchard.
We're not.
And my co-host on my podcast just told me I'm not going to like this pick. So it's not Peyton Pritchard. There's going to be somebody else.
I think it's RJ Hampton. I think it's RJ Hampton.
You think, Jorie, or you know? Because you might have the tweets pulled up.
I really don't know.
Listen,
now we kind of know.
Listen, we made a pact.
Look at
We made a pact. Put our phones away.
Yeah, we're not looking at our phones.
My
We're
phone is on
spoilers.
Do Not Disturb.
Dang, see, so we know now. I mean, he's cool. He's a fine guy.
Okay, the pick is in right now, so you just have to wait to see who they select. I don't know if your televisions are ahead of mine.
Okay.
Leonardo
Whoa! Yeah!
That's huge.
He's gonna be a great player.
That's huge. Okay,
I
that's
love
big.
Leandro Bo. That's what we
like
picked.
that.
Leandro Bolmero. I love him.
I like that.
He's gonna
I
be
like
a
that.
great player. He's banking.
I like
He's
that.
going to be a great player.
I like that a lot.
He has Manu Ginobili written all over him.
I like that a lot.
Leandro Bolmero. You guys
I like it. I actually like it. I like it.
That's tough.
I don't think he comes over this year. I think he's a draft and stash guy, but he is so fun.
He's from Argentina. Man.
I had him going to Toronto at like 29, but this is perfectly fine for him. Like he's so. Oh my God, this is great.
Leandro Bolmero.
Good for
Doesn't that just ring off your tongue? Bolmero. I can see that. I can see that.
Joel, I know
on New York billboards.
Joel, I know you're Hispanic. Don't be scared to throw that Spanish slang on it, bro. Bolmero. That sounds better.
Look. I'm sorry to ruin your mood, but I was born in America. I don't have that Spanish slang to me.
And so was
I wish I
bro.
did.
It's in my blood, though. It's in the blood. So you got.
I was raised with English speaking parents, bro. So I don't got that in me. I wish I had that in me though.
What a
This dude is spicy, man.
I really like him. I really like Bolmero.
Game breakdown.
I think he was a sleeper. I think he was a sleeper in this draft. Look. The Knicks are horrible at drafting. I didn't see this coming. A pick that I agree with. But they surprised me here.
Because he's just so tough. Like he can play the 2 or the 3.
And think about it. The Knicks traded up to pick at this pick. That means they really liked him.
Yeah.
This is who they were targeting.
Guys, I don't mean to burst your bubble here, Joel.
Drop it, Ronny.
Woj just tweeted that Bolmero is going to Minnesota.
Oh,
wow.
Wow,
that's crazy.
Number 25 and number 33.
Hey, yo.
Well, I mean,
I don't know, but okay, y'all can check.
Hey, wait, okay. So is Joel gonna stay in here, and then we're gonna pick up Daly real quick for?
I think we gotta get get Daly in here
because
for
the
a
Knicks
second.
got pick 25. Joel, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, they got pick 25, man, and 33. They got 25 and 33.
Oh my goodness. Hi, Daly.
Look at this team we got right here.
See,
man.
I already know Joel is just going off on a tangent right now.
he was excited over Leandro.
Joel, you gotta relax.
Who did the Knicks trade Bolmero for?
They traded
number 25 and
for
number
33.
25
and 33.
The 25th and 33rd pick, bro.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
They don't want him.
He's still wearing his Knicks hat. He doesn't even realize this is going on.
Nope.
That's so tough. That's very tough.
Like, imagine thinking you're going to New York, and then like they're like, "Oh yeah, you're going to Minneapolis. Here you go."
Minnesota.
It'd be even worse. Daily. It'd be even worse if they told me I was going to Milwaukee.
Oh,
okay, that's a pot shot. And honestly, I'd rather go to Milwaukee than that dumpster fire at MSG. So,
oh my God.
I'm not even going to entertain that.
Also, our arena is much better.
We have
than
a civil
yours.
war, people.
You just
got a civil war.
You just basically
Our
praised
arena,
going to New York.
Miser V Forum is a million times better than that renovated dump. All right.
Is that why Bogdanovich doesn't want to go to Milwaukee?
No, he wants the most money. That's why.
Nah, he doesn't want to go to you guys.
Use common sense.
He doesn't want to go to you guys.
Money.
Joel, any thoughts on James Dolan?
Wait, guys.
All right, yeah, wait.
Making the pick right
is
now.
in for
Here
Milwaukee.
we go. What we got?
RJ Hampton.
Point guard. This was the right pick. This was the right pick to make.
Love to see it.
Daly,
Best
what are your
player
thoughts?
available. That's
Honestly,
perfect.
here's the thing. It comes to a point in time where you have to make the best pick possible. RJ Hampton, he was the right guy to take. He was on the board. You have to take him. They could have went with Jaden McDaniels. I would not have been mad at that pick. But RJ Hampton, he'll be playing right behind Drew Holiday. And, heaven forbid anything happens to Drew Holiday. Let's hope not. You have RJ Hampton that can go in and produce and play a lot of minutes and score the ball. Earlier, yes.
Daly, this is New Orleans pick.
Well, let's see, though. Is it actually New Orleans pick? Because I've been hearing.
This is New Orleans pick.
And they just traded him to Denver. And
I thought it was New Orleans pick. All right.
Okay. Well, I mean,
it's so difficult.
You can still talk about him, though. You can still.
I mean, you know what? Here's the
thing. He's no Drew Holiday.
Good for them. And because honestly, with Eric Bledsoe, I don't know how many minutes he'll be able to give New Orleans. And having this guy, the way New Orleans is looking, they're going to be loaded for the future. Everyone's talking about OKC. Let's talk about this team who has young players built together right now.
Wait, they just said Hampton went to Denver.
Wait,
so
so
Jorie should be
Hampton is-
excited.
So
Yeah, Jorie.
Hampton's
Yeah.
going to the Nuggets.
Yeah, and New Orleans is getting a future pick. I mean,
Civil
there you
War.
go. Wait, okay, so Jorie, okay, so does that mean you're trading Monte Morris to the Lakers then? Is that all right? I'll send
you
it in.
wish.
I'll send
You
the deal
wish,
in.
man.
Cool. It's fine. Just oh my goodness, that was a flurry of moves. What a time. You guys are fun.
I got my hopes up.
I don't.
So this
okay,
this
well,
25th pick is the Knicks pick, right?
crazy, bro. This is crazy.
Now this
Yeah,
one
it says OKC, but this one's going to New York.
Hey, listen, I don't
Pretty
want to, pop it in with bubble, but I firmly believe the
So
Knicks
here
got to
we
go
go. This is
point
the
guard
Knicks.
here. You guys got to marry someone, for the future at point guard. Your shooting guards already
So this is
established.
originally
Your
a
big
starter
men are already
that was
established. You
traded
guys
to
got to go point guard. Malachi
This
Flynn,
pick
Trey
went
Jones.
from the Thunder to Minnesota.
Yo, Joel wants Peyton
No, this
Pritchard,
pick went
bro.
from Minnesota to the
Or
Thunder.
Peyton Pritchard.
I'm gonna be honest though. If we got picked 25 and 33, I think we can get Pritchard at 33.
Yeah,
And I think at 25 we can go somebody else.
Or
Yeah.
shout out to your seat, guys, you can get Miles Powell 30.
Yeah, I don't think.
Who said Miles Powell at 33?
My co-host Jack. He said
Because Will just said that over here, so I heard an echo over the man.
And it said
That
they
was
like,
so
I mean,
weird.
they want that scenario. They want Miles Powell.
That'd be crazy.
Oh my God.
Be topping him off.
Okay.
At this pick,
Crazy.
they took Emmanuel Quickly from Kentucky.
Wait. The Knicks took Emmanuel quickly?
Yeah.
Did they?
Well, I don't understand how this is working because it says
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here.
made the pick.
I
So
mean,
are they trading him?
What? So
Yeah,
they
yeah.
traded this to the Knicks.
yes. Well, it was traded to Minnesota, and then Minnesota traded it to New York. Because this was in the
Emmanuel
Rubio
quickly
deal.
is not a bad pick. I'm not mad at it. But
Yeah.
I much rather want Leandro Bolmero. That's what I want. I
Quickly
want
over
Bolmero.
Terry is kind of crazy. I like Terry a little bit more. Quickly's cool though. He's all right. But if you're going
Look, if
point
this
guard,
was this was 4 years ago when Quickly was one of like the top players in high school, then this would have been fine.
Yeah.
But what he's been in college, like I'm not in love with this pick.
I mean, he was a
Not to mention, I think there are a lot more point guards that are better than him.
and he doesn't drive to the rim that often. Like I'm
Yeah,
looking now, he drove to the rim. This is saying 15% of his
Not
field
really
goal
great
attempts
at
were at the
the
rim.
rim.
So
And
I
he's
mean,
not
he's
really
really
great
shooter
playmaker.
or nothing at this point.
But,
He's
I mean, you have
actually the
arguable
second
playmaker,
lowest
really. So
rim frequency
I don't know
of
if
any
he's
player.
real
So I mean, he's
playmaker.
cool.
So
Yeah,
Quickly
Guys,
is headed
I
to
don't know
New
if you
York,
saw this
correct?
Chris
Yeah.
Haynes.
So
I
the
mean,
New York Knicks got their point guard. Knicks
I
got
just
their-
want to hark back to the fact that the Nuggets got RJ Hampton, and it just follows the last couple of years. All Denver has done in the draft is take shots on guys who have a lot of upside, but a lot of risk at the same time. They took Michael Porter Jr. at the end of the lottery. They obviously took Bol in the second round last year, and now RJ Hampton, who has plenty of potential, but nobody really knows what he is. I mean, they're just loading up on guys like that, and I love it.
And even Jamal Murray in 2016,
And
he
you
fell a little
traded
bit.
stars.
Yep.
Rudy Gobert. I mean, you gave Utah their core.
Yep. And
That's
it
tough.
pains me to say that. We could have had.
Yeah, but to be honest though, where would they fit?
Yeah.
With
Very
what you
true.
have
I mean,
now, where would they fit?
Mitchell and Murray would be kind of crazy.
Yeah,
in the
but
back. That would be kind
although
of crazy.
Murray's a shooting guard, he still runs the offense in Utah a lot of times. The ball goes through him a lot on the wing. I don't know if
Yeah.
that would work, but
yeah.
It would have been a fun thing to think about, but I mean, now they're just now they have to battle in the playoffs. What a day.
If this 33rd pick it turns out to be somebody I don't like, and we gave up Leandro Bolmero, I'm going to be upset.
The Celtics, I think the Celtics go big.
Oh man. All right.
Jeez.
Who's on the board now? Boston?
So much to unpack here, man. This is
It's
just
been real
crazy.
hectic. I almost want the Lakers to buy a pick just so I can feel some sort of something tonight. But Who knows?
I'm trying to see
Paul
who's the
Merrill was
best big
nice.
on the board right now because I think
Trading Paul
wanted
Merrill
him,
was a
bro.
mistake
the Celtics should go.
because like that was it in the decent range for him.
Xavier
He's
Tillman's still on the
fine.
board. I don't think that would be a bad fit.
Like
at
I had him
all.
right there with like Josh Green and like just looking at small forwards. He was cool.
Jaden
Ugh.
McDaniels, your guy's still on
Okay,
the board.
so
Brandon
I
Cannon
thought
from Duke.
Boston would package this pick and their last third rounder. I mean their third first rounder and pick 14. I thought they would use it to move up, but they didn't. So Jorie, curveball. Who do you think Boston's picking here?
Whew. I mean,
Put you on the spot.
I literally have no idea. Can they even roster another player at this point? They have so many players on there.
I don't anticipate them using all their picks, but I
I mean,
haven't
there
seen
are
like a trade.
rumors of Gordon Hayward leaving, going to someplace like Atlanta or something. So,
So you think they're going with another wing?
no,
I would just like. Oh,
Imagine
sorry.
they get Bane. Imagine they get Bane here. Have him and Neesmith just get like 2 of the top 5 shooters in the draft.
Yeah,
That would
I
be
love
fun.
Desmond Bane. I do not think 4-year players get enough credit because for whatever reason, there's this stigma that if you're not one and done, you're not going to be a very good NBA player. But Desmond Bane, he has a ton of strength. He's 6'6". He's a wing. He can defend like crazy. And then you talk about the shooting heaven. Honestly, playing in a conference like the Big 12 requires shooting, especially at the small forward position. And the fact that he could do that at 22 years old just shows to me that he's ready to be in the league.
I think the only negative to Bane is, I mean, like you said, he had the sustained shooting over 4 years compared to Neesmith, who went from 33% year 1 to 52% year 2. I mean, that just doesn't seem sustainable. Whereas Bane was 40% and up from 3 every season. The only knock on his game is his negative wingspan. I think he's like 6'6", and he has like a 6'4" wingspan. But like he has a stocky build to where, you know, it doesn't matter. And he still has good IQ, you know, so he can jump pass lanes here and there. So like when the only bad thing about a prospect is their wingspan, like he probably should have went a lot sooner. But I mean, Neesmith is cool. Like if he maintains 50% from 3, like I said earlier, I mean, it'll be a great pick. If they can get both of them, then you're talking about landing 2 of the top 5 shooters. I mean, I've got them up there with Merrill, Tyrell Terry, Cassius Winston, Isaiah Joe. I mean, they're definitely up there in terms of ranking the shooters in this draft. So if you come away with 2 of those guys, and you still have pick 30 and pick 47, maybe you trade those. Because like Jorie said, I mean, who knows, they even have enough roster space. But yeah, depends on what they get here.
I just want to mention real quickly a report about Klay Thompson and his, injury that was reported earlier today. It says the Warriors fear that Klay Thompson suffered a significant Achilles injury, and his MRI is scheduled for Thursday. So that has a lot of implications. Obviously, their star shooting guard who missed all of last season with the ACL injury. That's not good at all here at the Warriors. But here comes the Celtics pick right now.
I like this one. That's all I'll say.
Okay, let's see who they get. No.
Wow, and it's Peyton Pritchard. Joel was just saying that's who we wanted.
Bro, they just took Peyton Pritchard. I can't believe it. So then the Knicks are not getting Peyton Pritchard. So we're stuck with Emmanuel quickly. Come on.
Or you get Grant Riller. What about Grant Riller?
To make it worse, you got to play them 4 times every year.
Peyton Pritchard is going to be an upgrade over Brad Wanamaker. So that's a great pick.
Yeah.
That's a great pick. He's going to be a guy who's going to score off their bench, and they need some bench production. And I'm just mad the Knicks couldn't get him. This is ridiculous. We traded Leandro Bolmero for Emmanuel Quickly, and then whoever we're going to get after, and then Peyton Pritchard is gone. Come on, man. Who are we gonna get?
Is so
bro.
You guys can get Miles Powell.
See, look, you want to know what's crazy? I'm talking to you, Ronnie, and I'm talking to my co-host Jack right now. You want to know what's crazy? The Jets in the draft. Joe Douglas made a risky move by trading back. We still were able to select Denzel Mims. I was happy with it. I was happy with the Jets draft. This Knicks draft, what are we doing? Why are we selecting these players?
Wait, Joel.
Come
So
on,
what I'm
man.
Joel, what I'm here. Wait. That wasn't to me, right? No, that wasn't to me.
That was to you.
Oh, that was to me. Okay.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing is you think Joe Douglas is a good MG then?
And like I said, he's just
He had an okay selection in the second round. Ashton Davis has been suspect, and outside of Braden Mann, Mekhi Becton, and Denzel Mims and P. Ryan, everybody's been suspect.
All right, I can.
Can I just talk about Peyton Pritchard as the Oregon representative here?
Yeah.
In this conversation, I am so proud of this guy. I remember his freshman year when Oregon made it to the Final Four. You know, you had guys like Dylan Brooks on that team. They were the stars. But Peyton Pritchard, you know, he was the floor general. And then once it was his team, he really took over. I don't expect him to really be the leader of Boston because it's not his team. But do not be surprised in about 3 or 4 years' time, if he's still a Boston Celtic, that he turns out to be a borderline all-star, because Brad Stevens is great at developing point guards. You know, just look at what he did at Butler, and then now for almost 8 seasons in the Boston Celtics. I honestly think that Peyton Pritchard, this is the right place for him. Great fit.
I think the Celtics, they have had the best draft so far in terms of where they selected.
Yeah.
Aaron Nesmith, I think he's going to be a star. I wanted the Knicks to take him. I'm really high on Nesmith. I know you were skeptical about his jump from year 1 to year 2.
Yeah.
But Nesmith, I'm not. I believe in that guy. And Payne Pritchard. We've been hearing reports that Boston wants to move on from Kemba. Who's to say that they can move on from Kemba and Payne Pritchard could be the starting point guard? That can happen.
I don't think it'd be that quick. Like, it's not gonna happen this season.
And Captain Winston is also better at everything. No disrespect, Michael. Like, Pritchard's cool and like he cooked us in the Bahamas, but like Cassius is like if you're gonna get an older, more experienced 4-year guard.
Oh, here's the pick.
I think Cassius is supremely overrated, but
here's Utah's pick.
Here's the pick.
And the Jazz select Udoka. Oh wow,
Udoka
as a Buki from Kansas.
Man,
I think he's better than
Leo, you're a Lakers
than your
fan.
boy.
You're lucky.
Who?
All right, guys. I'm about to head out. It was
Yeah,
nice
Joel,
talking to
thank
guys,
you.
Though.
Peace out, Joel.
Yeah, Joel, thank you for coming on, man. We appreciate it. I hope you like your picks, man.
should I be leaving soon as well?
Jazz got Udoka.
Do the Bucks have another pick?
I don't believe so, so I probably have to get out of here soon.
All right. But
Well,
if
Daly,
they pick in the
I mean,
second, then
what's your just before you leave? What do you think of this pick for the Jazz? I guess.
Look, Udoka Azubuike, he got injured last year, if I'm not mistaken. Tremendous rebounder.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's what they need, because you have Rudy Gobert. You know, he's an all-world rebounder and defensive player. Learning under the tutelage of Rudy Gobert as well as Quinn Snyder, I think will do wonders for Udoka Azubuike. I think this is a very smart pick, and that's all I got to say.
Yeah, it's going to be solid. But thank you, Daly, for coming on. I mean, it was a kind of uneventful, I guess, as a Bucks traded their pick. But hey, championships are better than draft picks, right?
We'll see if we can even get there, but that'll be another story. I just want to say you guys have done a tremendous job today. I'm very proud of each and every one of you. You know, Jorie, Heaven, Justin, Ronnie, Wilner, everyone who set this up, everyone who made this possible. Thank you for giving me, and even Joel, even though he's a Knicks fan, stinks. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be on here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much for coming on, Daly.
Thank you for pulling double duty tonight. I'll catch you.
Yep, you got it.
Well, this is interesting. The Jazz took a
so mad.
center.
Are
I'm
they
really
showing
just so
Jordan
mad.
highlights right now?
Like, this draft has been, I mean, Desmond Bain still on the board, Grant Riller still on the board, Xavier Tillman still on the board, Tyrell Terry
as
still on the board.
As a Lakers fan, Heaven, do you regret, or do you think the Lakers are regretting the
furious. Dennis Schroeder better be he better win Sixth Man of the Year.
I think he definitely can. I mean,
and that's like he could definitely contribute sooner than a rookie would, but also he's on an expiring deal. If Riller goes in this spot and we dealt it to who do we trade our pick to? To OKC. If we pick Riller for them here, I will cry. I will cry on stream. because I just don't want to be sad. He's
Whose
really
pick
good,
is
man.
whose pick is this right now? Okay, no.
This is the
okay,
Thunder, but
Yeah, we're picking for them. So if it's Riller, Tillman, Bain, Terry, Winston, maybe even Mannion, like
I'm
I don't
not
think
too
I don't think
I'm not too
Mannion.
high on Nico Mannion.
yeah, I'm not
Me
either,
neither.
but also like he's got the pedigree. He's at
Yeah,
least,
I
you
get
know,
it.
like he's decent, he can shoot. He showed flashes. But like Bain, he would have came in and instantly replaced Danny Green. Tyrell Terry would have came in, instantly replaced Rondo or whoever.
But
Tillman would have came in. Xavier Tillman and Anthony Davis would have been the best defensive front court in the league. Like, bar none. I mean, you have Tillman at the 4 instead of Kuz closing games, and you have AD at the 5. Then you have Braun out there in the backcourt. I don't know, Caruso and Bradley. Like, no one's scoring on that lineup. So if Tillman goes here and he gets sent to the Thunder, I'm gonna be so. I need a moment.
So as of right now, the Thunder have Steven Adams still, which I believe he's going to get traded, and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is their starting point guard. So if you look at, they're pretty much wide open. I don't think they're going to hold on to Steven Adams. So if you look at big men, Tillman's still on the board, like you said, Hev, and then you got a bunch of point guards. Desmond Bain, who I think is coming in making an immediate impact. You got Tyrell Terry. You got Trey Jones still, Cassius Winston, and even though some people don't like him, Nico Mannion, who, I mean, he could come in and do something. I believe the Thunder, or that was Dallas that got his teammate Josh Green, but I think they're looking at Shea Gilgeous-Alexander as their number 1 point guard right now, who's going to basically lead the the team wherever he wants to take him for the next few years. I think they're going to give him those car keys to do so. But really, I mean, you could go any position right now for the Thunder. You're not too overmanned at any position.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of solid pieces. I mean, Lou Dort was a surprising one in the playoffs, so he might be, I don't know, maybe he could be the future there next to SGA, and then obviously, like you mentioned, Kelly Oubre. So I don't know who they're thinking of taking here. This is interesting.
They might go big man. I'm feeling.
Honestly, Tillman would be a great.
Was Jaden McDaniels taken yet? I don't think he was. I think
he was on the board.
I think he might be the pick here, honestly.
Or
if you're
Vernon,
the Thunder.
or Vernon Carey. Could it be Vernon Carey Jr.?
No,
I think it might be too early for Vernon Carey. I think
he's not. I mean, he's like, I'm not high on him either. This is just.
He's not good.
Man, not like I feel like I've been hating a lot tonight, but I came into tonight with like a certain set of guys that I was high on and that I like, and and now this is, I mean, all my guys are sliding down the board, man. Desmond Bain, Tyrell Terry, Grant Riller, Xavier Tillman. They should be first round picks, man. And some team finna get them at in 30s. We don't have a pick, and that frustrates me.
Sure,
oh my God. We gotta buy a second rounder. We have to buy. If Xavier Tillman is on the board at 32, we need to buy a second rounder.
Right, that's $2 million at least. Tyler Bay's not bad either, though. We'll see.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yep.
God.
And there it is. Jaden McDaniels is
not
headed to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I can breathe. He's musty. Like, and
why don't you like him?
It's not that I don't like him. He just came, like you see, he was a number 7 recruit, so he came with a lot of hype. Him and Isaiah Stewart, and like I caught a few Pac-12 games, and I watched some film, obviously, on him and Stewart leading up to the draft. It's just like I expected more. I mean, to shoot 40% at his size and his agility and his athleticism, I would have liked a more efficient stat line, and I would have liked him to just look smoother, in the transition from high school to college. But I mean, it's fine. Again, another player that isn't Xavier Tillman, but at least it's not, bro. The Raptors are on the board, bro. If they get Xavier Tillman, bro, if they get Tillman or Riller, I'm leaving the
Raptors. I think that's definitely a Raptors kind of move, veteran guys. But I don't know. I feel like this Jaden McDaniels pick could be solid for the Thunder. I mean, he's a project, obviously, but so is the rest of that roster outside of really SGA and maybe Kelly Oubre. Justin, you were saying that Steven Adams could potentially be traded. I mean, we'll see what happens. I like what they're building.
I think they traded Terrence Ferguson tonight.
Yeah, they did.
But like it's a weird thing with them. They love picking up the super athletic guys. I mean, now you've got McDaniels, you've got Hamidou Diallo, you got Jalen LeCue, who they grabbed in the CP3 trade. They had Terrence Ferguson before they shipped him out. So I don't know. It's a weird thing with them where they just like to grab all the bouncy players that can't really shoot too well. But
Lou
this is
Dort,
fun.
bro, is
Yeah.
exactly what that
I mean,
is.
he's not as athletic as the other guys, but
Yeah,
I mean, he's
a
still
defender. He can't
specimen.
score at all. And then Darius Baisley's also a really athletic dude. He can shoot a little bit though, but he's just another athletic, like young dude that seems to fit their mold. So
And he had a little bit of an issue with turnovers, but
yeah, no doubt. He's not bad. I mean, I think they're in rebuild mode right now. I think they're going to try to get rid of Steven Adams and give him to a contender. And shoot, the Raptors are next year. If they get something, they're going to be absolutely crazy
because him and Siakam in the front court will really be.
That'd be crazy.
That'd be so stupid.
That'd be fun, man.
Oh man, I'm going through it. I'm going through it right now. I expected my guys to go, and now they haven't gone, and now I don't know what to think. I don't know what to believe. My life is a lie.
Oh, okay. In all honesty, though, who are we thinking Toronto picks here? Because I said it earlier that I really think though that
I think they go point guard.
Yeah, me too. Because I'm thinking they're planning on losing Fred VanVleet,
and Kyle Lowry isn't getting any younger.
I would imagine they go point guard here.
If they draft Rilla, they won. If they draft Rilla, that's the best pick in the draft.
Man,
it's him and Maxey.
You guys like Theo Maledon from France?
He is nice. He is nice and fun.
I like him.
He's a fun
They
guy.
draft him, they'd be crazy. That would be crazy.
It's for me. It's kind of like, or maybe it's the Seton Hall in me, but Miles Powell was who I picked to go to the Raptors in the 50s because they have the 59th pick. But if they answer their point guard question here, then that goes out the window. So I don't know, man. This will be interesting. This will be interesting. We still got a minute up, and I mean, we're just getting into the second round, so maybe the picks will flow by faster. You know, everyone wants to use up the whole 5 minutes to make their picks. So
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm weak.
well,
yeah, I think. Yeah, but I mean, I just think that. I mean, Trey Jones is another one. I'm looking at it. Best available. Trey Jones, a solid point guard out of Duke, two-way guy that improved a lot when that big three left and they all got drafted. That being Zion, R.J. Barrett, and Cam Reddish. It kind of became his team after they all left. So maybe Trey Jones here. I don't know. I feel like they're gonna go point guard though.
could be Trey Jones, could be a Maledon, Cassius Winston.
Cassius Winston, yeah, I was gonna say.
Miles Powell. They want to shock the world right now.
Howard,
Winston, Maledon, Terry. Tyrell Terry would be great here.
Tyrell Terry is actually disgusting. I really like Matt Thomas, man. He could definitely match.
Trey Jones is also on the board. Grant Riller, man. I just want him to find a home. I wanted my dog to go in the lottery, and it turns out none of these NBA GMs watch the College of Charleston. So it's fine. I can't wait to take their job in the future. It's cool. I'm just frustrated that my dog should have prospered. He should be getting paid millions, and instead he's going to go pick 40th. And I don't like it.
As long as you ball out, you're gonna get your millions.
They're gonna say that,
but I want him to get it now.
Position, bro. That's what they're gonna say. He didn't play against anybody because he played at Charleston.
Which is just ridiculous. Which is really because like in his games against actual teams, he played the exact same. Exactly. It's like nobody in the country could finish the way he does. Pause. And he could shoot, and he can play make, and he's 6'3". Like the Damian Lillard comp, like I know it's wild because we've seen what Dame has become in the league, but like Dame coming out, like man, he's right there. He's right there. Like Dame coming out of Weber State, he's right there, and it's frustrating that this draft was just so packed at guard that he slid down the board to this point.
Yeah,
What are you gonna
that's another thing. This draft is guard heavy at a time where the league is so high on guards, where it's like every team already has their established guard in a way. So it doesn't really equal out. But Toronto really wasting everyone's time. You think it's a time difference?
Bro, you know who we have? Bro, okay. So we're listing off the guards. Cassius Winston,
Nico,
Theo
the
Maladon,
pick is in.
Mannion,
Tyrell Terry,
Malachi Flynn.
Desmond Bain.
And it's Malachi Flynn, point guard, San Diego State.
Let's go. I love that pick. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. That's
Bro,
I do like it. That's
bro,
good. I think
like
he
he's
fits
literally
that organization well.
Sheesh. I'm surprised, honestly, though. He was definitely not the highest rated point guard available, but I mean, I guess they saw the fit.
Nah, he deserves it. He deserves it. Whoever is rated above him is a toss up at this point. Like if you were to draft Trey Jones above him, it'd just be because of age. Literally, the only knock on him is that he's 6'1". Like his size is the only negative. He can finish at the rim.
Hey,
I feel like I'm repeating myself. Like Flynn and Riller are like right there.
He's gonna learn. He's gonna learn from one of the best undersized point guards in the league, in Kyle Lowry. And obviously, we saw Fred VanVleet thrive in that offense. So, I mean, it makes sense. I like the pick a lot. Malachi Flynn.
Oh, that's so tough.
I like it.
You muted me.
That's a great pick, really. I love that pick so much.
And he's also older, so I feel like he's more developed as point guard. You want that, obviously veteran leadership, but I feel like he spent more time in college. I feel like he's gonna come in right away and be a contributor for that team. That's good.
Yeah.
That's a great pick, really.
That's the number one thing that I've been wanting to say all this time, but it kept getting lost in conversation. Don't sleep on players just because they're older. Because the number one reason why GMs will pick 4-year players or guys who are in their 20s, it's because they know the older players are more likely to making an immediate impact on their team rather than the one and done. So you kind of have to develop along the way. So all those 4-year guys, they're meant to go into the league and make an immediate impact. Does that happen all the time? No, but that's basically their job. So I think Malachi Flynn has the IQ for that. So I think it's a really smart move for Toronto.
This is literally the perfect spot for him. Like you said, I mean, they've shown they can develop guards, especially and 4-year players, and he's just so good. I know I keep saying it. I think when looking at every prospect in the draft, there's nothing wrong with him. Like looking at Xavier Tillman, you can be like, okay, he could shoot better. Or looking at Riller, you could say, oh, his defense, could use a lot of work. When the only knock on a player is their size, and he's 6'1", so it's really only a negative when you're going up against a huge guard, and how many teams have super big point guards, it's a handful of teams, and they could hide him on a smaller player if necessary. He's just so good. This is the perfect slot for him. I think we're looking at clear winners of the draft, Philly and Toronto. I mean, they cleaned up very clearly just because, Philly somehow got Tyrese Maxey, who was perfect for them. I can't think of a more perfect situation for him besides Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
And Toronto was able to land one of the 4-year point guards that we wanted to get for them. Either him, Winston, or Riller. They couldn't go wrong, and they got a really good guy. Dang, I'm so sad because we can't beat these guys. Man, okay.
Well, Boston's pick is now up. Boston's the last pick of the first round, and we'll see what Boston does here.
Apparently, they traded the pick.
Oh, they did. Desmond Bain, and that's going to Memphis.
Go to hell.
That pick is going to the Grizzlies.
I like that.
Yeah.
You know what? 2 of my guys went. I'm fine, but Memphis is just gonna get all the guys. Cool. It's fine. Do I wish the Lakers had a pick in the first round? Yes, but it's whatever because Dennis Schroeder is fun and cool and German.
He's fun and cool in
The
German.
shooter got the streak in his hair. He's cool, dude. No, Desmond Bain, though, I really like the pick. I think Memphis is really developing an extremely nice young core down there. They got Jaren Jackson.
Yeah.
They got Brandon Clark, who we talked about earlier. He basically dropped to like 23, and he was top 5 in Rookie of the Year voting, which is crazy. John Morant finished 1. John Morant's still there. And then you got Dylan Brooks, and now pairing with Desmond Bain, who 4-year player. I think Ronnie said something earlier about, maybe it was Daly that just said something about not really understanding the knock on 4-year players, which I can understand it to a certain degree. But at the same time, I mean, I believe that 4 years definitely gives you an advantage over other players in certain instances. And one of those is just season at the D1 level, which Desmond Bain has. He shot 40% from 3 last year. He shot 40% from the field, 50% from the field his senior year, but 40% every year he's been in college. And he's just a really efficient, hard worker. I think he's going to really match up well with John Morant. And their young core, I mean, I doubt they're coming out of the West this season, but Memphis is building something over me. I would not sleep on them at all.
Wow.
Their roster is just so fun. Like I just tweeted, they have all the draft Twitter guys. I mean, you got Ja, you got, I think they brought in Jonte Porter. They've got Triple J, John Conchar, who almost nobody knows about, but I swear he's elite. They just got Bane, Brandon Clark. I mean, it's like everybody cool is going there, and it at some point makes me sad. They have DeAnthony Melton for some reason. He's there now. He's wreaking havoc. If they find a way to get Xavier Tillman to Memphis, I will be potentially, just having him as like a side team. I will maybe buy a jersey. Stay tuned. But they have all my guys. They have all my players, and it's frustrating at this point. Now I just need my sons to succeed. If Riller or Tillman become Lakers, the league is doomed.
Wow. Yeah, I like what Memphis has, with obviously Ja and, Brandon Clark, who they drafted last year too. They've been doing really well in drafts recently. Not to mention they drafted Jaren Jackson Jr. not too long ago. So I like what they're doing in Memphis. I think they could be a playoff team potentially this year if everything breaks right for them.
The West is going to be tough, man. Like, I mean, because we just saw the Suns miss the playoffs and then bring in an All-NBA player. And the Grizzlies, I mean, they'll have Triple J, who they didn't have in the bubble because he got hurt. So, I mean, they'll have him and Brandon Clark and Ja, and now they just added the best shooter in the draft. I mean, Sacramento is going to be tough because I'm sure Bagley will be a little bit healthier, and all the guys are probably going to take leaps. If they can bring back Bogdanovich, even better for them. Minnesota, I mean, we haven't seen a full season of Cat and D'Lo, and now they just added Anthony Edwards, so that could easily push 40 wins. It's just like I could foresee 1 through 15 in the West. Like if you told me that one of those teams in that area were able to get a draft or a top 8 seed, if they were to make the playoffs, I wouldn't be surprised. Like there's no bad team in the West. I can just see just it being an absolute bloodbath because I think Justin brought it up earlier, how the Suns brought in an All-NBA player and they're somehow like still the 4th best team in that division, which is insane to think about. And that just is a testament to how stacked every team is now. Oh man. And to make matters worse, now it's just coming off the shortest offseason for some of these playoff teams. And now it's just going to be 72-game sprint to the finish.
Yeah,
It's going to be a fun time.
It's going to be crazy. This season is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, this is probably going to be one of the funnest seasons we can,
I'll check my phone.
Honestly, I'm a little bit concerned about the injury bug just because for the players who went to the bubble, they didn't really have that much of a break. Like, your team specifically have one chip. You're coming off basically like a 70, 80-game break or 80-day break when you're going back to the season start, which is December 22nd. The season just ended, practically a month and a half-ish ago or something like that. That's really, really, really crazy. So, honestly, like, I do believe that they'll probably get back to the finals and honestly repeat. But the discrepancy between the players that got like 200 plus days of rest and like 80 something is really crazy. And I do think we're going to see some players get hurt because of it. Not going to say Clay was because of that, because I think, Clay obviously had a whole year off, but there's going to be some players that come down with injuries just because I believe they didn't have enough time to rest their bodies.
Yeah, I'm concerned, like Heaven was saying, a lot of those teams that it's going to be weird because there's so much, on one side you have teams that just competed in the playoffs and, finished not like a few months ago, less than like over a little bit over a month ago. And then other teams haven't played since March. So like the discrepancy in that is just crazy. I don't know what's going to happen.
And not to mention all those teams who didn't play March just added one of the best NBA prospects onto their team. So.
Right. And those prospects haven't played since March as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. But, as we begin the second round now, the Mavericks with the first pick in the second round.
Who do you guys see as targets for this area? I mean, of course, they just landed Josh Green. I wish they would have drafted Tyrese Maxey in that spot. Still a couple good guys left. You got Trey Jones, Cassius Winston, Tyrell Terry. They're showing Tyler Bay now. Of course, my sons, Riller and Tillman. Oh, my goodness. Almost confused them. We'll see. This is the guy that does the draft lottery in 2K.
Sir, yes, sir.
Mark Tatum.
No clue what his name is, but
Tyrell Terry.
I like that. I really like that. That's actually kind of
That's
scary.
nice. That's nice.
That's kind of scary, especially in the second round, bro. Oh my gosh.
That's nice. That's really like he's not as good as Maxey, in my opinion. But again, I mean he can shoot the lights out, and he can play off ball, and he can work, in lineups with Luka. If this is nice. I like this pick a lot because, again, I think they were doing best player available after they got Josh Green. I like him more than their first round pick in reality, which is crazy. If they took Terry at 18, like I'd be cool with that. But his playmaking is phenomenal, and he's got decent size to position. And again, like we can't mention it enough, he's a shooter like crazy. I mean, he doesn't have Seth Curry range or Desmond Bane range, but he's dang good.
Honestly, the Mavericks just got so much scarier because they have Seth Curry, like you just mentioned. They have Trey Burke, who I believe had an extremely great performance throughout the bubble. Still have Luka Doncic. And now you add another just complete sharpshooter. He's a playmaker. He can handle the ball, but he's not going to really handle the ball because Luka Doncic is going to take that on most of the time. And I honestly think Trey Burke will probably still get most of the minutes in terms of ball handling in that second unit. So he basically just added a Seth Curry prototype to hand down your second unit or maybe even your third unit because you still have Tim Hardaway Jr., still have Seth Curry, who usually plays off the ball now at the 2 spot coming off the bench, and then Tyrell Terry, who can pretty much shoot it almost as well as some of the best shooters in the league at this point. He's a really great shooter who I think his game shooting translates to any level of basketball. I don't care what level you're at. So I think this is just a really, really scary thing. And yeah, if they would have took Tyrell Terry instead of Josh Green, you could flip-flop that right now, and Josh Green's probably still worse than some of the prospects that are on the board right now. I could probably name 3 that I would say are above Josh Green. So this offense is just getting increasingly better, and they're going to make some noise next year for sure.
Yeah, if you're a fan of a Western Conference team, you got to be terrified about the future of the Mavericks. But
Charlotte's up.
Yeah, Charlotte, the Hornets are now making their next selection. Vernon Carey, center from Duke. So they took LaMelo.
That is sick. They took Vernon Carey before your boy son, bro. What's going on?
They took LaMelo. They took LaMelo. They were the team that took LaMelo. And
Justin trying to provoke me, and I'm not a fan. It's just like my thoughts on Carey is he's an ancient player. He slimmed down for the draft, which like his best asset was his size and how he could overpower players, and now he's a smaller version. So I'm not a fan.
I mean, you gotta think he's gonna turn that into muscle. Because looking at him in college, it was kind of like he was hefty. You know what I'm saying?
I think Paul Reed would have been better in this spot. We know Paul Reed quite a bit. DePaul guy, he's solid. Obviously, I can't say Tillman enough, but yeah, Vernon Carey, Isaiah Stewart, Jaden McDaniels, all those guys being picked before Xavier Tillman, it really boils my blood. I'm trying to seem composed, but inside I'm furious, raging with anger. Oh my gosh, like Carey, McDaniels, and Stewart, like they all stink, and like my guy is good, and no one took my guy. It's just, when did the Lakers buy a pick? Like let's send them to that point in the draft. Let's do that.
Man, you really want Tillman, don't you?
I've never wanted anything more. If Tillman or Riller are somehow Lakers by the end of the night, like we won. Because if we can get them in the second round, we won. And it's like, man, Jory, I think you have a trade to announce.
There are a few players like right now that are better than, like, I would say way better than Vernon Carey. Vernon Carey is just a big dude. Like, they just showed his pops on TV. And this guy's like a 300-pound lineman who played with the Dolphins for 7, which I didn't even know played for the Dolphins. But if you look at Vernon Carey, like, dude's got a straight-up football body, and that's what he does. It's just back you down and use that girth to
How about
get
he
you
do that
away.
on the football field, like away from the basketball court? Maybe he could find an actual sport where he can be good at, because it's
Maybe
not
he should. Maybe he should be sounding like Anthony Edwards. I'd rather play football than basketball.
Jory, I think you have a trade to announce. Jorald.
I do?
Go ahead, Woj.
He said I do. Hold on. Okay, after this one. This pick is going to New York.
This is going to the Knicks, correct?
Oh, we should have had Joel on. Drat.
Yeah. So
They took another. They took another Big Ten center over.
He's better than
Daniel Oturo. Yeah. So Minnesota center.
He's going to the Knicks.
He's going to the Knicks. This was originally going to the Timberwolves, but because of the trade,
I had to walk off
earlier.
I'm sorry. I'm really just. It gets to a point where the frustration that's really like boiling through me. I really don't get it, because it's like, what more does Tillman have to do? I mean, literally every matchup against Oturu, he dogged him out. I just look. Oh my! Ooh, I'm finna send y'all a clip. Hold on. We all on the. Okay, I'm gonna share it, and I want y'all to watch it live and react. Okay, sending it to the sport. Look at this. Look at what Tillman did to Daniel. Just look at what he did to Oturu. Check your phones right now. Check the chat.
He really wants to.
Yes. I want you to watch what he did to him. And imagine that, but against every other Big Ten center. Watch that and react.
Yo, the tweet says he swallowed him. That's funny.
I mean, just
wow.
Imagine that, but over a full game and against every other team in the conference. He did that, plus being one of the best playmaking bigs in the country. So it's like, let's take a bunch of other guys that aren't as good as him. Oh, you said he did that to him on the court? Let's take the guy who got that.
Wow.
Let's not take the guy that blocked him. Let's take the guy that got blocked. Okay. Let's just not make sense.
Because I don't know how you play. Like, where does he fit in with Mitchell Robinson if you're the Knicks?
Oh, my God.
It's a weird pick, I think. I don't know. It's interesting.
The Knicks are a dumpster fire, bro. I really do wish we had Joel on here, because I'm sure he's pretty salty about this pick, bro.
But you have to remember, Heaven, that they also took Obi Toppin 8th.
I'm really just frustrated and sad right now at the moment.
It might have been redundant to take another power forward, basically.
Could have took I don't even know.
Do they really need another center, though? I mean,
exactly. Like, this was bad.
Yeah.
Well, now that the Sixers are up again, we got Ryan Henry back, who we said he was gonna join us a little bit later. So
hi, Ryan.
So
How you doing, Ryan?
Ryan,
Good.
if y'all take Tillman here, man.
Wait, did you guys not see the trade?
No, sir.
I
Break it.
told Jory to announce it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll let
No,
that play.
you can say it. You're the
Okay.
fan.
Yeah, no, we traded the pick and Josh Richardson for Seth Curry.
Oh, I didn't see it was for Seth Curry. I just saw you traded Josh to Dallas.
Bro, I
Wow.
was just talking
Wow.
about Seth Curry on the Mavs, bro.
Would you look at that?
That's nasty.
Wait, so
My
this
God.
pick is now Dallas's
I
pick?
think, yeah.
What would you look? Hey, well,
Yeah, I got Seth Curry.
what are your thoughts on Seth?
Dude, Daryl Morey, man, he's getting to work, man.
Wow, I love it.
That's a great trade. Like Josh Richardson's cool, but like Seth Curry's an amazing shooter.
Dude,
Like,
Seth Curry is light years ahead of Josh Richardson.
Yes.
Wow.
And Josh is more of like a secondary creator type. You already have that with
Oh,
Ben
the
and
pick has been
Tobias
made?
and-
And I think I want to say Seth Curry even makes less too. So
yeah,
like,
I think he's making like $8 million or $7 million a year.
and Josh Richardson's like I'll double check, but yeah,
good
like,
oh,
That's a good year.
yeah,
Theo-
8 mil, 8 mil.
Theo Maladon.
Yeah, Theo Maladon just got picked up.
He's headed to Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Dallas.
I like that though. I still like that for Dallas.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
That's cool. IQ. He's an IQ guy.
They were projecting him to go to Philly with our pick. I saw some
Maladon?
with that. Yeah.
Shoot, bro.
No way! No way!
About that. What's going on?
It seems like Heaven
Heaven's
might have seen a spoiler or something.
Heaven's peaking,
What's going
man.
on, brother?
I feel like it's got to be something to do with Xavier Tillman. I'm sorry.
Oh no, the lack of Xavier Tillman.
They
Maybe.
probably
That's true.
Big man or something.
I mean, Sacramento's up. I don't know.
But I love the trade. So I mean,
Yeah.
I
Talk
guess-
about the trade, Ryan.
so I mean, I guess that solidifies Tyrese Maxey as a starter because like, you know, you slot him into the 2 slot. You know, you probably rock with Ben, Tyrese, or Danny Green, and then Danny Green at the 3, Tobias, and Joel.
You still have Maxey. You know, you have to remember that's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. I mean, I think that's exactly what you wanted. You know, I think Daryl Morey knows what he's doing. He needs to surround Joel with shooters. I like it.
Yeah. Oh, and I think I said this wrong. No, the pick we just had, Theo Maladon, that's the one going to the Thunder.
Yeah, okay.
36 is going to Dallas.
That's what I saw on the. Yeah, that's what I saw. On
That's
the
my
TV.
bad. But yeah, like I mean, so we have Shake, Seth Curry, Furkan.
Shaman.
We don't have Shaman.
Oh no, they lost him.
Yeah, no, we traded him for Tobias. I mean, we got shooters off the bench. I like it. I mean,
if you guys want to draft another one of Miles Powell, it wouldn't hurt you. Just
I said I'd be down, but I just had to hop in because I was like, big trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like what Philly's doing. The
I
East
know.
is going to be very competitive.
Yeah, Daryl Morey's finally realizing, you know, they're finally realizing what they need to do with this team.
Wow. What do you guys think of Theo Maladon to the Thunder?
Oh my God. Oh
It's a
my
rebuilding
God.
project over there, you know.
Yeah.
CA's still going to start.
Oh
Theo
my
Maladon's
God.
probably going to come off the bench. Or actually, you know, well, he may start. He may come off the ball for SGA, but SGA is a piece over there.
Because they just traded Rubio. Well, actually, no, they probably have unless they run SGA at the 2, he would.
That could work.
I think they want to run him at the 1, to be honest.
Whoa.
In Los Angeles.
I don't understand why I'm so upset about
I had a feeling that this was going to be the case. Xavier Tillman finally comes off the board and he's headed to Sacramento.
He's not though. He's not. He's going to Memphis. He's not going to Sacramento. He's going to
Wow.
Memphis.
He's going to Memphis.
Wait, they
Really?
got him and Bane. That's it.
Bro.
Memphis
They have him.
absolutely
They have
destroying
Triple
this
J.
draft.
They have Bane. They have Brandon Clark. They have Ja. They have
Dylan Brooks.
That's
Justice Winslow.
that is so tough. That is so tough.
You
Yo.
good, Heaven?
That's quite nasty.
like I'm happy. Like congrats. Like that's
Wow.
bro.
Where did you see that they got?
Bro.
Where did you see that trade?
They're about to drag teams up and down the court. Like they're literally about to drag people. It's just like imagine like okay. I don't okay, but like Because what did I say earlier, bro? I was like, teams are gonna look back, just like they did last year when Memphis got Brandon Clark at 23, and they're gonna say, "How do we not draft this guy?" The same thing just happened, bro. I don't think I can't describe it.
They're gonna lock
'Cause,
in.
like Brandon Clark and Tillman, like we're looking at like defensive, like 6'9" guys with like imagine Brandon Clark but with longer arms. Like that was the only knock against Clark last year was his wingspan, except he could jump out the gym, so like it was fine. Imagine Brandon Clark with longer arms and like slightly less athleticism, but like
The
a much better
grindhouse.
playmaker.
The grindhouse is coming back.
Ah,
defensive culture in Memphis.
they
is
holding
coming back.
teams to 72 points a game. No one's scoring. Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh
Tyler Bay for the Sixers.
Oh my
Good day for the
God.
Sixers. Good.
I think
Wait,
think
does this
pick is
trade
going to Dallas.
or does this pick go to Dallas?
That's
or-
the one that's going to. That's the one that's going to Dallas. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's cool.
I guess that
That
works.
is cooler. I'm so sad. Like the
Straight
Grizzlies
forward.
can't miss. They literally can't miss.
Bro, the Grizzlies, man. That's gonna be so crazy to watch in a couple of years. Now I don't even think we have to wait.
I mean, they almost made the playoffs this year, Ronnie. So
I know. I know exactly what you're gonna say, but I just think that like I don't even have to say in a couple years. I could say next year because Xavier Tillman's. I feel like he's already league ready.
Bro, he's ready right now.
That's what
like,
I'm saying.
Like pencil him in for all rookie team. I don't know if it's first or second because I can't judge the bigs, but he's gonna get some sort of rookie recognition. One of those lists, and it. Oh my God, bro! I'm just imagining
So the teams at the bottom that they were contending with to get into the playoffs right now were the Pelicans, who got better, or the Suns, who got a whole lot better.
The Kings, who haven't really done anything.
The Blazers got better. Well, I mean, they got Rocco.
So do you see them basically getting better than all three of those guys?
We also have taken account the Warriors. I mean, I know Klay Thompson just got hurt, but I mean, if Steph Curry stays healthy, they probably are at least.
The West is loaded, bro. Like I love what the Grizzlies are looking like right now, but I don't see it. I don't see it this upcoming year at least.
Justin, I'm telling you, they're winning 50 games. Like literally, you saw the clip I sent you, right?
I saw it.
Like that wasn't just one play. That wasn't just like wow, he actually made a good play. Like no, that was 40 minutes straight, all season, all conference, like against everybody. Like every Big Ten big man, their true shooting percentage was significantly lower in games against Michigan State. Why? Because Xavier Tillman was handing out straitjackets. He was handing out straitjackets as soon as they stepped off the bus.
So
And now they have him and Brandon Clark. Imagine trying to post up Xavier Tillman, and then you finally think you're past him, and then Brandon Clark comes over from the weak side and swats your shot into
Or
the
Justin
18th row.
Jackson.
He also exists. They took a flyer on him. What if he pans out? Then like,
right,
and they have Jaren Jackson Jr., who we haven't talked about enough, but he's.
Thank you so much, Ryan.
All right, yeah,
Thank
Ryan.
you.
Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
in and talking about the Sixers, even though they didn't really make a pick. But thank you.
I mean, the trade was pretty huge, but thank you.
Yeah.
That's a nice pickup for you guys. I like that.
Oh yeah.
I'm penciling heaven right now for 50 games for the Wizards, or not the Wizards, the Grizzlies.
Taking it.
All right, Christian.
Your pick
Wizards,
has been made.
The Wizards just made a pick. I don't even want to try and pronounce his name, to be honest.
I'm gonna go with Vit Krejci. I'm gonna go Vit Krejci.
What do you? I mean, what do you think, Christian? I don't know what even to say.
When I was looking at the board and I saw Nico Mannion still there, I got really excited. I was like ready to go. Okay, we got what should have been possibly a late first round pick, one of the biggest players in this draft class and recruiting class at Arizona, played along Josh Green. And I was so ready for that. And then I see this other guard, which we cannot name.
Right.
Oh, the Czech guy.
Yeah. So we'll see what
I
happens.
haven't heard of him.
But I'm excited to see another young guard down in DC, see what they can bring off the bench.
What do you think this means for John Wall, the future of John Wall?
I think either way, they had to come up with another point guard in this draft, and there's no way that I'm expecting a second round point guard to take over for an all NBA caliber player, but we'll see what he can be able to do.
Heaven has neglected our rule of spoilers. I just want to put that up right now.
He's our very own Woj.
Cheated.
Adrian Woj.
Hey, we're in the second round now, so I just started looking at the picks on my phone. I'm not gonna spoil nothing though. But yeah, I just wanted to say Memphis is the only basketball team. I will be making frequent trips to DH Gate to buy a Xavier Tillman jersey, a Desmond Bain jersey. I have to get all my guys.
That's
crazy.
This is crazy though. Like this is wild what's happening.
Yeah, Memphis is gonna be a lot of fun.
Wow.
Vic Krejci. That's your newest guy, is there, Christian?
I'm a huge Vic Krejci guy. Huge Krejci guy.
Vic Krejci, 6
Pelican.
Well, you're going all international in this draft, or the Wizards are at least.
They have something about looking at international, and that's probably because Tommy Shepard, he used to work for USA Basketball. That's how he really got his name within the NBA and found himself with the Wizards now. And he was the one that led the charge in drafting Rui Hachimura last year. He led the charge in drafting Thomas Satoransky a couple years back in the second round. So he definitely has an affinity for going international, and it's no surprise that he goes European once again and picking up another guard in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, I do like Deni Avdija a lot. I think he's going to be solid for the Wizards. I really do. I think that's going to be the fact that he fell to 9. I'm very surprised. I really thought he would go to Cleveland or something, but 9 to Washington is really solid for him.
I thought he was a lock for Chicago or 5, like you said, to Cleveland, and having him fall to 9. He never really crossed my mind, and I wasn't a huge Avdija guy, but I mean, at 9, when you're supposed to be a top 5 player, you can't go wrong. I have no problem with trying to take a home run swing, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
Oh, let's go!
On the upside.
Oh my God, I love this man so much.
Well,
the
go ahead, Ronnie. Go ahead.
The Syracuse fan in me just exploded. Elijah Hughes, one of the best scorers. He led the ACC in scoring last season. Such a great shot maker, such a great space guy. He is so talented with the basketball in his hands. Oh my God! And he's going to New Orleans. Oh my goodness!
I believe they proposed a trade to the Jazz. It says, I think. So, I mean, it just continues the streak of
he is going to Jazz. Okay, still
craziness.
He's no Grant Riller. All I need is for Grant Riller to be drafted and Miles Powell, and I consider tonight an absolute win. Everybody else, it's whatever.
What about Jordan Nwora?
Oh, of course. But I mean,
Louisville.
if he decides to sign with the Lakers and replace Kostas Antetokounmpo, I wouldn't mind either. That's my dog. If he doesn't get drafted, the league is a sham. I feel like he's the best player in the draft. I just haven't mentioned it up to this point. But anybody that gets him, you're getting an absolute dog, hard worker. First one in, last one out. A real coach's son.
Well, Christian, thank you for stopping by again. I hope you like the pick.
And we'll make it work. I love seeing all your handsome faces, and looking forward to seeing you back on YouTube.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for tuning in, man. All right, good seeing you, Christian.
All right, pick is in. I don't know if this one's staying with Memphis with the way
Jordan Nwora is so much better than Vernon Carey. Let me just say that right now. Vernon Carey.
That's what I like. Now we're talking. That's what I like.
I don't know why Vernon Carey got drafted over Jordan Nwora.
Well, now we have Ryan Johnston back because the Pelicans made a move, trading their pick that they just took Elijah Hughes. That was what Ronnie was talking about. Ryan, what do you think of? I'm not even sure the details of that trade. I have to look that up, but
yeah, I don't know what's going on with the trade yet either, actually.
So confusing.
Yeah, once we find that out. But apparently Robert Woodard just got selected.
We didn't talk about. Did we skip Saban Lee going to the Pistons? Did we talk about him?
What? I don't think we did.
He was in the article today. He's bruh. All right, I called him a Dennis Smith Jr. clone, but like older and like he has a 42-inch vert. He's 6'2". He slashed to the rim. I think the 5th highest out of anybody in the nation. Didn't shoot a good percentage, but he did it. Didn't shoot well from 3, but he's working on it. He's got a slight hitch in his jumper. He's got active hands, so he can jump passing lanes, disrupt dribble handoffs. But Dennis Smith Jr. clone, just because between his last college season at Vanderbilt and Dennis Smith Jr.'s season at NC State, the percentages and play styles were too similar for me to like avoid the comparison. But yeah, I said he would have a successful career in the NBA because Dennis Smith Jr. has been in the NBA for 3 years now. So Saban Lee's been given a chance, and I'm happy for him. That's all. What?
Wow.
Oh, what happened? See, I thought Wilson.
So, yeah, I'm still not sure about this trade. All I know is that the Pelicans moved Elijah Hughes to the Jazz.
Bro, ain't no way he doesn't.
Oh my goodness, who's on? Oh, the Spurs. This is interesting. Apparently, I just saw a trade. That the Czech guy that the Wizards took, they traded him to OKC. So Sam Presti's making all the moves apparently, which is fun.
Huh. Interesting.
Who
Yeah.
do you think the Spurs are gonna take?
I really have no idea at this point. It's just been so crazy, this draft. This could be a complete.
Shout out Grant Miller, man.
He's on a I saw him. I saw him right under Jamias.
I mean, they could go a lot of different directions. I think Greg Popovich could get a guy like Nico Mannion to play way better than he has so far. Trey Jones is still on the board, which is pretty surprising. Jordan Nwora also could be a pick for the Spurs. Honestly, no matter who they take, I feel like Pop is just going to be able to develop them into a really, really good player. That's what he's done the past few years with guys like Lonnie White and Lonnie Walker, Derek White, and DeJounte Murray. Basically, pretty much everyone they've drafted has really budded into a really solid NBA player. So we'll see what they pick.
I would like a big here, but I can't think of anybody.
Well, it's Trey Jones, point guard from Duke. To the Spurs. That's a Spurs kind of pick, honestly.
That's so nice. That's so nice. He's so steady.
Yeah.
Him and Vassell, man. We let the Spurs do it again.
They probably won this draft. At this point, they probably won this draft.
Either them or Memphis.
Where?
Freaking Landon Bain and Tillman. Are you kidding me?
Did they also get Robert Woodard?
They did. He's a solid small forward.
How did they end up getting all this? But
Bain and Tillman, man, that's a haul. Like it barely gets better than that, if at all. Only better class, I think, besides that is like Philly with Tyrese Maxey. Like that pick, it doesn't get better than that. Like if he went to Dallas instead of Josh Green, and Dallas made their moves for like Josh Richardson or whoever, then like they would have won. But because Philly got Maxey, then I have them like at the top or near the top. This is nice though.
What do you think, Ryan?
About which pick? There's been a lot of picks in the past few minutes.
I guess that's where we know that Trey Jones is headed to San Antonio. What do you think of that?
I mean, I can definitely see him in a Greg Popovich type system. He's a really smart player, really smart defender and passer especially. And I don't want to say he's Tony Parker-esque because they play different styles, but I think Greg Popovich can definitely take Trey Jones and make him into a star type player just because he's Greg Popovich, and he'll find a system that works that he can put Trey Jones in pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, he has a really solid feel for the game. I think he was like the perfect point guard for Duke when they had Zion, RJ and Cam Reddish because he wasn't going to be the guy that was going to dominate the ball as a point guard. Like, I think he enjoys being that playmaker and getting his teammates involved. So I think it's good. I think he just fits San Antonio's system so well in that sense. And the fact that he's a great on-ball defender as well.
Yeah,
High
I mean,
IQ dude. So
he's really unselfish, and I think he can pick and choose his spots where he wants to take over really well. So
yeah, it's good. I think that's a really solid pick.
should
Obviously,
should I head out? I know it's not the Pelicans pick anymore.
yeah. I mean,
I
that's
thought
up
they're
to you,
next.
guys.
Aren't they next? Or is the pick in? Do we know who it is? Have we discussed it?
I think
they pick Elijah Hughes.
We don't know who it is yet.
I think
Or is this guy Ryan was trying to dip out quick? Come on, we need our Pelicans analysis.
Was this traded already?
I think this is theirs.
I think I saw something about this pick being in a trade, but I don't know to who.
Well, you can stay for this pick, Ryan, and then you can.
Come on, Ryan, please. We like you.
I don't know what's going on anymore. There's so much going on, man.
I never remember it being this hard to keep up with an NBA draft.
Yeah,
because we're multitasking. It's intense.
This is very interesting.
It is, but hey, man, it'll make out for a great season. I'm liking the talent we're seeing. This is so fun to watch, man.
Wow.
Look at my goons, man. Look at my goons.
Well, the second round is certainly moving a lot faster than the first.
So I feel like the pressing question is well, actually, I think they're gonna reveal.
Yeah, they're about to announce this selection right now.
Man,
Nick Richards. That's interesting. That's really interesting because
not that guy. Oh no, that's
tough.
What do you think, Ryan, of this pick?
You know, it's a little weird. I'm not gonna lie. I was not expecting this.
Hey,
I was definitely thinking.
Hold on, let me come in as a producer, man.
What the? Oh, hold on, wait a minute. Who is this faceless guy speaking?
I could do this though. I mean, producers do this all the time on like Sirius XM.
Is the Jersey product?
Yeah, Nick Richards is the Jersey product. You know, I've seen him personally. You know, with my two eyes in high school. He may or may not have wanted to fight me. You know, during one game when I was in the student section.
Whoa.
What school did he go to? Well,
Patrick School, right?
TPS.
Yeah.
You played the damn.
Lyndon played the Patrick School, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah,
You
so
know, I was there in the stands, you know, front row of the student section, talking my talk. You know, he looked back over and said, "Hey, redacted. I can't say a lot of words that he said." He told me if I want to keep this clean.
Redacted.
Nah, I mean it's good to see another Jersey head, you know, get drafted. I mean, you talked about what's other dude's name that y'all just talked about? Why am I blanking on this so bad, bro? He's a big man as well.
From Jersey?
No. Yeah,
Tillman?
No, what? Oh, I'm gonna hate myself.
McDaniel.
I don't remember.
A big man from Jersey?
No.
Tillman.
Nas Reed, there we go. Yeah, Nas Reed, bro.
okay.
That was another player, you know, that I've seen with my two eyes, man. So like, it's good to see these players actually get drafted, but it's going to be a question of, you know, what happens. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Nick Richards. Again, I'm happy to see that happen. You know, I normally don't pop in like this, but.
Hey, man, we always appreciate it.
Get Daly in the call right now. Get Daly in the call right here, right now. Get him in the queue.
Well, I wanted to get Ryan's thoughts or last opinion on Nick Richards.
Yeah, of course.
You know, I think he's going to be like a good backup for especially Zion Williamson. He's a heavy player, especially for his height, and he gets injured a little bit. So I think he can definitely fill in the time where Zion's not playing or has restricted minutes due to an injury or something like that. And moving forward, definitely a solid pick, good rebounder. So I'm happy with it. It's just it's not exactly where I thought they were going to go. So
Yeah, I mean, they just took Jackson Hayes last year.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of him. I don't know. It's interesting, but I mean, they got so much young talent and so many picks that they can afford to take shots on guys like this, I feel like. So
yeah, late second round, I can't really go wrong if you're the Pelicans right here.
yeah.
All right.
Well, thank you, Ryan, for coming on. We
guys.
appreciate it a lot.
right.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, man.
Thank you. You guys too.
Take care, Ryan.
Bye, Ryan. Peace out, Ryan. Oh my God, where's Daly? I need him in now. I need him in right now.
I'm confused. I don't know. What do we need? Is it
know what?
Milwaukee Bucks news?
You'll see. You'll see, bro. Pick 45, bro. You'll see, bro. Get
Are
Daly
they
in
up
here.
now?
Is he in the queue?
I have a feeling. I think it's the best of two worlds between Daly and Heaven right
I
now.
ain't ever been so locked in than right
I feel
here,
like I know
right
who
now.
it is. I think
You
I
wanna
know who
talk
it is,
about
but I'm not
locked
going to
in?
say it. I feel like I know who it is, but I'm
You
not.
want to talk about
I think
locked in?
I do too.
This is an organization that knows how to find talent. they said we going all in. They said Giannis needs a ring to stay now. They said we
Yeah.
know who to pick up.
I have a feeling I
We
know
know who
who.
to grab.
You're right now.
Oh boy.
Actually, I'm conflicted. There could be one of two guys.
Nah.
No, Jory. You know exactly who it is.
You know who it
The
is.
guy.
You know exactly.
No, it's one of two guys. I
No,
feel like I don't.
it's just one guy. It's one guy.
It's one of two.
Where's Daly?
Don't do that.
Where is Michael? Is he in the waiting room?
Also, I would like to mention that on Jay Billis's best available, Miles Powell is number 6 right now. So Miles Powell could potentially get drafted.
Nah, if it's that guy, bro, I'm gonna
Michael,
lose
did you see who you pick at 45?
I saw who we're picking at 45. I'm sure you're happy. I am ecstatic.
No, you're not serious.
Well, let's wait because I
serious.
don't think it's been announced yet.
Hold on, Daly. Well, let's not say anything, Michael. Well, let's just wait and see.
Serious.
Yeah, come
Oh
on.
my God.
All right. Can we all agree on something though, real quick? All right, we've seen some personal favorites get off the board. I'm gonna shut up. Milwaukee's
Yeah. Yep. Okay, that's who I thought it was.
Yep.
Yes,
Jordan Nwora.
Bro, 18 points a game.
Sir.
Wow.
That's Ev's guy. That's his guy.
That's a proven winner. A proven winner.
You know what? The first time I saw Jordan Nwora was December 2018 when they played Seton Hall in person. The first time I saw him.
Proven winner.
And I mean, the way he was able to dominate Seton Hall in that game, and then just the built-up experience through each game, and even in last season.
Look at that.
I'm ready for this kid to go to Milwaukee and step up. I think he can be what DJ Wilson wasn't. You know, he's bigger, he's a forward, and I think he can provide a lot of depth.
40% from 3. That's bucket.
Crazy. That's a good. I like that pick for Milwaukee. Add some depth to that roster.
Want to talk about trading for Drew?
Scoring wise,
Yeah, because you know if the Bogdanovich signing / trade doesn't really go through.
Good point.
That's
Michael,
good.
congratulations
That's like
on
good
winning the
insurance.
2021 finals.
Kind of as like a wing almost. You know,
That's how you
someone
win.
Who can shoot the lights out, obviously, and
He said, ooh. Look at that.
I thought it was gonna be Grant Riller. That was the one of two people that I was thinking of. But
yeah,
you know, hey, if that happened, that would have been crazy, and I would have been sad because that means the Bucks would have won. But like, man, I mean, Michael, y'all really just picked like the best player in the draft, in my honest opinion.
Ronnie, what do you think? I hear you complaining over there.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, Heaven doesn't believe himself when he says best player in the draft, and you know.
Well, we all know the best player in the draft was Peyton Pritchard, but that's besides the point.
Hey, what about Miles Powell?
What? Who? Now,
Anyway.
if Miles Powell doesn't get drafted, man,
that'll be
5 right now on Billis' big board.
He's 5. He moved up. CJ Ellaby.
After Norwell was drafted, yeah, he moved up.
You know how happy I am?
Oh, Boston.
I really hope.
I'm so happy.
All right, Heaven, how about you do us all a favor, right? and
Man.
you shut your phone off, sit on it, so you don't get no spoilers.
Oh yeah, no. It was only for like that was the only one.
Bro,
I'm sorry.
You're probably on pick 50 right now, bro.
Nah.
You're probably on pick
I'm not
50.
that far ahead. I know 46, and that's it. I don't know anything else.
Oh well, they announced 46.
Yeah.
On the TV. DJ Ellaby.
Yeah.
Is that?
Okay.
Which I mean, he's cool.
I don't really know too much about him.
Wait, guys,
to be
I might
honest.
go crazy. I might go crazy.
Yo, what are you
Why?
talking about? This
The stars are aligning right now. The stars are aligning.
You said the Celtics are about to pick Powell, like they
No,
picked Carson Edwards.
No. A different team is about to pick Miles
Compare him to
Powell.
Carson Edwards, you feel me? Carson Edwards doesn't do anything.
Who? Golden State.
Imagine.
No, I might go crazy.
Well, hold on.
I might go crazy.
They need a shooting guard.
No tweets. I'm just saying, Miles Powell is now 5 on his best available.
Wait, is this just you speculating, or is this like actual reports?
No, this
is speculation.
I told you my phone is off.
He's hinting at the Knicks picking him.
Because you're getting my hopes up here.
The Knicks are. I think they pick like 53rd.
No. I'm talking about the better New York team. If you know what I'm saying.
Oh,
tell Joel
brother.
that.
Come on, bro.
That's not even the best basketball team in Barclays.
He knows it. Yam Madar going to the Celtics.
Yam Madar, more like, ow, my car. Hey, you don't get
astute analysis as we move into the second round now.
Nah. You know what's funny? I saw something about Yam Madar. It was one of those YouTube draft expert videos with like an outrageous title, and they were calling him like Israeli Curry or something ridiculous.
Man.
And it's like, come on, like why would you do that to? Like, why would you put that expectation on him? That's crazy.
Wow.
That's wild, but man,
Israeli Curry.
Oh my goodness, what a time! The Celtics, though, they've blown this draft completely, in my opinion, because they could have taken Bane at 14. Instead, they took Neesmith. So it's like, all right. Then at 30, they could have taken Bane. Then they traded the pick to Memphis, who then took Bane. And then they took Pritchard, who, I mean, me and Mike are going to disagree on this, but I had Terry and Flynn and Winston above him. But he's not bad, so, like, decent. And then
I had Terry above him too.
Yeah, and then they took Yam Madar here instead of Cassius Winston. So if you're gonna take a point guard, like why not take the proven guy? Since you already
Winston
took
has to get drafted.
Yeah, he's too good not to. I feel like some team is gonna steal him.
Here's what I wanted to say: Miles Powell doesn't go until Marcus Howard and Cassius Winston go. I'm sorry, there's no way he goes before those two, and I'm pretty sure that's a given that everyone has to understand.
I feel like he would go over Marcus comfortably. Cassius, I could see Cassius going over him like for sure. But Marcus Howard, I haven't seen him on any mocks, to be honest with you. Which is not to say he won't find a home because he's too talented not to.
The Warriors are up right now,
and they pick
selection, and they take Nico Mannion from Arizona.
Good pick.
This is nice.
Interesting.
This is nice.
He needs a lot of time to develop, but I think eventually, with Steve Kerr, that's a good pick.
Yeah,
that's really nice.
He's a good shooter. I'm pretty sure it was on.
Steve Kerr is not the coach. I don't like the pick.
That's a fun time. I like that pick a lot. And I saw before the Lakers traded their pick for Schroeder, I saw Nico as like in that area. And I mean, like coming into the season, he was projected lottery. And then obviously, with the college season, he didn't live up to the expectations, but he's still a really talented player. So he's got a nice shot, and he could definitely improve his finishing, and his playmaking is I would say slightly better than average. Like he's decent, and I like that pick a lot. I mean, at almost 50, like that's great value.
I was kind of thinking, I feel like another year at Arizona would have done him good in terms of his draft stock. I don't know. That's something I was just thinking, looking at it, because I used to watch a couple of his games. I'm like, he's good, but I feel like he can do so much more in college that will make him a top 10 pick for sure.
Yeah,
but I don't mind the pick. He's going to Golden State, great program, great when it comes to developing guards, and who knows what he can develop as we await this what's Klay Thompson injury.
Well, didn't Mannion reclass in high school? I think he jumped a year.
He did.
Yeah.
He did go down a year.
Yeah, because he came from Italy. So yeah, that was it.
Yeah, I think he might be old for his grade or his,
Because he was a freshman, so he's 19 basically, or yeah,
maybe 20.
Man, I really can't believe the Bucks landed the best player at 45. like, man, just imagine, right? Like, I know Chris Middleton supposedly has the small forward spot unlocked, right? Imagine Drew, slide Middleton to the 2, right? Nora at the 3, and then Giannis at the 4 and Brook at the 5. I mean, we're talking that's 5 All-Stars. You know what I mean?
Wow, really?
Philly's pick is in.
Sixers pick is in. And they select Isaiah Joe, shooting guard from Arkansas.
Bro,
he's happy.
Bro, now they won. They won. That's crazy. They got him and Maxey. Hello. Wow.
Oh man.
Wow.
This is wild.
I mean, that's what that's exactly what Daryl Morey's come here to do. He's going to get shooters.
Wow.
He understands the need that Philadelphia has, and that's surround their stars with shooters. You know.
All right. Yeah. I mean, wow. I like that pick. They're really stocking up on shooters. Don't forget about the trade they just made to get Seth Curry too. That's tough. I like that. That's cool.
Well, that fits right into Morey's system. Kind of small ball guys who can shoot, and I think Doc likes that too.
Yeah.
It'll be. I'm really excited to see how Doc pans out in Philly. I think it'll be great, honestly, because I really just think that team needed just a change of face at the head coaching spot, and hopefully he can get Embiid and Simmons rolling, because that can easily be the best duo in the league if they play him right. So
yeah, I agree. I think Doc is. I feel like coming off that blown 3-1 lead, obviously everyone's gonna criticize him, but I mean, I think he's like a phenomenal coach.
Here we go, Atlanta.
Yeah, here's the Hawks pick.
Won by so much tonight.
Skylar Mays, shooting guard, LSU.
Whoa!
To the Hawks.
That's a dog. That's a dog. I mean, he's not Cassius Winston, but he's all right.
Are we in the top 10 now? Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
We're down to That's
the final couple picks here in the draft. I mean,
dude, if we're looking at teams that like really won the draft, like Philly, Memphis, and Dallas, they're all right there. Like Philly, walking away with Maxey was like enough already, right? Then they traded for Seth, which I heard y'all talking about, and like I think he's married to Seth's daughter or something.
Yeah,
And then now they have Isaiah Joe, who is top 3 shooter in the draft. I mean, just wow. Like, it doesn't get much better than that. It really doesn't. That's a crazy lineup. That's an insane team to have.
Oh man.
Like literally, imagine. I'm trying to throw out like the craziest lineup imaginable. Like imagine Curry, Joe, Maxey, Simmons, and like Tobias all out there at the same time. Well, like Simmons running the 5, like just a super small lineup, except 1 through 4 can shoot, and 5 is a demon.
Is a demon.
This is why I wish there was like
Simmons
a preseason.
as the guy who can shoot.
No, Tobias at the 4.
Okay.
Yeah, like 1 through 4 can shoot, and then like they can play 5 out or 4 out, 1 in, or like man, I really wish there was a preseason so we could just see like the wonkiest lineups available.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that. I'm
tough.
sure you're probably going to see that lineup at some point.
Like the first month of this. I hope so, man.
If you ask me, I think the outright winner had to have been Memphis. They got some steals in this draft, and
super tough.
To add on to probably the best young core in the league. I mean, very tough.
Yeah.
Also, Golden State's pick is in. I saw a mock draft where they take Marcus Howard here, so
Well, they just took Mannion. I don't know if they would take another guard. Maybe I don't know.
Who is it? Who is it?
Who is that? Justinian.
Just wow, Jessup. Wow. He's a sleeper.
I'll let Heaven handle this.
He's cool. He's a cool guy. I mean, he's not Sam Merrill. Like if you're gonna draft a Caucasian man, I would have taken Sam Merrill. But Jessup is cool. He shot. I think like I was looking at this when I was working on my article. I want to say he shot like 60-something%. I think it was 65% at the rim. So like he shot 65% of the rim, and he shot 40% from three. I mean, it doesn't take much to let you know like he's good at almost every level. That's really tough. Look at him. That's a great pick for them. Wow.
Boise State.
What do you think Golden State does, if Klay Thompson misses time next season? Like, who is their starting shooting guard at this point?
That's a great question. I
Well,
would
do you go Juan Toscano, someone like that?
Or Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole, yeah.
Jordan Poole, yeah.
I don't even want to think about that.
That would suck. And it's looking like it's trending towards that.
Who is
saying Achilles? And I'm praying it's not.
Who's the other guard they got?
Damian Lee.
Then he's like, I'm not gonna say he's solidified, but didn't he show signs last year?
He showed some flashes, like early in the season playing with Steph, and then Steph went down, and then they went full youth movement, and he started playing decent. But then like Kai Bowman was getting a lot of touches, and like Michael said, Juan Toscano, Anderson. So I mean, like he's solid. I think if they definitely want to run like by committee, like they'll be fine. They've had worse guys in the backcourt. Like Alfonso McKinney was a thing at one point. So, I mean, it sucks. And obviously, the NBA is better with Klay on the court, but they're getting a lot of good guys to at least maybe can mold and try and not replace him, but like some form of him. Jessup helps that a lot. I mean, you want shooting. You want shooting him. He's got it for sure. That's tough.
Pick 52.
Man.
Well, Sacramento is now, Sacramento recently took Heaven's favorite, Xavier Tillman.
Bro,
they also took Jamias Ramsey, who's a solid point guard from Texas Tech. So I don't know what they're going to do here.
Also to note, the top 4 players on Jay Billis' best available are all point guards, including our very own Miles Powell.
Whoa!
And then
I hope Paul Reed gets drafted, though.
Yeah, I was about to say I like Paul Reed.
I don't think he's going to get drafted here, but I think he should definitely be drafted.
He's nice. I almost had him going like top 50. He's really like a top 30 player, but just I don't know. Also, the Big East disrespect. We've only had Sadiq Bey drafted, I think, out of the Big East so far. Tyshawn Alexander, he deserves to be picked.
Najee Marshall hasn't gotten picked yet.
Yeah, it's a lot of talent.
Yeah, all the Big East guys. I don't know why.
It's a lot of talent that won't get drafted, and then, I mean, who knows what happens with them because they won't be able to sign on to like a summer league team, and like how many teams have 2-way contract openings right now? Like, we haven't even mentioned free agency starts in like 30-something hours. Like,
exactly.
I mean, it's about to get really real like soon. Man, I wish you could take like the top 15 undrafted guys and just have them form their own G League team and just deposit them into the G League. That would be
insane.
That would be fun. At least give like the guys a chance.
Yeah,
that would be them, like sign overseas.
They made it having the tournament for
Man.
This year. You got like a play in the NBA roster spot type turning yourself.
So who do we wait? Okay, so they took Tillman. Who did they get at
Jamias Ramsey?
Who did they draft in the first round? Who was
Tyrese
Halliburton. So they took a point guard. They took
a center,
Ramsey, and they took Tillman.
Yeah.
Well, Tillman's in Memphis now. I don't know what they got back in return for him.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So do they go wing here, and
they might,
or do they go with another guard? Because Bogdan, he's probably leaving unless they decide to match like whatever offer.
He is restricted free free agent. So.
I'm mad the Bucks weren't able to hold on to him, but I get it from a business standpoint, though.
I was thinking about it. I mean, would you guys really want that, considering you guys already have Chris Middleton? Because
Yeah, but he averages 15 a game. I think it was like 15.1 he averaged. I'll take it, and he's experienced. So
I mean, he's no Jordan Nwora, so I think you guys won the deal on that.
let's see what he'll turn into.
Well, the Kings just took KJ Martin.
Oh, Kenyon, that's Nets legend right there.
What the heck?
Yeah.
This was the
Big surprise.
Didn't he decommit from a
Vanderbilt?
Yeah, I think No, that was Scottie Pippen Jr.
No, it was KJ too. They were supposed to.
But he left. He left for some reason. He did a post grad year at IMG.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Oh, okay. He's cool. I mean, he's
okay.
he's okay. I've been saying that all night. He's cool. He's okay. He's. I can't say he's not Tillman because Tillman's gone, but he's not Tillman.
He's not Grant Riller, bro. Say that. There you go.
He's not Grant. He's not Jordan Nwora. He's not Paul Reed.
He's not Cassius Winston. I like Cassius Winston. I think
he's not Najee Marshall. He's not. He's not Miles Gale. So I mean, what are you gonna do?
Wait, apparently that pick is going to Houston.
Is it? That's cool.
Yeah, the 52nd is going to Houston.
Wow.
Cassius Winston, there he goes.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
He's going to Washington.
He's going to Christian won. Oh, that's best point guard on the roster. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Best point guard on the roster.
No, that's true.
Let me tell you.
Listen, I really wanted to give John Wall a lot of chances, but I think it's time to move on.
I'm saying, man,
he can
might be time to take old Yeller behind the shed.
Yeah, for real.
Because he's he's perfectly fine, but he hasn't played in 2 years, and no one knows what he'll look like when he comes back. And now this is a very different team compared to the last time he suited up. So it's who knows how he'll look? Who knows how he'll mesh? They could lose Davis Bertans in free agency. I feel like they should just cut their losses. And by that, I don't mean trade him for Russell Westbrook. I mean just clear salary entirely. Just try and get something from him, please.
Are they showing this is the game when Cassius Winston's brother passed away?
They are.
Yeah, I thought they were going to show the Seton Hall game.
That's what I was thinking too.
That would make sense, actual basketball coverage, but instead, ESPN wants to devote time to sob stories.
That was NFL, bro.
Well, it is a sob story. I mean,
but it's can they get their moments instead of reliving a traumatic event? Can we focus on them as a player? And if they want to tell us about this stuff, then let them. I feel like we've been saying this all night, and like Justin said, we saw it during the NFL draft. It's really disgusting, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of him, though. He's a great player. Like that guy.
Nice segue.
So there are, eight picks left?
He's no Quincy McKnight.
6. I think there's 6.
He's no Quincy, but he's all right.
I think there's 6.
Right.
6 picks left. Miles is the third.
Well,
Daly, you're if you want to stay, you could stay. I mean, there's only a few picks left, and
I didn't want to interrupt, but I was just gonna ask, do you guys want me to leave, or I don't?
You are welcome to stay as long as you want, Daly.
Okay. I don't want to overstay my welcome. I didn't also.
I think the Milwaukee. Do they have the last pick in the draft?
That's a good question.
I think they might. So
no, it's the Pelicans.
Is it the Pelicans?
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
okay.
Unless it got moved, which I don't know about.
Do you guys have anyone else coming in?
I think the last person coming in was me, because I'm doing.
I don't think anyone else is.
Yeah, I'm doing the last Brooklyn pick.
Well, hey, I mean, you could stick around for Miles Powell, hopefully.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
see.
That is if he goes.
Why don't we get our producer Willie Lewis in this then? Why not?
Will, they're asking for you. The people want to know.
I mean, I'm here.
Let me see that face, Willer.
Yeah.
Hold on. You got Joe Matthews want to hop in.
What?
Oh, for the Nets. That's true.
Oh, I thought I was it. Whatever. I like Joe Matthews.
Well,
I mean, Michael could stay. Just turn off his camera.
That's
For
true.
now. For now, buddy.
All right.
Why
Well,
you
We
muted
don't,
me?
we don't
can
have
let
to.
Joe
We
in
don't have
here.
to. Yeah, we can
Did
let
you
Joe
mute me
in
again?
here.
All right. Bye.
Bro, watch the Nets take Miles Powell. I'll go crazy. I'll go to bed right after that.
What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Hello.
What do you?
It's been pretty non-suspenseful here. No, Nets really haven't done anything.
I'm just
Cassius
waiting for.
Stanley. He got drafted.
There you go.
Oh,
I just have an issue with that, really, because it's like, okay, like he can jump high.
No,
He can jump high and he can dunk hard, but can he finish like at the rim like Grant Riller can? No.
You give him
And
a
they're
lot.
both 6'3", and Grant can shoot,
You
and
give
he
him
can
a
dribble.
lot.
He can actually dribble a ball,
You
and he
give him
can pass. But I mean, if you want a
Wow.
guy for ball is life, like cool, it's whatever. We're trying to win games over here.
All right. So
I'm so frustrated.
Is up, Joe. Like I said, we haven't seen much from him. No trades, and understandably, their pick is in already.
God dang.
Looks like it is. Jeez.
They
Jay
flying.
Scrub.
Jay Scrub.
Oh my God.
No
Justin
comment.
Scott?
No comment. No comment. No comment. No comment.
Interesting pick.
From the
Justin, you want to take this one, Joe?
Yeah,
y'all can
Justin,
handle
you
it.
talk about it.
Yeah, I have nothing to say to that bum.
Evan's a little salty because.
Can I just add one note as a producer real quick?
Go ahead.
Like I will say, I mean, I know we're waiting on Powell, but I do like at least two out of those last three teams that's drafting for Powell to be on, the 76ers and the Raptors.
Yep.
I mean, I know the 76ers just drafted a lot of shooters and got Seth, so that might be a little iffy for Powell there.
It's a stretch.
But to put him on as like a sign and wait player, like draft him there, and then just kind of like develop him a little bit. That could work. And then the Raptors they love developing, smaller guards and Van Vliet and all of them. So, there is a potential still with those two teams. Unfortunately, he's not going to Brooklyn like Ronnie has stated.
Hey,
But-
no, I sincerely thought that was going to happen. There could be some guard depth there, but it didn't happen.
Didn't
We all
like
know-
it too.
And I mean, even the Clippers too wouldn't be that bad.
I was about to say because
a choice with him.
Patrick Beverly is close to being on his way. Rondo intends to sign, but they could use a backup point guard and a scoring one nonetheless. So 3 back-to-back picks where Miles Powell can go, and it'll be fun to watch.
Most def.
Well, what do you think of the pick? Your pick, Jay Scrub, Joe.
I've really got no opinion on that. I mean, this late, it's really not going to be anybody who's going to come in and make an impact right away, really. It's way to someone in a sense of the G League.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's really not good at basketball. He's just like there was a point last year where he was like supposed to sign with Louisville, and I was like, oh, this guy's really good. And then he stabbed us in the back. So, I mean, you drafted a trash bag. I mean, congratulations. Good luck with that. He's your problem now. I never wanted him anyway.
So news bomb, yo. So Jay's
That's crazy.
actually going to the Clippers.
You said he's going where?
To the Clippers.
Really?
Oh, my God.
Because I needed even more reason to hate him. Okay.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay. Will. He said Jay Scrub went to the Clippers. Okay. So just a double serving of hatred coming his way.
So Joey,
I've never hated a player more.
Reggie Perry at the 57 slot. So what do you think about Reggie Perry instead of Jay Scrub? I like Jay Scrub. Personally, I'm going to just say Jay Scrub is a beast. I already talked about him. He's lefty. He's athletic. He can do a lot. I know heavy hater, but Joe, what do you think about Reggie Perry?
I think really kind of the same thing as if it was Jay Scrub. I mean, I don't really think that's anybody that's going to really see any really significant.
Justin, we just skipped pick 56. What are you talking about?
Oh, did we? Well,
yes. Bozo.
I don't get it. Wait, y'all
let Joe finish his thoughts.
Yeah. This guy talking about Reggie Perry.
The only guys I really would have wanted to see would be either Paul Reed. I was hoping we could maybe grab to nail down that power forward spot.
Yes.
Or what I truly thought it was going to be Miles Powell there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's
That's been a lot of fun.
They took Isaiah Whitehead. When was it? 2014, 2015. So I mean, sort of connection, staying in the same market, and Powell would be able to fill in. And maybe if we trade Dinwiddie, then he could kind of take some of those off the bench point guard minutes. But I mean, I don't know. I just hope Powell gets drafted somewhere soon. And I mean, in terms of the power forward position for the Nets, I mean, Serge Ibaka is going to be a free agent.
Ooh.
There's been mutual interest there, according to the league wide. So I mean,
if he teams back up with Kevin Durant, that'd be crazy.
Whew. Man, all right, what a time. Jay Scrub is just, he would have looked great in red and white, but I mean, he wanted to chase a bag, so like, congrats. We probably could have paid him more on campus, but I mean, all right, the pick is in. The pick is in.
There goes Grant Riller. Oh my goodness. Well,
yeah, this is what it's all about.
Wow.
They got him and Melo. Come on.
That's tough.
Michael Jordan, that's how you draft. Look at that. Proven winners everywhere.
All right, Devin Dotson and Miles Power are now 1 and 2 here.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, I'm so scared. I really hope
Clippers pick is in. What is it? What is it? What is it?
Paradise.
All
Is
right.
he the one that got traded?
Yeah, they trade Brooklyn and the Clippers swapped.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's a center. Okay, we got some big man stuff. I can live with that.
The Hornets just won the NBA Finals.
The Hornets.
Bro, who do you say the same thing about? The Bucks.
I said the same thing about the Bucks, the Grizzlies, the Sixers, but you know,
It's gonna be like 5 winners this year.
at the end of the day, I don't know who to prioritize. I have sons all over the league. It's extremely tough.
Lost Bogdanovich. You know who'd be a great replacement?
Oh my goodness, man. Okay, Sixers pick is in.
Ooh, Paul Reed.
Hey,
all
Big
right.
East guy.
bro, what's wrong? Will, what's so funny, bro?
2 more.
Oh man, this is really nerve-wracking, bro.
Bro, he better. You know, I don't want no spoilers. Can y'all stay away from your phones, please? Y'all give me anxiety. Like, all right, Toronto's his last chance. There's no way he's gonna go to New Orleans.
Or Milwaukee.
I think it's Milwaukee that has the last pick.
But still, he's not gonna go there.
Why not? They lost Bogdanovich.
Oh no, it's New Orleans. Never mind. I thought Milwaukee did. I don't know why.
Oh man,
come on.
Well, this is it. Yeah, this could be it for
He's
Miles.
the second rated player. He'll be the second pick. Go to New Orleans.
I saw that. That's available.
that's so crazy
Oh my
to me.
God, so many.
Charlotte really got, bro.
So many big East players, like not getting touched.
Yeah, I mean it's because they took real talented players like Grant Riller.
Oh my God.
Over. Who is this Miles Powell guy y'all keep speaking of?
Oh, come on. Show me the pick. Show me the pick. Show me the pick. Show me the pick.
Man, that's so crazy to me. They really took my dog. Charlotte just won so. Ooh, that's tough.
Well,
Terry Rozier is not touching the ball. He's not seeing the ball.
Isn't he in trade rumors?
He better be. He better be. They already got Melo and Grant. You don't need any other guards. Those are your guards.
I tell you what, I'm seeing Melo down in Charlotte because now LeVar and MJ are going to be able to come face to face.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I didn't
Think of the hype. That's real content.
They can start having one-on-ones at halftime.
That's what, Joe. I like how you think. Man, that's what, bruh. Because if he went to Minnesota or Golden State, like they already have D'Lo, they already have Steph. Like he wasn't gonna see the ball. Now that he's in Charlotte, who's taking it from him? Devontae Graham. I mean, he's cool. He's not LaMelo. This is so tough. This is perfect for him. Then they got Grant. Then they got Grant on top of it. Will. Let me tell you, he was in Charleston. He was in Charleston also.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Well,
I turned my phone off. I can't deal with the spoilers, bro. I'm gonna have a
imagine how Mr. Powell feels himself.
Grant Riller is a tough bucket personified. Maybe Miles Powell should stop.
Oh,
parking
pick
the
is in.
handicap spot.
Pick is in. We're getting it. Oh, well, the pick has been in, so it doesn't matter.
Imagine where Miles Powell would have got picked if he didn't use our elevator, and if he didn't park in a handicap spot, and if he was the actual nice person.
Oh my gosh.
wait, bro.
Oh,
the string get copyrighted anyway, bro.
Come on, Mr. Tatum.
Bench depth.
I've never anticipated a 59th overall Raptors pick so much.
Right.
Heaven spoiled it. Something happened.
I don't know. He just yelled.
Heaven neglected our rule. It's fine.
What is going on, bro?
He neglected our rule.
Heaven never cared about the suspense.
I don't know. He could just be yelling for no reason. It is heaven, you know.
No way, bro.
What happened?
You know what? You must know what happened.
Bro, I only know pick 60, bro. I don't know any other picks, bro.
Who's pick 60, bro?
Nope. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Why would I say? Why would I say, bro? I'm not a spoiler.
Oh my God! Take away the commercials, bro. Take away the commercials, bro.
Hi, Michael. Hi, Michael.
Oh my God.
There might be a reason why I have my camera on.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
John, believe me, I hate him as much as you do.
Oh. No.
That's tough.
Not Miles Powell. It's Jalen Harris from
man.
From Nevada.
Dang, that really sucks. Drat.
Well,
yo, Heaven knows something, bro. I don't care. Heaven definitely knows.
What can I say, bro? All
right. Well, it's up to the Pelicans now.
Could Miles Powell be Mr. Irrelevant?
I wouldn't be surprised.
That would be the most legendary. I think
that'd be the most Seton Hall thing ever.
That would be the most 2020 thing ever. Who knows? Why not take a shot on Miles Powell? He's going to be the best player in the draft anyway.
Also, question. Let's say Miles Powell does not get picked here. How long do we have to wait until he gets? Because I remember when Angel Delgado was undrafted. He found out where he was going the night of draft night.
Yeah. With that though, it was like, because then he had the summer league, and then he was in Agua Caliente, and then he was Ian in the G League, and now he's in China. Then he at least had a summer league where he could show what he's got. Whereas this time around, I don't really know. So who knows what? I'm sure he'll have offers. There's probably two-way deals around the league, something for him. We'll find out tonight.
Lakers.
He's too talented. That would be funny. That would be hilarious.
He's got to go to the Lakers, man.
Man, Miles Powell really not getting drafted, bro.
He also could have pulled I think Terrence Davis did it last year, where he told teams not to draft him, so that way he could pick wherever he wanted to go.
There was a 2-minute span last year where I think someone accidentally reported that Terrence Davis signed with the Lakers. And I was super excited because it seemed like we won the draft, but now he's an abuser. So that guy can go redact it himself. I got to keep it PG. That's crazy.
Oh my goodness. Well, final pick in this year's draft. I can't believe we made it this far.
Yeah.
We're over 5 hours in. I don't think Jorie's moved from that spot. Did you eat, Jorie?
Nope.
That's crazy.
We're grinding, man. This is all part of the
not gonna lie.
Everybody, I gotta head out.
To South Orange. We got pizza.
Take care, everybody.
No, this is
I
your
gotta head
pick.
out.
Oh,
Mike,
PTV.
we love you. Thank you so much for coming.
Right.
Take care.
Peace out, buddy.
Yeah, I can hop off and let you guys handle the last pick.
All right, Joe.
All right, Joe.
Just know you've been phenomenal, and every time
Really
you've been here,
appreciate
you've
it.
been amazing. And the right people are watching. Just know.
Thank you guys for putting this all together too and giving the opportunity.
Yeah, man. We're happy to let you.
Hey, before you leave though, Joe, like say hi to all your fans in the chat, bro. They've been in the chat every time you've been on, bro, just hyping you up, man.
No. I got a strong support system out there.
Hold on, I gotta see.
Love it.
You guys.
Peace out, Joe.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yo, Joe got the deepest fan base I've ever seen.
Yo, Joe got the deep out of all of us, bro.
He said,
This is so crazy.
Wow.
We gonna read the stuff.
Well, we were right about the positions for the Raptors and Sixers. They just didn't pick a guy. That's fine.
So crazy.
Wow.
There's a delay on this. I'm gonna wave to myself right here. I'm gonna look at my phone. I'm gonna wave like 3 seconds later.
Ronnie's having some fun.
They just didn't pick a guy. That's fine.
Well, this was a lot of fun. I got to say, this draft was a lot of fun. I'm gonna have to.
I'm gonna wave to myself right here. I'm gonna look at my phone.
Like, wait until tomorrow to really comprehend what happened, because I feel like there's been so many trades. I don't even know who's going to where.
And I can't wait to wake up tomorrow and find out where Miles Powell will get a undrafted free agent chance.
Me too, man. I'm surprised Najee Marshall didn't get
I don't know.
Wait. All right, wait, hold on, because y'all gotta see this. Wait. That's really crazy. That's so crazy.
Oh,
Someone send that to me because I'm not in the group chat.
Ronnie, check Powell's story.
What do you
do? Still up? He probably deleted it.
Oh, wow.
His story to.
Wow.
Wait.
All SM redacted.
That's funny.
Wait, is it the one of the picture of him and his mom, or?
Nah, that's
no, it's just a black screen.
Wait, can someone show it on TV? I think he deleted it.
Nope.
That's
yeah, that's not safe for
screen
work.
taken down for profanity.
Not TV appropriate.
Man, someone's gonna have
safe
to.
for work. That's funny.
Will, if you took a screenshot of it, text it to me, bro.
Oh yeah, okay, I got you.
So if someone took a screenshot of it.
Yo, that's the funniest thing.
Oh my god.
That's so crazy to me. That's so crazy to me.
Bro. Yo. Oh my god. It's just the reaction.
Yeah.
Nah, he's figured out. You feel me? Like,
keep your head up, Miles. If you're listening, keep your head up, man, because you're a crazy talent.
Yeah, I don't think this should frustrate him. I mean,
that's hilarious, man.
LOL.
Will's still cracking up in the background.
He's a wild guy, and I mean I respect it. He won Jerry West Shooting Guard of the Year, and a lot of other guys that didn't win that award were picked over him. So
no Mannion. Oh my gosh, crazy.
I mean, like age isn't on his side, defense isn't on his side. It's tough, but I mean this just makes his eventual journey to success, I guess, that much sweeter. That'll be fun.
He'll be successful. He'll be
now he'll get to pick which team. Him and like I saw Powell possibly go undrafted. I didn't see Devon Dotson not getting picked. That's crazy to me. The fact that
Marcus Howard. Well, okay, I saw Marcus Howard. Yeah, I can see.
like they're good in Big East terms, but like small guards that only score and really nothing else. I mean, I didn't like their prospects. Like, if they had a tournament, like Carson Edwards did, then they could have went in the 40-50 range. But they didn't. So now they can really choose to go wherever.
Wow.
Man.
So did they say who the Pelicans took or no? I don't think they.
Doesn't matter anymore. It's not Miles.
Sam Miller.
Well,
it's Sam Merrill. Sam Merrill, get it right. He was in an article today. That's Utah State finest.
Oh wait, is that number 5, the guy who hit the game winner
on Malachi Flynn in San Diego State? Yes, sir. He said He said The reason why he's older than every other senior is because he did a 2-year Mormon mission in Nicaragua. I found that out in my research before going to Utah State. So now he's a
good dude.
Yeah.
Who's this pick? I missed it.
Sam Merrill.
Oh, it is Sam Merrill.
Yeah. Well, he's going to the Bucks or
the Bucks, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so all right. Well,
so I was right.
I thought you saw. Oh, that was a prediction?
Wait, what?
I thought you saw.
No, I was saying earlier that the Bucks had the last pick in the draft.
Oh.
I think they trade. I don't remember what part it was.
Man, the Sixers won this draft so. Oh, dude, they were. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, now that the draft is concluded, I mean, what are your guys' initial thoughts? I mean, who won? Who lost?
I think when you consider how great the young core for the Memphis Grizzlies was already, and then you add the really underlying talent that was a part of this draft, I don't think there's any question if you were to hand out that award to them. I mean, they turned the narrative where they won't be fun, to watch in 5 years. I think they've added the talent to the point where they'll be fun to watch this season. You know what I'm saying? So if we're giving out that award, I got to give it to I'm giving it out to the Grizzlies.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to say, I think, Memphis, they definitely drafted really well. Landing Bane and Tillman is insane. Like Ronnie said, on top of the young core they already have. But I got to go Philly, and the reason I'm going with them is heading into this, these offseason stages, it was really unclear, what direction they would go and how they would build the roster. And everyone's saying, they might trade Ben or Embiid. They might go after Harden. How's this team going to mesh well with Morey and Rivers, who they brought in this offseason to replace, Brett Brown and the previous GM. And this draft, they made off like bandits. I was mentioning, I said throughout the night, Tyrese Maxey, the best situations for him, Philly and Dallas. And it wasn't an individual thought. This is a sentiment shared by a lot of people. I mean, Maxey is he's phenomenal off ball, and he works really well with a jumbo initiator like a Ben Simmons or a Luka Doncic. So now that he's in Philly, I mean, there isn't many locations better. So, great pick for them. And then in the second round to land Isaiah Joe. I mean, he's one of the best shooters in the draft. You get him that late when Boston took Nesmith at 14. That's a late lotto pick being spent on Nesmith, and Philly got a player close to his caliber, if not better, in my opinion, better, in the second round. And then trading for Seth Curry. I mentioned earlier, no NBA team. You can't ever have enough shooting. right? That there's always room for spacing, regardless. Whether you're running with Ben Simmons at the 5, or you just want to space the floor a little more. Adding Isaiah Joe and Seth Curry is like a fever dream, because those guys they can shoot from the hash marks, like with ease, like consistently, like they got that. And then having Tyrese Maxey to take a little pressure off Simmons is insane. And Joel Embiid, I mean, we've seen what he can do. So it's like, I feel like they won by far. And, pivoting from Josh Richardson to Seth Curry, I mean, Josh is a good player, but he struggles with consistency, injuries, and his price tag compared to Seth's just isn't worth the money. I think pivoting from him to Seth is a great move. They lose a little bit on defense, but I mean, when you have Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid on the court at the same time, your defense is going to be at least above average. So I think when looking at every team, I feel like, heading into the draft and free agency, Philly had to make a lot of moves to generate confidence among the front office and the fan base, and they did that. They went in, they landed a ton of great players that are immediately instant plug-and-play guys, and now Friday they get a chance to turn around and maybe add another guy. Not to mention tonight they got off of the Al Horford contract and brought in Danny Green. So, I mean, like, we haven't mentioned that enough. They were able to move off of one of the worst contracts in the league and bring in another shooter. I mean, so many moves have happened. I don't know if Danny Green is still on that team or not, but if he is, in one night you brought in Danny Green, Seth Curry, Isaiah Joe. That's 3 guys that can all shoot 40% from 3. And you got Tyrese Maxey. Like, that's you can't get much better than that. So yeah, I think they won in the landslide.
Yeah, it's really hard to argue with that point. Don't forget about Paul Reed too. The Big East, show the Big East some
They
love.
took him too. That's so crazy. Oh my God.
I would have to say, aside from those two, because I definitely agree with those two, I would say Charlotte had a really good draft. I think LaMelo Ball is any team that you draft into is going to make an immediate impact. So that's bar none, hands down. Him going to that team. I mean, they really don't have a whole lot of pieces around him, but he's going to be the focal point of that team for probably years to come. So LaMelo Ball in Charlotte, I believe, is a really great selection there. And then their second round pick, who this is your boy too, Grant Briller.
Yeah.
True baller. I hate when people try to say that small name schools can't really produce playmakers or produce big time players, because we see where John Morant went to school, Damian Lillard went to school, Paul George, even though he had a trashy playoffs, went to school. I mean, small school means nothing to me. So I think Grant Miller's going to really step in and make a huge impact. He was one of your sleepers from earlier, and I think he's going to be a really exceptional player. And then I also like what Brooklyn did with their trades, similar to Philly, but they didn't have as many drafts as many picks in the draft. But taking on Landry Shamet and making that trade, I feel like was something that can definitely get them to a very viable spot in the Eastern Conference as well. And, definitely solidified their backcourt. Now they've got Kyrie, they've got KD. Still trying to get James, I know, but now you solidified your back line with guys like Joe Harris, like Landry Shamet. Still have LeVert, Spencer Dinwiddie, and Bruce Brown, who they also made a trade with earlier in this offseason. So, I mean, like both of you guys have talked about, free agency is starting in, T-minus probably 30 hours. It's going to be a really, really, really crazy offseason. We just spent 5.5 hours on the draft coverage, but I wouldn't trade it for, something else. I was eating pizza, sharing laughs, having a good time. So it was cool, and can't wait to see the start of this second NBA season, because, man, it's getting really fun. It's just starting.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. I mean, if I had to pick one team before we close out, I think the Pistons, very low key, had a nice draft with. I mean, they took Killian Hayes, we took Isaiah Stewart, who's kind of like a project, and then Sadiq Bey as well, and then they took Heaven's guy Saban Lee in the second round. So
yeah.
I mean, I think they had a pretty. I mean, I didn't like Detroit at all. Their team is just not in the best of positions, but I think they had a pretty solid draft. I mean, considering everything. So, yeah, I mean, this was a lot of fun, though, guys. This was fun. I wish we could do this. I wish there's more drafts. But unfortunately,
we'll just have to wait another year, man. But Yeah, this was fun.
We're doing this for the NFL draft too. We're calling up Justin from Colorado whenever it's time for that.
Yeah, right.
He could be our Denver correspondent. He could be
then what's Jorie?
No, Jorie's gonna be our Denver correspondent, but from over here. Justin could get the fan pulse live from the source.
Right.
He can go straight to the bars, to the bars and clubs, whenever they draft Kyle Trask because they need a QB.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Well,
where's our producer? Oh, he's probably doing the Seton Hall thing.
Oh man.
What a time.
Well,
5.5 hours. Y'all lucky I like y'all.
Yeah, this is a lot.
Dude, my table is like on fire because of how hot my laptop has gotten.
Putting in that work, man.
On that Johnny O's player.
Do we have our producer in tow
He's
to
not.
sign us off?
He's sleep.
Oh, he's doing his PTV. He's on live PTV. So
he was the Miles Powell correspondent. So
hold on, I'm gonna try and finish. I'm figure out how to stop this. I don't know how.
Well,
so, how about
thank you for tuning in, everyone that's watching.
Thank you so much for keeping up with this. I'm
Thanks
pretty sure if you stay locked to WSOU Sports on Instagram, Twitter, we'll have some Miles Powell updates for all of you to see where he goes.
Who's on Sports Talk this weekend? They could probably wrap up. I mean, X's and opinions, not prior prime time.
Oh, it's actually me.
Oh, and who? Who else?
Jonathan Haidt and
I'm forgetting who. But I remember
Dominic Perry.
Yeah. Are you hosting?
I am hosting.
Okay. Well then. See, I don't know how to stop a stream. How do I press pause? How do I? This is why he's the producer. Stop live stream.
There we go.
All right.
Well,
peace out, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for watching.